Volume 6, Chapter 256, The Believers of the Old Demon God, Part 1, Taesan's aura spread. The attendants in the Demon King's castle who were going about their tasks dropped their dishes in instinctive fear. The power extended beyond the castle. Taesan moved forward. The knights instinctively retreated. Their faces under their helmets were filled with terror. The Demon King shouted with a pale face. His face was full of denial, as the king of the demon realm. The Demon King had seen the apostles of the demon god several times, so he could understand what kind of aura Taesan was emitting now. Impossible for a mere human to become an apostle of her. I'm not her apostle, this is a different kind of power. But it didn't make much difference to the Demon King. Taesan stomped his foot. The demonic energy and aura began to engulf the Demon King's castle. Sensing the foreboding aura, the knights raised their shields. They prepared for the impending impact. Taesan clenched his fist. Explode! Boom, the knights fell. They couldn't withstand the emotional interference carried by the aura. They clutched their heads and started rolling on the ground, seeing this. Taesan laughed. Not bad. Apostle transformation was a power granted by a god. It was a skill that accepted their aura. Black magic was the power of demons, and demons were beings similar to the high gods. Strong from birth, God's power and the power of the high gods, Taesan had experience combining the two to create a new boundary. So when heading to the Demon King's castle, he experimented with mixing black magic and apostle transformation and achieved it without much difficulty. The burden wasn't as severe as he thought, so he wondered if there would be an opportunity to use it. A perfect chance came. So he mixed Raum's emotional agitation into his aura and spread it throughout the Demon King's castle. The result was effective. The knights were rubbing their heads on the ground without any resistance. It was a far superior effect than simply scattering aura. Taesan looked at the Demon King. The Demon King screamed, at the same time. Black energy descended upon him from above his head. That was the power of the demon god. As expected of the king of the demon realm, you received a small amount of power. Huff. Huff, the Demon King exhaled heavily. He barely held on with the fragment of power bestowed by the demon god, but he couldn't completely block it. His head throbbed, fear rose, trying to swallow his emotions. And a discomfort like bugs crawling all over his body enveloped him. Raum's emotional disturbance. It was also a type of black magic possessed by the Demon King, but it never had such an effect, at best. It would interfere with the mind of the weak and subdue them, or treat those with mental issues. He had never heard of it collapsing the mind itself in this way. The Demon King looked at Taesan with trembling eyes. He shouted. Darkness surged. The demonic energy materialized and rushed at Taesan. Taesan lightly waved his hand at the demonic energy, trying to bite like a beast. The demonic energy scattered and disappeared. His power as the king of the demon realm was crushed by a light gesture like a child's tantrum, Taesan murmured. I came here under the command of the demon god. He walked towards the Demon King. The Demon King, sitting on the throne, flinched and trembled, and she said Kwand and Anacha were my helpers, to put it bluntly. It was strange, the two didn't have any significant information about the abandoned land. All they could offer Taesan here were the teachings of black magic and guidance to the Demon King's castle, and that could have been done by others. The demon god could have directly sent Taesan to the Demon King's castle and instructed the Demon King to teach him, but the demon god specifically introduced Anacha and Kwand as Taesan's helpers. What did the demon god mean by that? The demon god didn't intervene directly, indirectly. It meant that he could interfere as much as he wanted. Taesan arrived right in front of the Demon King. The king of the demon realm cowered on the throne in fear. This is a warning from the demon god. Taesan placed his hand on the floor. The Demon King's throne was located at the highest point of the Demon King's castle, from here. Touching the sky, Taesan unleashed his power. You have activated Decarabia's distorted vegetation. Boom, a passage opened from the bottom of the Demon King's castle. Roots piercing through the stars were summoned and surged upwards. The Demon King's castle was protected by numerous blessings and barriers. It was the magic of the demon realm, fortified over hundreds of years by the combined efforts of great demon realm wizards, breaking through countless barriers and blessings. They ascended to the top. Boom, the roots penetrated the entire Demon King's castle like a giant pillar. Taesan, touching the end of the root that reached right in front of the Demon King's throne, opened his mouth. Let's get along peacefully. It seems that's what the demon god wants. Understood. The Demon King nodded blankly. The Demon King slowly came to his senses. He first let out a hollow laugh. Really, it's absurd. His purpose, plans, values, it was a power that swept all of them away. He gave up everything and told Taesan the destination in the abandoned land. There is a small door behind the Demon King's castle. It is a place protected by a barrier to keep out those who believe in the old demon god. I will temporarily release the barrier there. Beyond the door is the abandoned land. Got it. Taesan descended the Demon King's castle, leaving the Demon King behind. In the room remained the fallen knights, the Demon King, Anacha, and Kwand. The Demon King gazed blankly at Anacha. I envy you truly. I think so too. Anicha belatedly followed Taesan. Kwand also followed behind. Sir Taesan, she ran up. Panting, thank you, she bowed her head deeply. Taesan shook his head. Don't thank me, thank the demon god. She asked for this. I should thank both of you. She looked at Taesan with a face full of gratitude. Taesan opened his mouth. Are you going to follow? Beyond here was dangerous. Just the aura emanating as the barrier was lifted was enough to risk Anicha's life. Yes, but Anicha nodded resolutely. I am your helper. Sir Taesan, I cannot let you go to a dangerous place alone. Then get ready, prepare your gear in advance. I'll be there first. Ah, yes, she hurriedly took Kwand and followed inside the Demon King's castle, leaving them behind. Taesan headed to the back of the Demon King's castle. There was a small door. The barrier that had spread around the door was temporarily lifted, thanks to that. The power beyond could be sensed. It's all engulfed. It's on a level not much different from the worlds destroyed by the ancient gods, since it's originally the realm of the ancient gods. It's only natural, the ghost whistled. Taesan opened his mouth. I know you're watching, come out, I've been caught. With a laugh, a dark space opened. The demon god appeared, resting her arm on the space. Well done. Taesan, the demon god smiled faintly. The reason the demon king dislikes Anicha is that he thinks I favor her. If I had told the demon king, he would have hated Anicha even more, so I left it to you and as expected. It worked out well. Now the demon king won't be able to antagonize Anicha anymore. What are you trying to achieve by leaving this to me? The demon god wanted Taesan to see Anicha. She wanted him to see how she was treated in the demon realm and to understand how she thought of Taesan. That's why she introduced her as a helper. Where will your resting place be? The demon god murmured softly. After all this is over. Where will you settle and live? She narrowed her eyes. You are different, Taesan, even to us. But even more so to mortals. Most will not be able to accept you. They will reject you and fear you. I understand that. Taesan knew how Lee Taeyeon was treated just before the end, how he himself was treated, until just before their final demise. When people laid everything down, Lee Taeyeon and Taesan were not understood by anyone and were only on the outskirts of people. People did not see them as the same human beings. Even now, people on Earth worshipped him as a god. Even though I don't know what lies at the end of your path, it will be hard to find someone who accepts you. The demon god spoke softly, but she is different no matter how you change. She will stand by you, she will always wait for you and want to be with you. Having someone like that is more valuable than you think. This is advice from someone who has walked a similar path before, so listen well. Thank you. But I still can't give a definite answer. It's not a demand, I just like you. I hope you can make many choices on your own in the future. Unlike me, the demon god smiled. It was a childlike smile. I'm just presenting one of those choices, my poor lamb. I will think about it, that's enough. The demon god turned her gaze to the abandoned land. You have many choices, not just future choices, but also past choices. Among them there will be choices like ours and choices like theirs. I don't think there will be. Normally it would be impossible. But you are different, there is a possibility, the demon god murmured. There won't be a great threat there, they will just present you with choices. Whatever you choose will be up to you. But I hope you choose our path. The demon god stepped into the open passage. Then go and win, understood. After a while, Anicha and Kwand returned. Their outfits were different from before in Anicha's case. She now wielded a staff flowing with demonic energy and wore a pointed hat. Her clothes had also transformed into neat black armor. Good, this will be enough to help Sir Taesan. This feels nostalgic, Kwand laughed. He had descended into the labyrinth risking his life and had been returned to the demon realm by the demon god, and he had been living a peaceful life since. While that was satisfying in its own way. For someone who had once fought risking his life, he also missed the battles. Taesan spoke to them before entering. In there. You must survive on your own. Taesan didn't know what would come out of the realm of the ancient gods. There were limits to how much he could protect them, if they couldn't be of help. It would be better if they weren't there. Anicha nodded seriously with a determined face. I understand, I won't be a burden. Good, you have summoned the king of wind spirits. Minerva, you have summoned the highest grade spirit of colorful light. Barkaza, wind and rainbow light formed. The summoned Minerva looked around and was surprised. What is this, the demon realm? Is it finally my turn? Spirit, gasped. Kwand was startled and grabbed his weapon when he saw Minerva. The Spirit King, his gaze was full of vigilance. Taesan waved his hand. Relax, it's not the spirit you think. Now that I think about it, it wasn't fire. But wind, realizing that, Kwand relaxed his grip on his weapon. Minerva spoke grumpily. Why is he looking at me like that? He has bad memories with the Spirit King. I'll explain later, for now. Let's go in. Taesan stepped into the realm of the ancient gods. Crack. As he entered the abandoned land, the barrier at the door reformed. It was as if it was afraid. A thick, deep, almost dark energy emanated throughout the realm. Let's see. It was generally dark. The demon realm itself had a dense energy. But this was different. It felt more directly related to the ancient gods. Taesan placed his hand on the ground, feeling the sensation. Taesan realized, it's similar to Earth just before its destruction. The sensation here was similar to that. The difference was that this place had already been consumed by the power of the high gods, and from that pervasive sensation, Taesan could feel a gaze directed at him. It was probably the gaze of the old demon god. There was little hostility in that gaze, it was closer to greed. Chapter 257, The Believers of the Old Demon God, Part 2, Greed. Why would the high god give him such a look? First, it was exploration at a glance. It was an extremely wide area. It was impossible to understand everything just by running around. I'll handle the exploration. Anacha struck the ground with her staff. The staff resonated with her magic, spreading in all directions. The power amplified and amplified, the energy of exploration which would have been impossible with Anacha's strength alone. Dispersed, the extended energy of exploration brushed past the aura of the high god and inspected the surroundings. Anacha infused her magic and spoke. This is the staff of detection bestowed upon us directly by the demon god, if one's ability allows. It can detect the entire demon world in an instant. Anacha, having sensed many things around her, raised her staff and pointed in a direction. There are 5 presences felt about 30 minutes from here at my pace. Good. It seemed that the staff, given directly by the demon god, had a considerably wide detection range. Even for Taesan it would be challenging to explore this distance so quickly. Taesan stomped his foot. Follow slowly. Boom, as power exploded. Taesan flew in the direction Anacha pointed. Taesan arrived at the destination in mere seconds. There. 5 heavily distorted beings were present. Hello. What the? They were startled to see Taesan. Your enemy, Taesan calmly answered, observing them. Their essence was of demonic beings, however. Their fundamental nature was so twisted that they could no longer be called demons in form and power. They were closer to Aurelia, a human who had contracted with the high god in the spirit world. They were similar to him. Why is an outsider here? A human? They were surprised beyond expectation, but soon they collected themselves and their eyes gleamed. Die. To those who don't believe in the old demon god, %00 Chinese letter ==, they charged, wielding the power of the high god. They attempted to kill Taesan. Taesan casually flicked his hand, brushing them off and analyzing. They're much weaker than that. The human who contracted with the high god in Aurelia had directly made the contract. In contrast, these beings seemed to have absorbed the remnants of the high god while staying here. They were similar, but their power was vastly different. But they are not weak, objectively. They were at the level of the 30th floor of the labyrinth. All 5 of them. Considering that those called the Demon King's Knights were around the 20th floor level. It was overwhelming strength. This makes me curious. Die with a mad laugh. One man charged fiercely. He's mine. Don't touch him. Others shouted and tried to hinder the man. It seemed they were desperate to be the one to kill him. Taesan moved his hand, crushing and trampling the energy of the high god. He pierced the man's chest. Crunch. The man collapsed with a sound of swallowed breath. It was a single strike. The others who had been rushing forward hesitated. Your soul ascension has been activated. Interesting. Taesan's eyes gleamed. Black energy from the man's body was absorbed into Taesan. There was no noticeable change, indicating it wasn't enough to raise his proficiency. But it meant soul ascension had been activated. Not bad. Taesan turned his gaze to the remaining ones. Their reactions were odd. They were utterly terrified and stepping back. The soul has been snatched. Run, they began fleeing in terror. Taesan frowned, not expecting them to flee without looking back. Running away, you have activated Mephisto's black lightning. Boom, lightning struck the one running the fastest. The spear penetrated him. A weak stiffness overtook him. Cock, Taesan kicked. He pierces through the chests of the other 2 who were running away. They died with faces full of terror. Your soul ascension has been activated. Crunch, cock, leaping up. Taesan stomps on the head of the one who was trying to flee in a panic as the stiffness released. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. Depends on what you do, Taesan replied after a moment. Anacha and Quan arrived. Sir Taesan, you're too fast. Oh, is that one a believer of the old demon god? Quan's eyes gleamed. Minerva also looked at the subdued being with interest. Completely consumed by the power, is that what happens over a long period? Consumed? It's literal, the mind and body. Everything twisted by the power of the high god. Once it's like this, they probably can't die at will. Taesan looked at the man in his grip. The man screamed, please don't kill me. Quiet. Taesan tightened his grip on the man's neck. A choking sound echoed. What are you going to do first? Information. The quest he received was to annihilate the believers of the old demon god in the abandoned land, so he needed to get some rough information first. When Taesan asked for information, the man's eyes rolled nervously. If I answer, will you spare me? I won't kill you right away. Try to escape if you can. The man began to speak hesitantly. We have been here since the old demon god was banished. Since he was banished, Anacha was shocked. The man looked young. He seemed to be in his mid-20s in human age. But the banishment of the old demon god was a matter of legend. Something ancient. We do not believe in the current demon god. We believe in the one who originally ruled this land. So when the great demon god was banished, we migrated here. The high god was banished by the demon god and could no longer exert influence in the demon world. But the demon world was created by the high god. The demon god couldn't completely remove all of the high god's influence. And that place became the abandoned land. We have been living here embracing the power of the old demon god. They were slowly corrupted, their limbs twisted. And their minds began to collapse, their bodies and minds started to become bound to the land. We have become unable to die. Get it straight, it's not that you became unable to die, you can't even die. Minerva corrected him, she was right. The mortals twisted and mixed with the power of the high god were eventually bound to the land itself, even if their limbs were torn and heads split. As long as the power of the land remained, they couldn't die. They had become part of the land. The moment they tried to escape, their souls would likely vanish, but the man spoke confidently. This is immortality, it is the grace given to us by the high god, it's a power that those outside cannot even imagine. Suddenly, the man widened his eyes and shouted, "Yes, this is the grace given directly by the high god. We must embrace this grace and grow stronger, to the point where he will call us. To the point where we can assist the saint guarding the thorn," a fanatical belief in the high god. Minerva clicked her tongue. "Even the mind is ruined, twisted by the flow of time, or maybe it was already broken," Taesan asked. "For someone like that. He was begging me not to kill him. The ones you killed died for real, not just losing power, but their souls couldn't return." The man's face was filled with fear as he spoke. Taesan could easily guess the reason: soul skill. Soul ascension, a skill that even stole the power of the high god. They were beings no longer considered alive, bound to the land, but with that power stolen. They met death, all right. Taesan had roughly gathered the information. He loosened his grip on the man. "Then get lost." "Really? Do you want me to kill you?" "No." "No," the man hurriedly ran away. Anacha asked, "How are you going to handle this?" "I'm thinking." The man said they had been here since the old demon god was banished, if that was true. The plan had gone awry. Taesan looked at Anacha's staff. "Can I use that?" The staff clearly covered a wider range than Anacha's power alone could comprehend. With Taesan's power, it wasn't impossible to cover the entire area, but Anacha shook her head. "No, only demons can use this. It's not about having magic power, but about where it originates from, no matter how strong you are." Taesan Nim. "It would be difficult. Then what if I sync with your power to use it?" A method of channeling power through magic. It was something Anacha and Kwand had done for him before. "Well," Anacha hesitated, "if I'm the user." "It might be possible." "Good." Taesan approached Anacha. She shuddered. "Spread out the detection like you did before." "Ah, yes." Anacha hurriedly grabbed the staff with both hands, after a brief moment to steady her breathing. She struck the ground with it. The wave spread in all directions. Information about the surroundings began to flow to her. And Taesan placed his hand on her shoulder. "Oh," Anacha let out a weak moan. Magic power started pouring in more than she could handle. A lot. Even her father, the demon king Veseta, didn't have this much magic power. Taesan synced with Anacha's magic and opened the channel. "You have activated Larrage's territory detection." Kang, the spreading waves rippled. The power spreading rapidly in all directions brought back all the information, absorbing the power of the high god from the land. The detection accelerated further. As the flood of information came in, Anacha's face turned pale. It was too much for her to contain. Taesan, recognizing her limit, lifted his hand from her shoulder. Anacha collapsed. Gasping for breath, "Princess, are you okay?" "Yes, yes." Anacha steadied her breathing and stood up. "It's endless." Using the channel, they had utilized Larrage's territory detection, along with the staff that amplified its power by absorbing the high god's energy. Even using both simultaneously, they had only managed to survey a part of the abandoned land. All they found was that the land expanded endlessly. Rather than just being vast, it felt as if it connected to something beyond, no matter how far they went. There was no end, and there are many, she spoke with trembling eyes, even with the small detection. "The number is uncountable." "Just as I thought," Taesan frowned. The demon world was extremely vast, and the man he had captured said they had been here since the old demon god ruled. They continued to live without dying, their numbers couldn't have decreased, a land without end, and countless beings who believed in the old demon god. "What should I do?" Taesan muttered. Killing them all was nearly impossible, of course. It would be possible if he invested an infinite amount of time, but that would be meaningless. It would take decades at least, so it was better to give up and descend the labyrinth. So, another method had to be found. Taesan looked at the ground. A thick and deep power of the high god was flowing out. The man had said they were bound to the land if the power of the high god disappeared. Their souls would be freed as well. "Can I erase this darkness?" "No," Minerva said decisively. "That's impossible. This is a domain created by the high god. Even the current demon god couldn't erase it and left it be." Right to the demon god, this land, imbued with the power of the old demon god, must have been extremely annoying, but she had done nothing to interfere with the vast domain and its countless inhabitants. Even the power of a transcendent couldn't interfere with the domain of the high god. There was no way Taesan's power could manage it. The demon god must have known this, but she had given Taesan the quest. Thinking he had a way, you have activated divinity. Light manifested on Taesan's hand. The light twisted and affected the power of the high god, but that was all. It didn't erase or purify the power. This is impossible. The power existing within the laws couldn't erase this darkness. Taesan extinguished the divinity. Then, what about the power beyond the laws? You have activated blackness. Chapter 258, The Believers of the Old Demon God, Part 3, Blackness was the power of the high gods. Opposing divinity, focusing on controlling the wavering black energy. He scattered it in all directions. The observers from afar were shocked. Master, Minerva barely restrained herself from instinctively attacking. The power of the high gods was moving under Taesan's control. Now that I think about it, you said you could handle the power of the high gods. Minerva muttered in confusion. Taesan had said the gray power was a mix of divine and high god's power. It sounded so absurd at the time that she was half entranced by his words. But seeing it in reality was astonishing. But did the Transcendents just leave it alone? It's all under Taesan's control, don't worry about it, isn't he always doing weird things? That's true. But Minerva said with a grimace, for someone in this world to handle the power of the high gods without distorting their mind or body was beyond Minerva's understanding. Blackness scattered in all directions. The dispersed blackness started to intervene in the power of the old demon god spread throughout the land. Taesan's eyes sparkled. The power permeating the land began to blend into the black and fall under Taesan's control. Taesan gathered the black energy that had absorbed the land's power and concentrated it to the limit. Boom, then he exploded it. The concentrated energy scattered in all directions. The dispersed energy spread throughout the entire land again. Control is possible, but elimination is not. The black energy could not interfere with the domain. The power of the gods and the power of the high gods, both were impossible. Then what about a power that was neither but straddled the boundary? Minerva. Get back, oh got it. Minerva, guessing what Taesan was about to do, took Anacha and Quand and distanced themselves. Minerva, it's going to be a bit dangerous here, you don't want to get caught up. Do you? You have activated divinity. Light manifested above Taesan's hand, then black began to overlay it. You have activated blackness. Squeak, light and darkness began to mix and turn gray at the same time. They started to rampage, refusing Taesan's control. It's manageable compared to before. Maybe because he had acquired the boundary line skill, it wasn't as explosively overwhelming as when he first used it. Of course. It wasn't easy to control either. It was still shaking as if wanting to escape Taesan's control. Taesan wielded the gray light. The gray light swallowed everything around it. Your endurance has activated. The gray light subsided. And Taesan looked around. He smiled contentedly. It works after all. The land was purified. Could this work on Earth too? The high god's power that had engulfed this place was similar to that on Earth. It might be possible to expel the high god's power that had permeated Earth and reclaim it. Anacha, watching from a distance, was astonished. Huh, what? The power of the old demon god that had engulfed the entire land. The moment that power touched the gray light, it was cleanly erased. It wasn't merely pushed back by the wave of power or temporarily hidden, it was literally erased. Twisted beings residing in the Forsaken Land would be freed from their bound souls the moment they stepped into this place. Minerva clicked her tongue, such absurd power. The Forsaken Land was imbued with the power of the old demon god. Even the demon gods couldn't handle it, and yet, a mortal like Taesan had cleanly erased that power. A mortal doing what even the Transcendents couldn't. A mortal interfering with the power of the Transcendents. It was incredibly contradictory. A method had been found. The gray power could erase the domain of the high gods, but it couldn't be solved immediately. The range is too narrow. The range that could be erased with the gray was only about the size of a playground. It wasn't a small range. But the extent of the Forsaken Land was beyond measure. Simply erasing the domain was impossible. A fundamental solution had to be found, and he had heard information related to it from the man he had captured, Thorns, and the apostle that is guarding them. If it was an apostle, it must be referring to the apostle of the old demon god. It meant that such an entity was present in this place, and the thorns guarded by such an entity were likely very important here. The destination was set, of course. There were still problems. The Forsaken Land was extremely vast. It was clear that just identifying where the thorns were would take a considerable amount of time, but it would be much faster than erasing everything without a purpose. Then let's walk around Anacha. Those who had resided in this place for an immeasurable amount of time were likely to know the location of the thorns. Yes, Anacha calmly raised her finger. When I sensed it earlier, I felt the presence of several people far away. How far? Well, it's about a day's journey at my pace. That's quite a distance. Taesan began to move as they quietly moved. They started to talk about their curiosities. Heh, Minerva's eyes sparkled. She was now listening to Quand's stories about the labyrinth. Mortal beings that strong, are you saying they could be stronger than me? Quand had told Minerva about the leaders of the guides. Most of them were stronger than Minerva. The labyrinth sure is interesting. Yes, well. I lost in the middle though, Kwand replied. There was someone similar to you among them. It was the Fire Spirit King. I think their name was Vishnu. Vishnu. Do you know them? I do. Minerva snapped her fingers. They're quite famous in the spirit realm, she hummed. The one who refused the responsibilities of a spirit king, the one who wanted to break free from the limits of being a spirit king, the spirit who wanted to transcend lifespan and become solitary. A cold aura flowed from her eyes. They're the spirit king who destroyed a world and ran away, so. They are in the labyrinth, Minerva laughed. That's interesting. It seems that not all spirits get along. Of course not, there are quite a few spirits who dislike those who entered the labyrinth. I'm not that extreme. But if it's a spirit king, it's a different story, and my master is Taesan if they are his enemy. I'll probably end up fighting them too. A battle between spirit kings. Kwand gave a hollow laugh at those words. That sounds exciting, although I won't be able to see it myself. I am only following my master's orders, even if the opponent is a king. It doesn't change. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder when we'll meet. Quiet conversations continued, and Taesan had his own thoughts. It was greed when he stepped onto this land. The gaze of the high gods. The light in that gaze wasn't hostility or anger, but greed. That was quite unexpected. The high gods showing greed meant that he wanted something from Taesan. Taesan had fought the high gods many times before, but they had never shown greed, only hostility or curiosity. Why would the high gods, who were transcendents from birth and now exiled from the world, show greed towards Taesan? Taesan, lost in thought. Taesan was interrupted by Anich's question. Should I sense it again? Taesan nodded. They had moved enough. The opponent would have moved as well. So they needed to locate them again. Anicha struck the ground with her staff. The magical energy extended from the staff in all directions. Information from the surroundings flowed into Anicha. She began to organize each piece of information. Anicha's face hardened. What? What is it? What's wrong? Kwand asked with a puzzled look. Anicha's face turned pale. What is it? What's going on? Sensing something was wrong. Taesan gathered his magical energy. You have activated Larej's territory detection. Black waves spread out, and the surrounding information flowed into Taesan. He could also tell there were beings rushing towards them, and their number was in the hundreds. Minerva also seemed to sense something as her face hardened. Taesan drew his weapon. The approaching figures began to appear. The endlessly twisted beings saw Taesan and shouted, "There he is!" Hundreds of twisted beings shouted. "For the old demon god, capture him!" Hundreds of twisted demons. Even the weakest among them seemed to be at the mid-20 floor level of the labyrinth. There were even a few who could reach the 40th floor. No way, how? Anicha was bewildered. There was no reason for such a number to gather in one place without a reason. It meant that all of them knew Taesan was here. Minerva, Barkaza, look after Kwand and Anicha. Understood. Barkaza clapped his hands. Rainbow-colored light emanated, and wind manifested in Minerva's hands. Taesan kicked the ground. The faces of the frenzied beings quickly approached. Capture him, subdue him. Taesan's sword moved. The twisted demons tried to block it, but their defenses were crushed and they were pulverized. Your soul ascension has been activated. Messages of soul ascension appeared rapidly. Taesan closed the system window that was obstructing his view. He dodged the outstretched hands and stomped his foot. He put strength into his entire body and swung his shoulder with a thunderous sound. Dozens of twisted demons in front of him exploded simultaneously. Those who exploded did not resurrect. Their soulless bodies scattered everywhere, but there was no fear in the eyes of the charging twisted demons. They only tried to grab Taesan with frenzied faces. Boom, wind burst from behind. Minerva wielded the wind and escaped from the twisted demons. The demons paid no attention to that, as if only Taesan was their goal. They charged at him without even glancing elsewhere. In this situation, it was not bad for Taesan. He could focus on the battle without worrying about others. Slash, he swung his sword. He crushed heads and kicked them away. He dodged swinging attacks by moving his entire body. You have activated the frozen world. Crackle, cold air surged. The surrounding demons froze in an instant. A familiar face was among them. I spared your life. And you're back. Gasp, gasp. It was the twisted demon from whom he had extracted information and spared. With half his limbs frozen, he was clattering his teeth in the cold. Seeing Taesan, he shouted, "Human, our great one calls for you. Are you talking about the old demon god?" Yes, he spoke through the mouth of the apostle. He said to bring you. Those who bring you will have the opportunity to become his apostles. So, it's not to kill me, but to capture me. The old demon god wanted something from him. Crack, clear the way. The ice began to shatter. Taesan placed his hand on the twisted demon's head. There won't be a second time. There was no fear in the demon's face. He shouted with endless obsession. Great one, bestow your grace upon me. That was his final words. Taesan gathered his magical energy in the breaking ice. A passage opened. He felt the gaze of a demon beyond it. He released his power as it was. You have activated Marba's pitch-black wave. A black wave surged out. The wave that poured through the open passage was no longer just a wave but a tsunami, shattering the ice. It crushed and swallowed all surrounding beings. The dense, dark energy shattered everything around. Boom! Thousands of frenzied, twisted demons were swallowed all at once. Some of them were at the 40th floor level of the labyrinth. But it didn't matter. The demonic wave crushed the believers of the old demon god. Hundreds of demons disappeared like that. It's definitely useful. Marba's pitch-black wave was the strongest black magic Taesan had learned. Opening the passage and drawing out its true power made it incredibly potent, returning. Minerva grimaced, not to kill but to bring me alive. What do they want? Did the old demon god give an oracle? Anacha muttered with a shocked face. That's impossible. This is the demon realm. It's the domain of the demon god, even if this is the old demon god's territory. The ruler of the world is the demon god. It's impossible to interfere even in a very small form. It means they paid a price. In other words, the high gods thought it was worth the risk to capture Taesan. Anacha. Use your staff again. Taesan placed his hand on her shoulder. Anacha calmly struck the ground with her staff. Womb, waves spread out. They resonated with Taesan's magic, bringing in information over a wide range. This is... Anacha quietly groaned. The twisted demons are coming directly towards us. It seems so, the oracle of the old demon god. It wouldn't end with just hundreds. It must have spread throughout the entire forsaken land, soon. The twisted demons came into view. Oh. Oh no, Quan drew his sword with a pale face. Demons were running towards them from all directions, and there was no end in sight. There he is. Capture him, the believers of the old demon god shouted. For our God, chapter 259, the believers of the old demon god, part 4. Minerva, how is your strength? It's still fine. But I can't fight all of them at once. Then take the two and retreat for a while. All right. Minerva took Anacha and Quan and leaped away, before leaving. Anacha hastily shouted, Sir Taesan, be careful. Taesan nodded and raised his sword, as the dozens of twisted beings rushed at him. Taesan kicked the ground. You activated acceleration. Boom, his body accelerated explosively. The twisted demon in front of him was split in half without knowing what happened. Capture him, oh God, grant me your blessing, as Taesan broke through their ranks. They shouted and rushed at him. Taesan moved both his hands. You activated continuous attack, as the proficiency of the ability sword reached 40%. Some skills had changed. One of them was continuous attack. Its effect was the simultaneous use of a physical sword strike and an illusory sword strike. The afterimage of the sword was drawn. The afterimages swirled around like a storm. Taesan struck down with his sword. Illusory sword strikes were unleashed in 8 directions simultaneously. Arg, Kahak, all the twisted demons were at least level 20. And some were at level 30. Even so, they all died with just one skill. Continuous attack. The power that flowed out of them gathered toward Taesan. You activated strong blow. He struck down forcefully with his sword. The ground shattered, and the impact swept away the surviving demons. Chase him. The few who barely survived struggled to rise and shouted, Capture him, offer him to our God, with their charge disregarding even death. Taesan frowned. He looked straight ahead. Dozens of demons were rushing at him from the front. This is endless. You activated Starlight Arrow. A light arrow materialized in Taesan's hand. He shot it toward the demons charging at him. They tried to block it, but it was useless. Boom, light exploded. The world seemed to flicker with light covering everything. When the light subsided, no one was left in the area. Is it over for now? He sensed the presence of others approaching from a distance. But they were still far away. Master, you're too fast. It's hard to keep up. Minerva landed with a slightly tired face. Sir Taesan, are you okay? I'm fine, though he used magic power. It was at a level that he could fully recover from in an hour. This is troublesome, although the immediate threat was dealt with if the god had given a direct command. They would keep appearing, they would try to kill Taesan, they would keep coming without end. I don't intend to get bogged down by these. It was impossible to eliminate them all. He had to find the core, but Taesan didn't know where that was. Let's look around for now. Taesan ran swiftly through the deserted land. He continued to search, trying to find where the power was concentrated, but he couldn't find it. The area was so vast that even Anacha couldn't detect it all. It wouldn't be strange if it took months to search. This is going to be tough. Taesan felt something while kicking off the ground. A fairly strong presence was approaching at high speed. Taesan stopped. Ha, found you. The demon swung his sword down with a mad laugh. Clang, swords clashed. The opponent didn't yield easily and swung his sword. He pressed Taesan and bared his teeth. Very good, it's lucky you were this close. The great god was indeed watching over me, the demon shouted with an excited face. I am the 10th finger of the great god. You cannot defeat me. Finger, it's the position given to the strongest demons here. In other words, the demon in front of him was the 10th strongest here. The demon looked at Taesan with joy. A command had been given, and the news had reached him. He was thrilled to have a chance to be chosen by the great god, and even more thrilled that he was the closest to the target. This was the one and only chance to be chosen by the great god. Surrender quietly. Human, the demon charged, baring his teeth. Taesan raised his sword. You activated flow. The opponent's sword suddenly veered off course. Naturally, the direction of the opponent's strength twisted, revealing a huge opening. He tried to correct his posture in a panic, but Taesan didn't let the opportunity slip. You activated strong blow. Boom, the opponent's sword was deflected. He hastily tried to widen the distance. But it was useless. Taesan kicked the ground. You activated acceleration in an instant. His accelerated body pierced the opponent. Gah, you are strong. He wasn't a weak opponent. He would be able to barely make it to the 50th floor of the labyrinth, but that was all. How did, just in case. Do you know the location of the thorns and the saint? Gah, unbeliever, shut up, the demon shouted as he was dying. The god has already marked you. Everyone here is after you. You will slowly wither away and die, the demon shouted harshly. His eyes filled with madness, making normal conversation impossible. His mind was already broken. Using an emotion interference skill would hardly affect him. Then die. Taesan struck down with his sword. He kept moving. Haha, found you, a demon shouted. Panting heavily, it seemed he had run with all his might as his legs were shaking as if he could collapse at any moment. Despite that, he charged at Taesan with an excited face. Taesan snapped his fingers with an annoyed look. You activated Frost Arrow. Thunk, the demon's head was pierced. Silence returned. What a nuisance. Taesan clicked his tongue. The area was so vast that it took quite a while for the twisted demons to appear after he moved, but one or two demons continuously and endlessly appeared, while handling them wasn't a problem. There wasn't a moment to rest. Taesan moved his feet again. You activated Leap. You activated Reconnaissance. He surveyed the surroundings. The only things visible were the demons charging at him. There was nothing special in sight. It's hard to find it like this. He needed information, but the demons here were all so mad that they wouldn't give Taesan the answers he wanted. First, he had to extinguish that madness to make them regain their senses. Taesan moved to find the thorns. As he moved, he saw several demons charging at him. Taesan took care of them one by one. I found him, a demon. Delighted at the sight of Taesan, was about to rush at him with a sword when Taesan's senses warned him. Taesan reflexively moved his sword. Clang, with a fierce clash. Taesan's body was pushed back. A voice filled with admiration came from the midst of the demons. You blocked that. Even I wouldn't be able to do that timing again. I told you I could do it. Why did you interfere, if it were you? You would have been decapitated by the counterattack. A chuckle was heard. Taesan turned his gaze. 4 demons were walking toward Taesan. Hugh, you're so fast as expected. The god must have considerable power to give direct commands under the name of a saint. If we hadn't come this way, it would have taken a lot longer to track you. The demon who had luckily survived stumbled back. Even those mad with frenzy seemed to recognize the authority of these demons. The 5th, the 3rd, the 1st, and the 6th fingers. The demons showed reverence and fear. It meant they held considerable positions here. Taesan asked, Are you fingers too? Yes, we are the 10 strongest demons in the demon realm. Excluding the saints, the lower the number, the stronger the power. A muscular man who seemed to use his fists as weapons spoke proudly. Taesan gazed at him quietly. Then you're the first. He was strong, with that level of power. He would be able to barely reach the 60th floor. If you invest enough time to be called a legend, can become that strong outside as well. Ho, the man bared his teeth. You have the eyes to see that. You are indeed strong. Aren't there 10 fingers in total? Where are the rest? They said they wouldn't cooperate. They are waiting for their own opportunities. They are foolishly holding onto their pride when the great god has given a command. Is that so? That's good. The man's face twisted at Taesan's words. Do you think you can win against the 4 of us? Arrogant. Taesan nodded and stomped his foot. You activated Apostle Transformation Myriad Souls. You activated Vessel of the King. Thunk, a massive burden settled on Taesan. He immediately transferred the burden to his ring and harnessed the power. Taesan's presence violently filled the space. The face of the man who called himself the First Finger hardened. Let's finish this quickly. Taesan stomped his foot in an instant. They all lost track of Taesan's movements. When he reappeared, he was striking his sword down in front of the 6th finger. The 6th finger frantically raised his shield. As soon as Taesan's sword touched it, the shield was crushed and embedded into the ground. As Taesan was about to finish him off, the remaining fingers, who had regained their senses, moved. They rapidly launched their own attacks at Taesan. Taesan's hands moved. The swords drew diagonal lines, distorting and destroying the trajectories of their attacks. In an instant, he trampled the shield. A crater formed on the ground, and the 6th finger vomited blood. You activated Mephisto's black lightning. Boom, lightning pierced the remaining 3 simultaneously. Their movements momentarily halted. Taesan thrust his sword at the shield. The shield shattered. I can't believe this. Those were the 6th finger's last words. You bastard, the remaining fingers, breaking free from their stiffness, charged fiercely at Taesan. He lowered his stance. You activated Marba's fake flame. A substance shaped like flames surged, obscuring Taesan. The 1st finger scoffed and threw a punch. Do you think you can deceive me with such a petty trick? Boom, the fake flame exploded with the punch, but that was expected. Using fake flames without even opening a passage wouldn't work against someone in the 60th floor range. What Taesan aimed for was to obscure their vision. You activated invisibility. Invisibility changed with the ability sword. Its effect allowed the user to escape all detection for 1 second if they hid their presence from the opponent. You activated Shoes of Leaping to the World's End. You move a very short distance instantaneously. He moved right in front of the fifth finger, the demon. Confused by Taesan's sudden disappearance, opened his eyes wide as Taesan appeared before him and tried to block with his sword. You activated strong blow. You activated blade of fighting spirit. Crunch, what? The sword shattered and split in half. The fifth finger's body was also cut in two. You bastard in an instant. Two were dead, only the third finger and the first finger remained. The first finger gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Keep your distance, support from behind." The third finger was the one who borrowed the power of the old demon god that spread across the land. It was a rare power. Even in this deserted land, with his support, they could be twice as strong as usual. Taesan leisurely pointed his finger at the third finger. You activated Force Duel. Clang, the first finger's punch bounced off Taesan. The third finger hurriedly tried to gather power. But it was clearly slower than Taesan's approach. In an instant, the third finger was also dead. You bastard, there's no way to deal with him with numbers. Just one Force Duel ended it all. No matter how much they tried to show numerical superiority, once Force Duel was activated, it became a 1-1 fight. Why didn't you use Force Duel from the start? I haven't used the skills I recently acquired enough. I wanted to get used to them. Obtaining a skill wasn't the end. One had to use it directly to get accustomed to it, having roughly confirmed it. Taesan approached the remaining finger. The finger stared blankly at the three fallen demons. All those he had spent countless time with were brutally killed. You bastard. Wow, Taesan raised his sword. The first finger was strong, the power of someone at the 60th floor level. Even the Demon King couldn't match him, but Taesan now had the power to see to the entrance of the deep layers. Moreover, with Myriad S Owls and Vessel of the King activated, there was no competition. Ha ha ha, me, the first finger screamed. Denying reality, he had trained for countless hours. He had strived to become stronger for so long that his mind was overwhelmed. He had continuously fought strong opponents without rest. There was no death here. But that didn't mean there was no pain. He had lived his entire life with pain as his companion. In the end, he became the strongest here. He thought no one could match him even in the demon realm. He believed he was the strongest. Except for the saint, but now to be killed by someone from outside, he couldn't accept it. This doesn't make sense for me to. Taesan thrust his sword into his neck, with a futile voice. The light disappeared from his eyes. Taesan repeatedly clenched and opened his fist. He had turned off the system window so he couldn't check but facing his fingers. He felt a strange sensation continuously. It meant something had changed with the activation of Soul Ascension. He wanted to check it, but there was something he needed to do first. Taesan looked around. The madness disappeared from the faces of the twisted demons watching the fight. Those overwhelmingly strong ones, all four of them were killed without doing anything. The brutal scene shattered their faith in the god that dominated their minds. Now was the chance. With the madness gone and reason returned. Fear must have arisen as well. You activated Realm's emotion disturbance. You activated emotion interference. Slimy things spread everywhere. Taesan sensed fear, not madness. On the demons' faces, "Please spare me," it wasn't a madness-filled scream, but a terrified plea for life. Taesan smiled and grabbed the demon's neck. "I'll spare you if you answer one question." Chapter 260, Apostle of the Old Demon God, Part 1. What do you want? The thorn, and tell me the location of the apostle guarding it. The demon began to babble nervously. Taesan memorized every piece of information and let go of the demon. Cough. Cough, get lost. Really? Didn't I say I'd spare you? Do you want me to kill you? No. The demon quickly shook its head and started to run away in a hurry. Good. He identified the location. It's about a month's distance north from here, since it takes a demon a month. Taesan could arrive much sooner, before heading toward the thorn. Taesan opened the hidden system window. Your soul ascension has been activated. The proficiency of Twisted Soul Tuning has increased by 8%. You have acquired the special continuous activation skill Cradle in the Abyss, although not very powerful. The proficiency of Soul Tuning increased significantly due to the number of demons defeated. And a new skill was acquired. Special continuous activation skill Cradle in the Abyss. Proficiency 1%. Those who live in the dark depths perceive it as a sanctuary and gain strength from it when within the domain of the High God. The power of the domain can be enhanced. Currently, it is very weak and seems to affect the mind when drawing upon this power. The demons of this place had lived in the Forsaken Land for countless years. Their lifespans ended. Bound to the earth, it seemed to be a skill that could use part of their power at will. Taesan tried gathering the power spread across the ground and it started to infuse him. As the power was drawn up, his body began to twist. From deep within his mind, an alien transformation began. It's hard to use. If he mishandled it, he would end up completely ruined like them, but if used properly, it could enhance his power significantly. It was not a bad skill. Found it, squash, with a cry of joy. Taesan crushed the demon's head underfoot. You have activated perfect fairy wings. Wings unfurled. You have activated the deer walking on the wind path. Then, the wind enveloped his body. The distance to the thorn was about a day's travel. He planned to fly without using too much power. Minerva, follow me. He muttered softly and flew in the direction the demon had indicated. He could feel Minerva following quickly. The scenery began to change rapidly. The demons who had been shouting at Taesan from a distance were quickly stunned as he passed by and then hastily tried to chase after him. But the more they chased, the more the distance increased. Minerva, who was following, clicked her tongue. Too fast, even I can't keep up properly. Hi hick. Anacha, who was in her arms, tightened her grip. Her face pale, Minerva's speed was like a storm. Just passing by caused weaker demons to be torn apart. Yet the distance continued to widen, though she was conserving power to avoid being reverse summoned even as the Spirit King. She couldn't catch up. As a king, I can't afford to whine. With a determined face, Minerva sped up. Taesan was sprinting. The demons tried to catch him, but it was useless. Each time the wind surrounding Taesan flowed out, the demons burst apart. There were still 5 more fingers, but they didn't appear. Seemingly biding their time, he could guess where and what they were doing. A week passed like that. Taesan reached his destination. It really is the thorn. A massive jet-black thorn was embedded in the earth. The thorn, as tall as a mountain, exuded a palpable power even from a distance. A rift in the sky on earth. The total amount of power felt was overwhelming, but there was a familiar sense to it. Hugh, Master, Minerva, arriving late. Caught her breath, Anacha slumped down. Are you all right? No. Anacha huddled, trying to regain her composure. Barkaza, arriving even later, complained. Isn't this too fast? If the king hadn't lent me her power, I'd still be far behind. Still, I did adjust for your sake. Minerva would have been reverse summoned by now if Taesan had truly sped up. Barkaza snorted. He's really a monster. So, what are you going to do now? First, I'll approach and handle the ones in front. A multitude of demons were waiting in front of the thorn. Among them were 5 particularly strong demons. One of them saw Taesan and spoke proudly. See, I told you would come this way eventually. Why run around and get tired? It's true, I was half skeptical. But you were right. A woman with a rapier smiled and took a step forward. I am the second finger serving the proud and great god. Have you met the other fingers by any chance? Taesan nodded. The woman's smile grew wider. So, coming here means you defeated them all? Good, very good. This means I can become the first finger. She laughed loudly. Now the great god will pay attention to me. Really? Taesan nonchalantly drew his sword. The woman twirled her rapier. You must be strong. You must have fought and defeated the other fingers, but they weren't weak either. Her eyes narrowed. Even though you're not showing it. You've used a lot of power, right? Running here, avoiding fights with demons. You must have exhausted yourself. Taesan realized what she and the other demons were aiming for by waiting here. She stomped her foot in excitement. I won the gamble. The other fingers targeted Taesan, and Taesan defeated them in the process. Taesan got injured and exhausted, which they aimed for. Hyenas. All the demons gathered here must have been aiming for that. The demons, except for the fingers, probably came here gambling on the possibility that the fingers might fail. They came to kill the severely weakened Taesan. Call it what you will, what's important is to win. The woman bared her teeth. So die, the woman rushed at him. Her posture incredibly urgent, as if she didn't want anyone else to steal the kill. F-wish, the rapier aimed for Taesan's head. Taesan raised his hand. Bang, the wind burst and struck the woman's face. Her expression wavered. Her rapier was caught in Taesan's fingers. It wasn't a bad plan, you aimed well, but the premise was wrong. Taesan wasn't weak enough to get injured while fighting with his fingers. Crunch. Q. Taesan's sword pierced the woman's chest. She coughed up blood and staggered back. W8. I have no intention of dragging this out. You have activated Frozen World. You have activated Starlight Arrow. A severe cold stormed around them. The woman reeled back in horror. Crack, she barely avoided the freezing cold that clung to her. Those around her who couldn't avoid it froze solid. Taesan fired the arrow in his hand. The light flickered at close range. The woman's body burned. The other fingers were no different. Their abilities were too lacking to avoid it. Taesan rushed at them as they floundered in the light. His sword pierced their hearts. Cuke. He swiftly dealt with the other confused fingers. It was much easier than before. Probably because they underestimated Taesan, thinking he had weakened. Hyenas are always like this, having dealt with them all in an instant. Taesan turned his gaze. The thorn was inside a huge black wall. It exuded powerful energy from beyond the wall. The waves spread in all directions, creating the domain of the high god, and he could feel someone next to the thorn. The twisted demons that will rush here now, please take care of them. Got it. Understood, master. I'll do my best. Leaving the approach of the demons to them, Taesan advanced to the wall. He placed his hand on the wall and applied force. The wall shattered with a roar. Fragments flew in all directions towards the thorn. At that moment, darkness rose. The fragments flying toward the thorn were instantly swallowed and disappeared. You are quite the violent one, a gentle voice echoed. It was a calm voice that seemed unrelated to battle. This thorn is the last thing our god left us. I can't allow mere fragments to touch it. It was a man dressed in black. His hair was long, reaching the back of his neck, and his face looked too delicate to harm even an insect. He smiled at Taesan and held the hem of his robe. Hello, you are a strong one. Bowing, he spoke softly. I may have a weak body, But I hold the position of the Apostle of the Great One. My name is Elaine. Nice to meet you. Taesan drew his sword, at his ready-to-attack stance. Elaine raised his hand. I don't deny your actions. You and I will inevitably fight, but before that, could we have a brief conversation? Taesan looked at Elaine's face. There was no hostility, however. It was impossible for someone who believed in a high god for countless years to be sane. His expressions could not be trusted. But Taesan lowered his sword for now. The apostle of the high god wanted to talk, and Taesan also had questions. Elaine smiled gently. Thank you. What do you want to talk about? It's not difficult, it's very straightforward. He looked at Taesan and began to speak. When you set foot here, the Great One showed you an emotion. Do you know what that was? It was greed. The high god showed Taesan greed. Elaine nodded. That's strange. The high god was a perfect being from birth. Their power does not diminish and is formidable. Even transcendents struggle to fend off the gods who interfere in the world. Such a being showed greed towards a mortal like Taesan. Although Taesan was strong, he was still incredibly weak compared to transcendents or immortals. His potential was just that potential. Not yet realized, it was not mere strength that made the high god show greed towards him, something different. What do you think the Great One desires from you? Why do you think they chose not to kill you? Elaine spoke softly. You know the answer. There wasn't much to think about. What did the high god desire from him? It was not mere strength. What he had that caught the high god's eye was clear. Soul ascension, the power of the high god he obtained through it, and the boundary that was made by mixing divinity. Chapter 261, Apostle of the Old Demon God, Part 2. Your power is alien. The being inside is stealing their power. That is impossible. Minerva had said something similar, stealing the power of the high gods, not just the power of a mere monster, but the power of the high gods themselves. Even the gods had called it alien. Elaine continued speaking. Gods are close to omniscient, but they don't know everything. They probably didn't anticipate that your abilities could reach this level. Elaine was smiling. It was a smile that seemed genuinely happy about the current situation, rising from deep within his heart. I don't know everything either. Even though the great being imparted all knowledge to me, my mind wasn't perfect enough to fully accept it. After all, I am just a mortal. Elaine looked regretful, as if it was truly a pity, but even such a humble me knows one thing. Elaine spread his hand with a twisted smile, darkness distorted. And a staff appeared in his hand. The great being desires something from you, and that is to set him free. Freedom to Taesan. It didn't have a pleasant ring. I am his saint. Elaine raised his staff. The aura of darkness spread throughout the desolate land and began to gather into the staff. Everything I do is for him. I exist to achieve what he desires. The aura of darkness spread out, outside. Minerva, who was waiting with the demons, shuddered. An ominous energy radiated. She had seen such an aura in Aurelia. Master, hang in there, she murmured softly. Taesan drew his sword in response to Elaine. He also began to gather his power. You have activated Apostle Transformation Myriad Souls. You have activated Vessel of the King. You have activated Small Ember. You have activated Deer Walking on the Wind Path. The power of the Apostle descended upon Taesan. The Vessel of the Spirit King synchronized with the ring and conveyed power to Taesan. Control over flames formed, and wind enveloped Taesan's body, and even more, the opponent is a difficult enemy to defeat. Battle Craving has been activated, Honorable Duel has been activated, Proof of Limits has been activated, Despising the Strong has been activated, Antithesis of the Giant Will has been activated. Various buffs settled into Taesan's body, stronger than before. He gripped his sword tightly. Elaine smiled. Come forth, the one brought here by the demon god. Lucifer, I will show you who the true master of this land is. Tack. Taesan stepped forward. Elaine felt as if his body had disappeared in an instant, so fast that it was almost impossible to perceive. Elaine swung his staff, Warek. Darkness poured out in all directions. Taesan's sword, which had moved behind Elaine, was blocked by the darkness. As expected, you're fast. I wouldn't stand a chance if we fought physically. Elaine admired the attack. The speed was incomparable, even if the power of all the fingers present here were combined. But my power does not come from physical strength. The staff struck the ground. Power gathered at the head of the staff and soon brought forth a phenomenon. Chwachachwachek, dark rain began to fall. The rain, which corroded the body upon contact and stained it with its color, fell heavily. Taesan gathered his power. Flames combined with the wind, shaking everything around. The dark rain scattered in all directions. In the meantime, power was gathering again on Elaine's staff. Golung, power materialized and a wave of darkness surged. A deep, dense energy that had spread throughout the entire land gathered with the power of the staff and tried to crush Taesan. Taesan spread the wings of the fairy and soared into the sky. Taesan looked at the power Elaine wielded. Similar to the noble idiot who fought him in Aurelia, the one who directly contracted with the high god, the feeling of the power was similar, but it was much stronger, both in degree and in quality and power. It was incomparable. The staff gathered power again. Pale-colored spikes shot up from the ground, trying to pierce Taesan. Taesan swung his sword to brush them off, but the spikes, as if they had their own will, avoided Taesan's sword and rushed at him. Quack! Taesan kicked hard, sending the spikes flying. when the Great One ruled the demon realm. His magic existed here. Elaine bared his teeth. I will show you the greatness of the once pervasive, now forgotten magic of the Great One. The staff vibrated, Kung, the ground collapsed and pillars rose like dominoes. Trying to pierce Taesan, Taesan kicked off the ground to dodge, but the pillars continued to rise, aiming at him. Clicking his tongue, Taesan flew high into the sky where the pillars couldn't reach. Kung, then. The pillars suddenly rose high enough to pierce the flying Taesan. Taesan struck down with his sword, the pillars crumbled and shattered, as if its job was done. No more pillars rose, the basic framework seemed similar to black magic, but it was more sinister and alien. Elaine smiled faintly. Thank you, thanks to your surprise. I bought some time, now I can eliminate the most troublesome thing. Power gathered on the staff, then the air changed. The air turned sticky like mucus and began to press down on Taesan's entire body. Elaine murmured, the power to erase the attack itself, that was very annoying. Elaine knew about attack nullification, having fought the high gods several times. He was bound to respond sooner or later. As the air tried to cling to Taesan, the intangible energy surrounding Taesan moved. It shattered the air trying to stick to him, not allowing any approach. I haven't heard of such a power. I am not stupid enough to leave such an obvious weakness. This was the absolute blessing he had obtained for this purpose. This is becoming difficult. Elaine calmly struck his staff down. Power rippled and began to envelop his body. The god-seeking flute, is it a gamble? A flute that prohibited the use of all magic for 10 minutes. Taesan was also included in the target. Elaine claimed it was the magic of the old demon god. But it was unclear if it would be subject to the flute's effects. If used incorrectly, it could result in Taesan penalizing himself, so he did not take out the flute. Based on the battles so far, Taesan roughly understood the power Elaine wielded. There is a delay. Elaine was borrowing the power of the high gods to manifest his multifaceted power, and the stronger the power, the longer the process of its manifestation. Taesan frowned as if something didn't sit right with him. He spread his arms. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated magic acceleration. Light arrows manifested in Taesan's hand. They flew straight towards Elaine. Elaine gathered his power with a determined look. Kung, light and darkness collided and flashed, as Elaine's body was sent flying. Taesan fired another starlight arrow. Kuung, the light burned the darkness. Taesan spread his hand once more. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated magic acceleration. Kuung, arg, if it were the past me. It would have been rather troublesome back then. He couldn't properly utilize the effects of the absolute blessing. The attack nullification might have been wasted meaninglessly due to the changing air, and he wouldn't have been able to properly evade the various attacking methods, even if he somehow managed to win. It would be after revealing all the cards he had, but now was different. The current Taesan possessed a very high amount of mana. His intelligence was also high, greatly reducing the mana consumption of spells. Thus, mid-level magic like Starlight Arrow could be fired without much burden. Elaine gathered power with his staff and then went through the process of manifesting magic. In contrast, Starlight Arrow manifested immediately upon use. Taesan had a relative advantage in speed. Chajachiok, Elaine's hands grew frenzied from the barrage of consecutive arrows. Finally, he couldn't gather enough power to block the Starlight Arrow. Taesan didn't miss the gap. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated invisibility. You have activated acceleration. The Starlight Arrow exploded, blinding Elaine's vision. Then Taesan activated invisibility to hide his presence and accelerated to rush in. He struck Elaine's side, who was preoccupied with blocking the Starlight Arrow. Cho-ong, instead of feeling the sensation of the blade piercing flesh, a clashing sound echoed. A crack appeared on Elaine's side. From there, dark energy slowly leaked out. It seemed to be a defense of darkness wrapped around his body. Taesan lunged at Elaine. Elaine swung his staff. Dark blades erupted in all directions. Taesan moved his hands. You have activated continuous attack. Illusionary sword strikes painted in all directions. They shattered and crushed the erupting dark power, just as Elaine was about to unleash the power of his staff. Taesan grabbed the hand holding the staff. Crack. He twisted the arm and struck the temple with his knee. Elaine's eyes wavered momentarily, then Taesan drove his sword in. You have activated the blade of willpower, Quagic. The sword pierced through the dark defense and embedded deep into the chest with a roar. Elaine's body was slammed into the ground. Cough. Elaine spat blood. His entire body was collapsing. You are strong. Stop babbling and call him. Taesan twisted the sword embedded in his chest. His face showed neither the joy of victory nor the satisfaction of overcoming. Elaine faintly smiled. Did you notice? I am not such an idiot that I wouldn't notice that. Elaine was not using the power of the high god spread across the earth or borrowing it from someone else. He was manifesting the old demon god's magic using his own power, and it was similar to magic, since he was drawing upon the power within his body. There was no need for long casting times. It meant there was no reason for him to be slower than Taesan's Starlight Arrows, but Elaine's casting time was exceptionally long. This meant that while fighting Taesan, Elaine was preparing something with double casting. a skill that allowed the casting of 2 spells simultaneously at the cost of slower casting. He had seen it before when fighting S-rank monsters in his past life. I apologize. Great being, this humble body has failed to fulfill your will. Elaine's words contained an apology. Darkness began to gather around his body. So please forgive me to bring you the great being. Down to this filthy land, Kuong, darkness burst forth. Taesan kicked off the ground to create some distance. Outside, the demons were preparing for battle as they watched the approaching enemies. Anacha and Quan drew their weapons with tense faces. What? Minerva's face hardened. A massive wave of power was spreading from the direction of the thorns, covering the entire desolate land. Ah, is that it? This is dangerous. Minerva scratched her cheek as the power of the high god that had been spread throughout the desolate land was being withdrawn. Whom is this it? Ah, oh. Demon gods, hello. My children, the demon god greeted them with a smile. Anacha and Quan bowed respectfully. The demon god turned her gaze. The demons rushing forward collapsed one by one. They were bound by the power of the earth. As the power of the earth was withdrawn, their souls and bodies naturally separated. The desolate land was vast beyond measure. The domain that had spread across the entire area was now being withdrawn and gathered into the thorns. Do you want to hold on to it even at the cost of giving up everything? The old demon god could not interfere in the demon realm. He had been exiled, but the desolate land was still within the old demon god's domain. Therefore, even the demon god could not interfere here. The only interference the old demon god could perform was to deliver revelations through the thorns. That was it, but there was one way he could interfere beyond that. He had to give up everything if he did. Even though it was a tiny space, the old demon god's domain would be formed for a short time. It must be to capture Taesan. But it won't be easy, she chuckled. Kuong, a tremendous power was being concentrated into the thorns. Taesan strengthened the barrier surrounding his body even more. If he didn't, his body would be crushed by the sheer force. Before he knew it, a massive black barrier had formed around the thorns. I can't get out. He knocked on the barrier, but it was incredibly solid, unless he used the power of the gray. It was impossible to open. This was no longer the demon realm, it was a different dimension. The thorns distorted space and opened a passage. From there, a massive entity appeared. It had a human shape but no head. Its entire body was matte black and it had 8 arms. It's smaller than the high god I saw in Aurelia. But Taesan could feel it. It was an existence of the same rank, an entity that could take life just by existing. Greetings, Old Demon God. Chapter 262, Old Demon God, Part 1, A gigantic presence. With its appearance the space distorted, the laws of the world crumbled, and everything began to twist. The ghost momentarily held its breath. Soon its figure disappeared. The link was not broken. It seemed the ghost had been temporarily ejected outside. Unable to endure, Taesan looked at the demon. It too turned its gaze towards Taesan. Even without a head, even without visible eyes, Taesan could feel its gaze upon him. As the gaze was felt, its presence also approached, boom and overwhelming enormity, an immeasurable font of power. It felt as vast as when one first saw the ocean. It was a power that could not be reached even if one devoted everything at the cost of their life. At the same time, all the despairing emotions a human could be felt rushing in. A torrent that could make even one who had endured asceticism turn into a simpleton in an instant. Shut up. Taesan gritted his teeth. He gathered his spirit, rising up. He shook off the overwhelming presence and will. A strange light lingered in the gaze directed at Taesan. Taesan gripped his sword tightly, overcoming the sensation of his body collapsing. He looked at the old demon god. It was not a language. Language is made to converse with someone. It was not applicable to the old demon god. It was merely a declaration containing its will. Mine, boom, the world twisted, to fulfill the will of the great presence. The space itself twisted and power moved. It was a type of law. Reality itself changed. Phenomena occurred to fulfill the old demon god's will. Taesan's body approached the old demon god. The space opened, trying to swallow Taesan and invade his mind. Get lost. Taesan stomped his foot roughly. The spirit gathered within him exploded like a beast gone mad. It shattered the distorting reality. The storm of spirit dissipated the twisted reality. You can't suppress me with will alone without doing anything. He had broken through numerous trials and gained immeasurable power. Even an old demon god couldn't suppress Taesan with just its will in an imperfect state. If you intended to kill me, the story would be different, but you don't want to kill me. Do you? Taesan sneered. The demon wanted to suppress him. Then this won't do. I won't submit to you. The mortal declared boldly in front of the transcendental being. The old demon god's gaze did not change. Then fall, with those words. Reality twisted. The changed natural law rushed to kill Taesan. The distorted space turned into thorns to pierce him, and the air transformed into poison to infiltrate his breathing. Taesan swung his hand roughly. You have ignited the flame of disaster. The flame of the beast that would destroy the world exploded. It surged to burn everything it touched, but the being in front of him was literally an existence trying to break the universe. The surging flame was trampled by the twisted reality, extinguishing like a small spark, but he had bought time. Taesan gathered his spirit into his sword, swinging it roughly. He dispelled the approaching pressure just as Taesan was about to push off the ground. Boom, the ground collapsed, the foothold crumbled, and his body began to fall. Taesan clicked his tongue and looked down, and his pupils dilated. There was no end to the collapsing ground. His body began to fall into an endless abyss. Damn it. Taesan clicked his tongue and wrapped himself. The contract between a spirit and a human was a kind of link. Humans could feel the spirit's vision and power and sense its movements, and the same was true for spirits. They could see the rough power and vision of the contracted human. That was why Minerva could see now, the gigantic presence in front of Taesan. No, when the power had first gathered in the abandoned land, she had thought it was merely a level of power to strengthen the presence before her. It was dangerous but within the realm of mortals. However, this was not the case. The old demon god, a transcendent being, its main body had directly descended. Minerva gathered the wind. It was a rough cohesion. Not considering reverse summoning, she swung it straight at the thorn-covered black barrier. Pong, but it was the wind that scattered. As the demon stepped on the ground, it spoke. It's useless. Child of the spirit, that is a concentration of power. Your strength can't even scratch it. Allah, Minerva ruffled her hair. Her master, the person who had helped her, was confronting the old demon god. The thought of it made her mind turn upside down. Oh, great demon, she cried out, looking at the demon. Please save my master. Don't you also cherish my master? Yes. I cherish him, the demon nodded, but I will not save him. Why? Minerva's eyes widened. Why are you letting my master die? Calm down. The demon placed its finger on Minerva's forehead. In an instant, her body collapsed. Barkaza quickly wrapped her body. Great demon, I just put her to sleep for a while. I will forgive her rudeness. As her feelings for him were commendable, she had shouted directly at a transcendent being. If it had been a more ill-tempered transcendent, she would have turned to dust instantly. Thank you for your mercy. You seem uneasy about him too. Yes, great demon. Can you really not help him? Anicha also asked with trembling eyes. Standing in front of the demon she respected, she barely maintained her composure. Otherwise, she would have gone mad like Minerva. First, one thing, the demon god placed her hand on the black barrier. I am not choosing not to save him. But I cannot save him. Demon god, this black space is a concentration of energy that pervades the entire abandoned land. Beyond it lies the old demon god's domain. It can no longer be called the demon world. The demon god clicked her tongue. Of course. Unlike the abandoned land, it is a temporary cohesion and can be crushed with power, but doing so will erase everything inside. If the demon god destroyed the space, Taesan would also die. Anicha closed her mouth at that fact. We must leave the rest to him, and even if I could save him, I would not. What? You need to trust him more. The demon god smiled. She couldn't see beyond the space, but she could guess what was happening inside from the energy she felt. Not a proper descent. Just a trick barely managed to insert just the body. He won't die from just this. She spoke, her tone confident like a princess waiting for the hero's return. He will return victorious, just like always. In the state of falling, Taesan spread his wings. He didn't know what was below, but his instincts warned him he must not go down. Reaching the bottom would mean the end of everything for him. As he tried to fly up, something sprang up from the abyss. Taesan reflexively raised his sword. You have activated flow. Thunk, the thing that sprang up was repelled, revealing itself. Taesan frowned. Hands, they were black hands like a curse. Numerous hands rose. They reached out to grab Taesan's arms and legs. Taesan spun around. He infused his sword with aura and swung it. The aura poured out like waves. The rising hands moved. Avoiding the aura, tusk. Taesan clicked his tongue, focused his mind, and swung his sword. Kagak, he cut down the hands one by one, moving his legs. He kicked away the hands trying to grab his feet and punched. He gathered wind and flames and blasted them downwards. Taesan glanced upward. The old demon god was quietly watching him. You have activated Frost Arrow. Frost arrows flew towards the old demon god, but they disappeared before reaching it. As if the pressure below didn't allow them to exist, he cut down the hands, aiming for his limbs again. Weaker than I thought. The power to collapse space and twist reality, it was certainly strong. But it wasn't the power of a transcendent being. In other words, the old demon god was also greatly weakened as it crossed the space. The old demon god descended here using Elaine's power. There must be a time limit. If Taesan survived until then, it would be his victory. However, I don't like it, Taesan muttered. He wanted to land a blow on the old demon god looking down at him from above. The thought was momentary, and the decision was quick. Taesan twisted his falling body upward. Dozens of hands rose simultaneously. Taesan's arms and legs were grabbed. The strong force tried to pull Taesan into the deep abyss. You have activated the frozen world. Creak, the severe cold surged. The hands were covered in frost, but the hands didn't stop, breaking through the ice. They grabbed Taesan. You have activated the frozen world, once again. The cold surged. The strength of the hands had weakened compared to before. Taesan didn't stop. He continuously activated the frozen world. He invested all the remaining mana. He took a deep breath. The moment the breath was exhaled, it froze and fell. The surroundings were covered in transparent ice. Creak, the ice began to slowly crack. The hands moved. Gradually advancing towards Taesan, Taesan drew Aegis's shield and clenched his fist. You have used Aegis's shield for 1 second. You are immune to all damage but cannot move. You have activated magical explosion. The cold shattered. The frozen world, which had overlapped more than 10 times, exploded all at once, covering the surroundings. The advancing hands couldn't withstand the explosion, which Taesan had invested all his mana in, and shattered. But from the depths, the hands rose again, not just from the bottom this time. They were slowly rising from both walls. The hands came at Taesan from all directions to grab him. Taesan put away the shield and gathered magic. Due to the magical explosion, the cold scattered in all directions, slowing the hands' charge. He put all the magic he had into the passage. He saw the gaze beyond. It looked at Taesan and smiled. At the same time as the magic ran out, Taesan drew power from the passage. You have activated De Carabia's twisted vegetation. Roots sprang up from the open passage. They were thicker than any roots Taesan had summoned so far, and they were denser and sturdier. Taesan instinctively realized that the roots he had summoned so far were just a part. These were the roots that pierced the world itself. Rumble, the rising roots advanced upward. Taesan flew along the roots. The advancing hands were trampled and crushed by the roots' momentum. Energy flowed from the old demon god, who was quietly watching from above. The small energy amplified and amplified as soon as it flowed out, becoming a gigantic wave. The wave, like a beast, shattered the roots. The roots that pierced the world were crushed and twisted like toothpicks. Overwhelming presence and power, an insurmountable wall for a mortal. The wave didn't stop and tried to engulf Taesan. Taesan didn't run. He neither retreated nor evaded but moved forward. You have activated acceleration. He spread his wings and charged at the old demon god. He drew his sword. He put everything he had into the end of it. Spirit, strength, aura all gathered. You have activated blackness. A color as dark as pitch spread and a bright light began to mix with it. Gray light gathered in the sword, enduring the sensation of his limbs twisting. He swung the sword. The wave of the old demon god collided with the gray and was erased. Taesan exerted all his strength and advanced further. The advancing wave twisted his body just by approaching. The overwhelming presence and power made him nauseous and dizzy, but Taesan advanced, crushing and overcoming the transcendent power and presence. He moved forward. He erased and shattered the advancing wave. The presence of the transcendent slowly began to fade under the gray. Rumble, the space began to collapse. The abandoned land, formed by the gathering of all its energy, couldn't withstand the clashing power and began to collapse slowly. And at the end of it, Taesan arrived in front of the old demon god. Clang, a small sound echoed. Taesan's sword touched the old demon god's body. Taesan smiled. I won. Chapter 263, Old Demon God, Part 2. The attack of a mortal touched the body of a transcendent being. It was a miraculous event, a feat that no one had achieved for thousands of years. Unaware of this, Taesan was quietly satisfied, although there wasn't even a scratch on the old demon god's body. The fact that his attack had reached it was enough to please him. One of the old demon god's arms moved. An immense power that even Taesan couldn't handle began to gather and concentrate, but Taesan smiled without responding. This time, I win. Boom, the power gathering in the demon god's arm dispersed. It didn't gather again and slowly started to be sucked into the space beyond. Time limits up. The old demon god had descended here with Elaine's help, and there was a time limit for the descent. Originally, he could have lasted longer, but he had used excessive power to attempt to crush Taesan. The wave of energy he used at the end was the greatest. Now, the old demon god could no longer do anything here, so get lost. The black barrier surrounding them began to collapse. The space expanded and gently enveloped the old demon god. The old demon god disappeared. Congratulations, he offered words of pure congratulations. You have won this time. And then the old demon god vanished, as the immense presence was completely erased. Taesan collapsed. The soul ascension didn't activate. It was disappointing. But part of him felt it was for the best. An alien existence, the very body of a transcendent being. If soul ascension had activated against such an entity and brought something back, it might have killed Taesan instead. Not yet. He needed to become stronger, to gain power and try again. The tension in his body released. The fighting spirit and will that had filled his mind disappeared without a trace. Although the battle time wasn't long, he was more exhausted than any fight since his past life. Phew, Taesan strengthened his legs. As the old demon god had said, he had won, therefore he should stand proudly as the victor. Crack, the black barrier completely collapsed. The surrounding scenery came into view. Taesan, a trembling voice called out from Anecha. Taesan frowned. noticing the demon god next to them. Were you watching? Yes, the demon god nodded. Her face was filled with endless satisfaction and pride. It would have been nice if you had helped a bit. I believed you would win, and indeed. You came back victorious, didn't you? That may be true, but Taesan grumbled as he turned his gaze. Cough, cough, as the black space disappeared. Elaine, who had been buried within, appeared. He let out a dry laugh. Ha ha ha, you're truly amazing. Not only did you survive witnessing such a great being, but your mind didn't collapse either. Elaine's gaze towards Taesan was peculiar. It was as if he was looking at something enormous. Are you really immortal? It makes me wonder. For now. Yes, he had not yet reached their level, but one day he would. First of all, congratulations, you have defeated a great being. Elaine smiled as he was dying. But this result is not bad for them either. They've confirmed the power you possess and realized even more what they can achieve through you. This meant that the old gods would target Taesan more directly. Elaine, whose limbs were collapsing, spoke in a dying voice. I'm curious, what will become of your path? You won't be around to see it. Taesan drove his sword into his chest. Elaine's body completely collapsed. That's quite a shame. Your soul ascension has activated. The proficiency of the special continuous activation skill Cradle of the Abyss has increased by 6%. The proficiency of the special continuous activation skill Twisted Soul Tuning has increased by 5%. You have acquired the special continuous activation skill Double Casting. The saint of the old gods died. Just like that, Taesan shook off his sword. The ghost approached him. Did you win? Yes, Taesan replied briefly. The ghost chuckled. You monster. Minerva, who had collapsed, began to get up. Holding her head, why is she down? The demon god temporarily knocked her out. She was a bit noisy because of you. Master, Minerva hurriedly looked around. Her pupils widened when she spotted Taesan. Master, she ran towards Taesan. He patted her head as she hugged him tightly. I'm alive. Master, master, Minerva, her head buried in Taesan's chest, began to cry. Although his clothes got wet, it didn't feel too bad. Though the demon god assured me. Seeing it actually happen is peculiar. How did you manage it? Now you're a real monster. I can't believe I faced someone like you. Barkaza asked curiously, and Quan grumbled. Anetcha, holding back tears, approached and spoke. Congratulations, as expected of Taesan. Yes, Taesan briefly looked at her before turning his gaze to the demon god. Demon god, I have completed your task. What do you think? Very satisfied, Kang Taesan. The demon god smiled. The quest was over. It was time to return to the labyrinth. Before that, thanks to the demon god's consideration, Taesan stayed in the demon realm for a while. Even you must be quite exhausted. Take a good rest. It was a considerate gesture. The battle with the old demon god was mentally and physically tiring. There was no harm in resting before returning to the labyrinth. Barkaza and Minerva were temporarily summoned back to the spirit world. In Barkaza's case, he had expended considerable energy while breaking through the abandoned land, and Minerva had exhausted all her power trying to save Taesan during his battle with the old demon god. As a result, Taesan rested in the demon realm for a day. Is it time? There was almost no physical damage. If anything, it was mental fatigue which had recovered in just one day. It was time to return to the labyrinth. At that moment, the door opened and Anetcha entered. Taesan, can I have a moment? Sure, she sat across from Taesan. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. Taesan, you are truly amazing. It was pure admiration and respect. The old demon god, a transcendent who had ruled the demon realm seen only in legends, although expelled by the demon god. He was an equivalent being. Taesan shook his head, having defeated such an entity and returned. It's not that amazing. No, it is amazing if it were me. I would have accepted defeat the moment I saw him. Anetcha smiled slightly. She stopped smiling and asked, Are you going back now, Taesan? I should. Will you ever come back here? Well, if there's a reason. I might. I can't give a definite answer. Then, can I ask you one thing? Go ahead. She took Taesan's hand, if you can, even just once. Please come back here, Taesan nodded. I'll try. That's enough. Anetcha smiled. After she left, Taesan waved his hand toward the space. The space opened, and Taesan's body was sucked into it. Have you rested enough? Yes. The demon god was seated on the throne. She smiled slightly. As I said before, I want you to find a place to rest your body. I'll keep it in mind. That's all I ask. It's not an obligation, so take it easy. The demon god crossed her legs. Well then, it's time for you to receive the reward for all your hardships. It was time for the reward. But before that, it seems you have quite a few questions. Don't you? Quite a lot. But the demon god would not answer. Taesan could instinctively tell. The demon god spoke with a vague expression. You probably have a guess. It's because of the boundary you possess, that power, but, as you expected, I can't give you an answer to that question. She twirled her hair, because it's something beyond what you can handle. Even though it's my power that I obtained, it's simple if you know what you can do with that power. Many beings will target you. That includes transcendents and immortals. It's quite a big deal. Not just mortals, but even transcendents wanting to kill him. In other words, even they saw Taesan's great power as something alien. The demon god gave a bitter smile. The old gods, after being banished, have shown nothing but anger and hatred to this world. But greed, do you know how strange it is for a near-eternal being unchanged since birth to want the power you possess? The demon god sighed, so I can't tell you if you know. You'll only become more confused. Understood. To think that you could gain something like that through the labyrinth system, she muttered. The demon god, who seemed to be thinking for a moment, clapped her hands to change the mood. Then let's get to the main point. Taesan, you have done exactly what I wanted. He had erased the entire bothersome abandoned land. Not only that, he had even defeated the descending old demon god. There couldn't be more satisfaction. As a reward, become my apostle. I won't. Taesan refused decisively. The demon god, seemingly expecting Taesan's refusal, waved her finger without much change in expression. Well, I figured, you have no reason to become anyone's apostle right now, but the power of an apostle itself would be of great help to you, so I'll give you this first. The divinity of the god enveloped Taesan. The special activation skill Apostle Transformation Myriad Souls has changed to the special activation skill Apostle Transformation Darkness and Chaos. Check it out, you'll be very satisfied. The Apostle Transformation was currently one of his most crucial skills, given the high-level enemies constantly appearing. Therefore, the change in the Apostle Transformation was one of the most satisfying rewards Taesan could receive. And, your ring. The demon god looked at the black ring. The white one is too unique and demands too much power, so I can't touch it, but the black one is doable. The demon god's power infused the black ring. The ring resisted. Releasing power, the demon god waved her finger as if finding it cute. Stay calm. Boom, power concentrated in the ring. The ring made a squeaking sound, and the power it emitted became stronger. I've slightly lifted the restriction due to your lack of power. Its self-awareness has strengthened, but with your current state, you can handle it without problems. Thank you. It's still an insufficient reward for what you've done, and it wasn't over yet. The demon god added softly. The main reward was black magic. All other rewards were personal gifts from the demon god. I originally intended to give you a high-tier black magic, one of considerable quality. That alone would have been a satisfactory reward for Taesan, considering the likes of Frozen World and Starlight Arrow. He knew the level of the high-tier class, but the demon god had an uncertain expression. But they intervened. They, the demons I've contracted with, who lend power through black magic. The demon god squinted her eyes. They've taken an interest in you. Doesn't sound like good news. Demons, like the old gods, they were complete from birth, but their power wasn't great enough. So they made contracts with demon gods to lend their power to demons. However, while not great compared to the old gods, they still far surpassed mortal levels. Even the power shown when using beginner black magic through the passage was evident. It's not good news, but at least for now it's not bad. Take it. Darkness enveloped Taesan, materializing and becoming part of his power. You have acquired the high-tier black magic Nabarius Golden Sword. You have acquired the high-tier black magic Ammon's Pitch Black Spike. You have acquired Lemageddon. Chapter 264 Special Activation Skill Absolute Judgment Part 1 Taesan was surprised. Are you giving me two? Of course. Taesan had accomplished quite a lot. He had directly faced and defeated a high god, so receiving a substantial reward was only natural. However, the value of mid-level black magic was enormous, even considering his achievements. Even Zelbando, the god of magic who had given him a reward for saving the giant's world, had only given one. In addition to this, he received the transformation of the apostle and the evolution of the ring as rewards for defeating the high god. He never expected to receive one more reward here. I was planning to give you only one, but didn't I tell you? They interfered. Demons, beings that used black magic itself. They have taken an interest in you, and that's close to goodwill, to be precise. It's curiosity mixed with goodwill. The demon god spoke with a displeased expression. They want to form a direct relationship with you, not through me. They want to hand over their power to you. So, this is what you meant when you said it's not bad right now. Whatever the case, he had obtained two mid-level black magics. This was a clear gain. The demon god nodded. One is given by me. The other is a reward directly given to you by the demons. These two black magics are among the top mid-level black magics, so there will be no disappointment. Thank you, Taesan expressed his gratitude. He was satisfied, but the demon god had an ambiguous expression. They will show interest in you. Someday they might approach you. I've given a warning. So they won't show hostility, but they will want to test your strength. The demon god leaned back on her throne. Do as you please. You can show your strength or reject their approach. Understood. It was ultimately Taesan's choice, therefore. There was nothing to worry about. He could do as he wished. Then it's time for you to go down, right? Yes, recently. The progress of the labyrinth conquest has been quite slow. There had been many instances of coming and going due to the trials of the gods or returns. As a result, the progress in conquering the labyrinth itself had been quite slow. Before that, let me tell you two things. The demon god slowly opened her mouth. 60th floor, they will be waiting there. You mean the guides? Yes, as always. You just need to win, Taesan nodded. The demon god continued. Soon there will be interference in the labyrinth. You will meet each other. The god of descent. Essence, the demon god's eyebrows twitched at Taesan's words. How do you know? No, you wouldn't be unaware, would you? The demon god knew that Taesan had returned from the future, therefore. Everything that had happened in the labyrinth was something Taesan had experienced. Yes, a party will start for the child he favors. I don't like such meetings. But that guy is extremely persistent. The demon god grumbled. She didn't seem to like the god of descent very much. It will be communicated soon. But I'm telling you in advance. Thank you, the demon god stared at Taesan. It's good to make it clear, she said. If Essence tries to approach you and do something, you can use my name. I will remember that. Then my business is over. It's time for you to move forward for your purpose. Taesan, the demon god, smiled and waved her fingers. I look forward to our next meeting, as the space flipped. Taesan returned to the labyrinth. It's been a while here too. A small space surrounded by bricks that now felt as comfortable as home. Taesan sat on the floor. It was time to organize what he had obtained. He first looked at the ring. Engulfed in blackness mixed with grandeur. Attack power plus 750. A ring made by mixing Dragon's Claw and Spirit King's Ember. It is simply strong. Each great energy collides with the other to create one ego. The ego is not whole. Is violent and does not acknowledge anything other than its twin. The one who perfectly tames this will gain another power. Attack power increased by 250. It was a decent reward. Which was definitely helpful. The value of 250 was still significant even now. Next. Taesan opened the skill window. The proficiency of Twisted Spirit Tuning was 58%, 60% was just around the corner, because he often fought beings related to the High God. Its growth rate was overwhelmingly fast compared to other skills. Besides that, the proficiency of several skills, such as Ability Sword, Small Ember, and Disaster's Ember, had significantly increased, and the Apostle Transformation that had evolved as a reward. Special Activation Skill, Apostle Transformation, Darkness and Chaos. The first power bestowed by the god of struggle and death since his birth, mixed with the power of darkness. Only chaos and blackness remain. For 2 hours, you gain a portion of the power possessed by the apostles of the god. Your magic energy greatly increases. And you gain partial control over black magic. This skill cannot be used again for 1 day after activation. The most noticeable change was the duration. Originally, it had been 1 hour. But now it was 2 hours. This meant he could use the Apostle Transformation with more leeway in timing. And perhaps because it was mixed with the demon god's power, there was a note that his total magic energy increased. And he gained partial control over black magic. Not bad. Through this quest, he had learned the proper use of black magic. On top of that, he had acquired 2 more mid-level black magics. Considering the power of black magic, it would be of great help in battles. Moreover, the power of Apostle Transformation itself would have increased as a divine rank had been added. It wasn't bad at all. And then, double casting. Obtained by defeating the old demon god's apostle. Special continuous activation skill, double casting. Proficiency 1% when using mana, magic energy, or another distinct energy. You can use 2 skills simultaneously, however. The speed of manifestation is significantly delayed. Double casting. It was once used by a magic-type S-rank opponent he faced in his previous life. He and Lee Taeyeon had barely managed to defeat it together. But even Taesan had braced himself for death against the unceasingly erupting power of the High God. The separate energy mentioned in the description would refer to the High God's power. Taesan tried it out. You activated Frozen World. You activated Starlight Arrow. Clang, zing, cold air surged. And Starlight Arrow materialized in Taesan's hand. The manifestations were almost simultaneous but clearly slower than usual. Up until now, magic had been realized instantly upon activation. But this time there was about a second of manifestation time. At Taesan's current level, a second was a considerable difference. I can't use it like this. Then, you activated Decarabia's Twisted Vegetation. A passage began to form, ready to release its power, before the black magic was fully realized. Taesan activated spells in quick succession. You activated Starlight Arrow. You activated Frost Arrow. You activated Grain Diffusion. Numerous spells were manifested, and Taesan drew power from the passage. Roots harshly tore through the labyrinth. This is ambiguous. It feels like neither here nor there. While it was possible to use magic while manifesting black magic, the speed of realization was significantly delayed. For now, it was no better than using 2 powers consecutively. It's a matter of proficiency. It seemed to be a skill that was useless at low proficiency. In other words, if he raised the proficiency, it might be possible to use 2 skills simultaneously at the usual speed, and the opportunity to raise proficiency would come soon. Until then, he planned to seal it temporarily. Mid-level black magic, Naberius's golden sword. Mana cost 300, base magic energy cost 150, proficiency 1%, summons the golden sword that guards Naberius's body. The summoned sword disappears after one use. The description was short, it wasn't strange. Frozen World and Starlight Arrow were the same, the more powerful the skill. The shorter the description often was. The magic energy cost is no joke. Taesan's current magic energy was around 600 if he opened a passage to use it. It would be exhausted in one go, but it would have that much power, mid-level black magic, with expectations of its power. Taesan descended further into the labyrinth. The best way to understand its exact power was to use it directly on monsters. Quest for the 59th floor begins. Defeat the boss on the 59th floor and pass through. Reward Echo of the Progressor. Secret reward, the monster on the 59th floor was humanoid but had a bizarre atmosphere, covering its eyes with hands longer than its body. Furthermore, its entire body was covered with something that looked like hard chitin. The timid aberration that hides its eyes has appeared. As soon as Taesan saw the monster, he swung his sword, thwack, 1,324 damage to the timid aberration that hides its eyes. Taesan's eyebrows moved. It was tough, even without using the addition skill. He had dealt less than half the usual damage. This monster was special. The timid aberration that hides its eyes, a unique monster, the ghost mumbled. Taesan recalled his memory. Come to think of it, Lee Tion had mentioned this monster before. What did she say about it? Taesan recalled her words and smiled. Good, I didn't expect to obtain it right away. Obtain what? I'll explain later. First, it was a test. You activated Naberius's golden sword. Without opening the passage, he used the black magic. The golden sword materialized above Taesan's grasp, overlaying the sword he was already holding. Taesan's eyebrows twitched. The power felt from the sword was immense. The amount of power used in Starlight Arrow was condensed into a single sword. Taesan swung the golden sword. A sharp golden sword energy was unleashed. Slash, the labyrinth wall was roughly scratched with a loud noise. The aberration slowly fell. 9324 damage to the timid aberration that hides its eyes. Ho, Taesan's eyes sparkled. He used only the basic magic energy without opening the passage. But the damage was enormous. A black magic that concentrates mid-level power into a single sword strike. It wasn't suitable for dealing with multiple enemies, but it was enough to create variables in one-on-one situations. Moreover, with sword strikes, Taesan summoned the golden sword again and swung it at the monster that was barely rising. You activated Strong Blow, 12,547 damage to the timid aberration that hides its eyes. Crack, the aberration which was barely standing, completely collapsed. You have defeated the timid aberration that hides its eyes. The damage had significantly increased. Taesan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The golden sword allowed attacks to be made in the form of sword strikes. In other words, it could be used in conjunction with the ability sword. That meant he could unleash a deadly strike in situations where the opponent couldn't respond. It lives up to its mid-level name. Taesan, satisfied, checked another black magic. Mid-level black magic, Ammon's Pitch Black Spike. Mana cost 400. Basic magic energy cost 170, proficiency 1%, summons a pitch black spike made of Ammon's power, the power of the spike, which can shatter continents, seems to have been degraded to a strong explosion. From the description alone, it was hard to understand its effect. Taesan moved to the next room, focusing entirely on the aberration that appeared. You activated Ammon's pitch black spike. A black spike materialized above Taesan's hand. Taesan rushed at the aberration, dodging its attacks. He stabbed the spike into its chest. Boom, the spike exploded. The aberration's chest shattered into pieces and crashed into the wall. The aberration, which was trying to stagger up, continued to collapse. 9924 damage to the timid aberration that hides its eyes. A spike that explodes upon contact. It rendered one hand unusable while it was materialized. But the power was considerable even considering that. Moreover, the fact that it exploded upon contact was an advantage. With this level of power, it could break through and pierce the opponent's defense. If used through the passage, its power would increase further. The two black magics obtained this time were both advantageous in dealing with single targets rather than multiple ones. This was beneficial to Taesan. The magic and black magic he had acquired so far were all based on dealing with multiple targets. And lastly, Lemageddon, a contract made with a demon, if you wish and they desire. You can make a direct contract to handle black magic. It is currently just a right and has no effect. The demon god's mention of the demon's interest seemed to refer to this. After examining the skills for a moment, Taesan closed the system window. He wasn't planning to deal with demons yet. Now it was time to obtain what he rightfully deserved. Taesan organized the remaining aberrations and broke through the room. Chapter 265, Special Activation Skill, Absolute Judgment, Part 2, 59th floor if it's fast. Then getting it fast is fine. What did you get this time? What is it now? The ghost asked tiredly. Teeson answered, absolute judgment. The name sounds strange. What's its effect? Complete disregard for the opponent's defense mechanisms. The ghost was at a loss for words. Teeson began preparations to acquire the skill in this world. There was such a thing as rank. If one possessed a certain level of rank, they would hardly take any damage from those who did not. In his past life, he was in easy mode. The concept of rank virtually did not exist at that time. He couldn't understand it, but the reason why he couldn't inflict damage on S-rank or apostles was because he didn't have the rank. However, he defeated S-rank opponents. He also managed to inflict effective damage on apostles. The skills that made this possible were Essence Strike and Absolute Judgment. Let's do this. The abomination focused on defense. Teeson recalled the information Lee Taeyeon had mentioned, a cowardly abomination with covered eyes, a monster that focuses on defense. It defended against anything, whether it's magic or physical force. It used its high stamina to exhaust its attacker instead. It was a monster that wore down its opponent slowly. Teeson swung his sword. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. 987 damage to the cowardly abomination with covered eyes. Crunch. The exoskeleton surrounding the abomination became even harder when he swung his sword again. It only dealt 500 damage. The recoil was also strong, requiring a considerable amount of force. Crunch, crunch. The exoskeleton surrounding the abomination became even harder. It became densely connected, forming a shape that repelled attacks. Clang. Teeson swung his sword. With a fierce recoil, his weapon bounced back. This time, it only dealt 300 damage. Let's see. You have activated Frost Arrow. An arrow of ice pierced through the abomination with a loud noise. The exoskeleton shattered. 1,087 damage to the cowardly abomination with covered eyes. This time, the damage registered properly. The abomination's form changed once again. Its outer skin began to emit heat. When he shot another frost arrow, the damage decreased to 700. This time, Teeson used a spirit skill. He used a small flame to pressure the abomination. The abomination's skin turned into a rock-like form. The damage gradually decreased. It would be troublesome for others, no matter what attack was used. It would respond accordingly, but it didn't matter to Teeson. He had the power of black magic, swordsmanship, and spirits. He had 4 different types of power, including the powers of high-ranking gods and divine power, which he couldn't fully control yet. He had even more. For someone like him, opponents that adapted to attacks were meaningless. If they adapted, he could just use a different skill, or he could simply crush them with raw power, as he did with intermediate black magic. There were various ways to defeat them, but for those with only 1 or 2 types of power, it would be an extremely difficult opponent. Clang. 887 damage to the cowardly abomination with covered eyes. You have won. The abomination fell. About 13,000 with that amount of damage. He was able to bring it down. It had an incredibly high amount of stamina. I understand why Lee Taeyeon almost died from exhaustion. Teeson laughed cheerfully and moved on to the next room. He began removing his weapons and equipment one by one. Are you lowering your attack power? It's too high. He had to meet the conditions for absolute judgment. The ghost groaned. What are the conditions? I should find out for myself. But I can't stand the curiosity. You'll know soon enough. A monster appeared. Teeson, equipped with just a single sword, charged at it. Clang. He dealt 98 damage. The abomination that was attacked changed its skin accordingly, becoming even harder with scales. Teeson focused his mind. You have activated essence perception. You have activated insight. He read the information of the abomination. He understood the changed skin, its texture, and how to counter it. Teeson charged again. He read the texture of the changed skin and accurately targeted the gaps. Crack. This time, the damage was 97. Crunch. The abomination's skin changed again. This time it became smooth, appearing slippery even when attacked. Let's see. You have activated insight. Information came in. The changed form, its effects, and its approximate appearance were imprinted. As a result, he could see that there were protruding parts between the smooth forms. Teeson ran forward. The protruding parts were as small as a dot, focusing his mind. He thrust his sword. The tip of the sword precisely hit the protruding part. Clang. 99 damage through a series of processes. The ghost understood. Are you continuing to deal similar damage? Yes. What's the margin of error, based on what I've analyzed so far? About plus or minus 5%. Oh, the ghost's voice was mixed with admiration and absurdity. Assuming he dealt 100 damage, it meant he had to deal damage within the range of 95 to 105. How many times? More than 100 times. It seems like you're experimenting on the abomination, so it must change its defense method with each attack. Right, you're right, the ghost chuckled wryly. That's insane. Master seems out of his mind. Barkaza also spoke with a hint of reluctance. Although he didn't fully understand the labyrinth system, he could at least tell what level of task Teeson was talking about. An opponent that changed its defense method with each attack. Against such an enemy, he had to ensure that every attack dealt the same level of damage. In other words, no matter what kind of defense the opponent employed, he had to penetrate and crush all of it. Barkaza couldn't even guess the difficulty of that task, having descended deep into the labyrinth and overcome numerous trials. The ghost who could guess the difficulty was even more astonished. It's on par with Addition's level of craziness. Addition was a skill that increased damage by repeating the same posture, the same strength, and the same trajectory without any deviation. Absolute Judgment was the complete opposite, against an opponent that changed its defense method with each attack. He had to penetrate each method in a different way more than 100 times, but one thing was certain, both were crazy tasks. Crunch, crunch, the scales spread out like cracked dry ground. Taesan pierced through the changed defense method once again, clang 96 damage to the cowardly abomination with covered eyes. You're really hitting it accurately, what are you? I've done it, a lot. Hundreds of thousands of times, maybe even more. He had worked hard to acquire absolute judgment. Countless experiences allowed him to estimate how much force to use based on the opponent's response. Taesan continued to attack the abomination. The abomination, which had been changing its scales, suddenly covered its face with its arms. Woong, instead of changing its scales, a bluish barrier formed around the abomination. It was a completely different response from before. When he tried to use insight, it only described it as a blessing that protected the body. Without detailed information, Taesan charged at the barrier. He thrust his sword and applied more force to his feet, the moment the barrier touched the sword. A sudden recoil was felt. It was a force that tried to repel the sword itself. Taesan reflexively applied more force, the barrier was pierced, and the sword stabbed the abomination. 93 damage to the cowardly abomination with covered eyes. He failed. Taesan sheathed his sword. He wasn't surprised. As he hadn't expected to succeed on the first try, Taesan applied force to his sword and advanced. While pressuring the abomination with the barrier, he aimed to deal 100 damage. After several attempts, he managed to inflict damage steadily. The abomination continued to alter the repulsive force of the barrier. But it didn't matter. Taesan calculated the repulsive force he felt when the sword touched the barrier and applied just enough force. By continuously pressuring the abomination, Taesan was able to understand its patterns. The first is the change of the exoskeleton. Next, it created a blue barrier that emits a repulsive force. The third pattern made the abomination's body itself harden. Unlike the exoskeleton, there were no gaps, so he had to press it down purely with force. The fourth pattern covered its entire body with a slippery liquid. This reduced the damage by making sword strikes slide off. The fifth pattern was chaotic movement. Instead of trying to attack, it rampaged madly, making it difficult to land accurate damage as it jumped around erratically. In this way, the opponent displayed a total of 5 patterns. After that, no matter how much he hit it, the patterns did not change. Taesan dealt with the abomination and moved to the next room. Now came the main part. Taesan charged at a new abomination. Clang, he swung his sword. He suppressed the abomination, which tried to block by changing its exoskeleton in the same way as before. The abomination, continuously beaten, changed its method. Woong, a blue barrier formed. Taesan swung his sword again and overcame the barrier pattern. Then the abomination made its entire body hard. Next, it covered its entire body with slime, and finally, it started rampaging wildly. Through this process, Taesan realized that if he defeated it in the same way, the abomination's pattern remained unchanged. What would happen if he defeated it differently? Taesan moved to the next room. He began dealing damage around 100 to the abomination there once again, but this time, his method was different. Until now, he targeted the gaps in the exoskeleton, but now Taesan pressed down on the hardened exoskeleton with pure force. The abomination, which had been continuously beaten, changed again. Crunch, the abomination's body hardened. It skipped the barrier pattern and went straight to the third pattern. It was not simply showing the same pattern mechanically. The abomination changed its pattern according to Taesan's method of attack. In other words, if Taesan attacked in the same way, he could fix the abomination's pattern, step by step. He built a path for the strategy. Taesan opened the path with dark energy. You have activated Labyrinth's territory detection. Zing, dark energy spread out in all directions, sweeping through the labyrinth. As a result, Taesan identified the locations and numbers of rooms on the 59th floor. There are 20 more. In other words, he had to obtain absolute judgment within these 20. Taesan moved to the next room. First, he observed once more. By observing the patterns and moving in the same way, he realized the abomination also responded in the same way. He confirmed that nothing was missed, and then the second abomination. He began to strategize against the patterns. First, he attempted to perfectly understand the exoskeleton by continuously beating and repeating the same damage. He came close to perfectly understanding the strategy against the exoskeleton, and then came the third abomination. He strategized against the barrier pattern. He realized that if he significantly altered the damage in the middle, the same pattern would be maintained by keeping the barrier pattern steady. He could figure out the pattern changes and develop a strategy. The fourth abomination. He strategized against the hardening pattern. This was relatively easy, it simply hardened. By understanding the hardening cycle and its hardness, he repeatedly overcame it. He finished understanding three patterns. The fourth pattern, the pattern of covering the entire body with slippery slime. This one was quite tricky. The pattern kept changing in the middle, likely due to the total damage inflicted. As a result, Taesan realized that he had to deal damage even more precisely than plus or minus 5%. It was already difficult, and it became even more challenging. Not only did he have to adjust his physical force and damage, but he also had to understand the slime pattern, which took quite some time. It wasn't until the ninth abomination that he finally managed to understand the slime pattern and adjust the damage. And the final pattern, the rampaging pattern, it was the hardest. It was difficult to read the pattern while it was rampaging, at first glance. It seemed to move randomly. At the 11th abomination, Taesan finally figured out the seemingly random but actually systematic pattern. After that, he began to strategize against that pattern. It took 15 abominations to understand how to attack to make the next attack easier and at what level to proceed to make the strategy easier. Finally, Taesan finished understanding all the patterns. After that, it was time to repeat. He input the pattern and attacked the abomination. He mechanically repeated the process, reducing the margin of error one by one. Barkaza groaned at the sight. Taesan mechanically repeating did not look human. Taesan continued to repeat, and as a result, 19 abominations. With only one left, you have completely broken the opponent's defense and inflicted the desired damage until the opponent collapsed. You have obtained the special activation skill Absolute Judgment. Chapter 266 Special Activation Skill Absolute Judgment Part 2 Special Activation Skill Absolute Judgment. Mana Consumption 10 upon activation. The next attack will ignore the opponent's defense power and penetrate all defense skills and means. However, it does not activate if the attack is offset. Well then, the ghost chuckled drily. What is this? See for yourself. Taesan immediately moved to the next room. The last deformed creature awaited. Taesan swung his sword while unarmed. You have activated Absolute Judgment. 103 damage to the timid deformed creature with its eyes covered. Crack. The deformed creature's exoskeleton changed. Taesan raised his sword again. You have activated Absolute Judgment. 99 damage to the timid deformed creature with its eyes covered. This time, Taesan did not respond at all. He did not target the weakened exoskeleton, just swung his sword normally. Despite that, the damage was similar to before. Taesan continued to press the deformed creature with Absolute Judgment. The deformed creature kept changing its exoskeleton to adapt. But the damage did not decrease. The deformed creature changed its pattern. A blue curtain formed around it. Taesan struck down with his sword. You have activated Absolute Judgment. The sword pierced the deformed creature, shattering the curtain without any resistance. This is ridiculous, the ghost murmured. Having accompanied Taesan thus far, it thought nothing would surprise it anymore, but that thought was shattered in the labyrinth. Defense was one of the most important stats. Outside, no matter how strong someone was, they could die from the most trivial things. The strongest person in the world could die from tetanus after being pricked by a nail. And a mercenary who had survived countless battles could die from a stray bullet. Health and defense were stats that helped avoid such absurd deaths. They also allowed one to advance safely in situations where they had to risk their life, no matter how dangerous the trap. As long as one had enough health, they could push through it. If defense surpassed attack power, one would only receive 1 point of damage. Therefore, adventurers in the labyrinth invested a lot of time and gold in increasing their defense, and the skill Taesan had just obtained made all that effort and time meaningless. It doesn't just ignore defense, it also ignores defense skills and means. Does this even penetrate fortitude? Taesan nodded. The ghost couldn't hold back its laughter. This is crazy. Fortitude, which halves all incoming damage, was also meaningless before Taesan. The ghost groaned. This is absurd. Could this be the perfect counter to that guy? That guy? Yes, among the top brass, the one with the highest defense. Even the top brass can't penetrate him, but he wouldn't be able to withstand you. Ignoring all defenses, can you obtain something like that in the labyrinth? Barkaza couldn't hide his shock either. Among the spirits, there were those who poured all their power into defense to protect their master. Their strength was meaningless before Taesan. And it only consumes 10 mana. That's ridiculously low. Makes me laugh. Crack. Taesan defeated the deformed creature. He smiled. A skill that had made the easy mode player end up being called the strongest. He had obtained one of them again. Nice. Taesan shook his sword and moved forward. The boss of the 59th floor was a black-colored deformed creature. It was larger and tougher than the previous ones, but it meant nothing to Taesan. You have activated Absolute Judgment. Crack. The sword shattered the creature's body. The creature responded. But all its efforts were nullified before absolute judgment. In just 1 minute, the creature fell. Status window, Kang Taesan. Level 120, shield 3899/3899, health 40,820/40,000, 820, mana 3780/3780, magic 653/653, strength 8461, intelligence 7261, agility 7815, attack power plus 2745, defense plus 1622. The subject is in optimal condition. He remembered Lee Taeyeon's stats from when she cleared the labyrinth. He had nearly reached that point. If he reached the deeper layers, he would surely surpass it, the ghost murmured. These stats are insanely high. It was because of soul ascension. Each time he defeated an enemy, he absorbed their stats, resulting in more than double the increase. Stats weren't everything in the labyrinth, but they were the foundation. The higher they were, the more advantageous the conquest became. Are your stats higher than this? Yes, they're lower than when I died. Really? It seemed that reaching the deeper layers significantly increased the stat growth. This realization amused him, even in her final clear of solo mode. Lee Taeyeon's stats were not significantly different from Taesan's current stats. With these stats, you can handle the equipment of the deep layer enemies. Even the higher-ups will have a headache. The ghost laughed, having defeated the boss. Taesan returned to the labyrinth and found the secret room. He cleared it and obtained the rewards. He organized the rewards he had obtained. Belt containing the Echo of Pain. Black magic plus 20, intelligence plus 100, defense plus 150. A belt made by an excellent black magician after torturing demons and capturing their voices. If you listen closely, you can hear the screams of the demons from that time. It was a description that made him reluctant to wear it. But the effects were useful. Equipment that could increase his black magic stats was always welcome, and it wasn't the only one. Necklace of the Lick residing in the Western Forest, black magic plus 40, intelligence plus 200. A necklace that the Lick, who once ruled the forest, received as a gift during his lifetime. Even after losing his humanity, he couldn't part with it. This was also a good piece of equipment, being a necklace. It greatly increased the black magic stats. With this, the power of black magic would noticeably increase. Echo of the Forward March, a horn for advancing, when blown during battle. It raises the morale of allies. A horn used in group battles. It might not be useful immediately, but it could be used after returning to Earth. Overall, the equipment was quite practical. Alright, Taesan descended the stairs. 60th floor quest start. Defeat the boss on the 60th floor and proceed. Reward Soil of the Black Land. Secret reward, 60th floor. It was the end of the theme where mysterious beings appeared. The next theme would be the final one leading to the deep layers. We're finally close. The place that once felt so distant was now within reach. Taesan steeled himself and descended the stairs. The shopkeeper was, as always, waiting for him at the entrance of the floor. You've arrived. He spoke calmly, but an irrepressible yearning flickered in his eyes. Finally here, not much further to go now. Indeed, yes. Not much left until the day you reach that place. He muttered softly. His eyes were filled with desire. Gathering his emotions, he spoke. Do you wish to buy something? No, Taesan shook his head, even if he wanted to buy something. It wasn't now. He planned to save money until the deep layers. Then go down and reach that place. The shopkeeper bared his teeth in a grin. Taesan turned his back on him and proceeded down the passage. What did the shopkeeper desire? The system window that appeared when Taesan met the shopkeeper called him the Lost King. He must have entered the labyrinth to retrieve what he had lost. It was likely in the deep layers. Taesan encountered the monster on the 60th floor. The final mysterious monster was an Amugi, a Korean mythical creature resembling a giant serpent. The Amugi, large enough to fill the room, lunged at Taesan to devour him. Taesan drew his sword. The Amugi was strong, despite its massive body. It was faster than any monster Taesan had seen. Even those who had descended this far without difficulty would have to fight with death in mind due to its strength. Sha! The Amugi violently shook its body and lunged its jaws forward. Taesan spread his arms. The golden sword appeared in his hand. You have activated the golden sword of Nevarius. He drew a diagonal line. The golden line sliced through the charging Amugi, with a loud crash. The Amugi collapsed. Taesan clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, as it was intermediate black magic. It was quite difficult to use. He needed to practice multiple times to get accustomed to it. He cleared the 60th floor without any issues. The Amugi was certainly strong. But Taesan had already reached the initial level of the deep layers. A mere common monster on the 60th floor could not threaten him. He defeated them one by one and moved forward, and the pace was noticeably slow. Why are you going so slowly? I need to prepare too. The ghost understood Taesan's meaning and closed his mouth. Barkaza asked in a hesitant tone, Master, I sense a strong power ahead and it seems to be a being close to me. It probably is. Taesan cleared the labyrinth. Invitations from the community had been ringing loudly for him since earlier, but he had no intention of talking now. It was too distracting, so he turned off the notifications altogether. Taesan arrived at the secret room, cleared its traps. and obtained the reward. The reward was a spear. The attack power was decent, but it was not a weapon. Taesan, who used dual swords, would use. He put it in his inventory and continued to clear the labyrinth. After dealing with and clearing the monsters, he reached the boss room. Shah, the Imugi that could not become a dragon, was coiled. Unlike the Imugas he had encountered so far, this one had smooth and splendid scales. Its face had also slightly changed to resemble the dragons Taesan had met. Moreover, unlike the other Imugas he had faced, it also used magic. Quang, he struck his sword towards the charging jaws. The Imugi crashed into the labyrinth floor with a loud noise, breaking and cutting through all the magic manifested in the air. He deeply embedded his sword and struck down. K. The Imugi screamed and started thrashing around. Taesan calmly dealt with the Imugi. It didn't take long for the Imugi to collapse with a scream. Taesan sheathed his sword. The system window appeared noisily. The rewards for clearing the 60th floor. He wanted to check them one by one. But there was no time. Taesan turned his gaze to the stairs. Thud, thud, with the sound of footsteps on the stairs. They appeared. One was a knight-like, being clad in solid armor with a faint glow. It held a massive shield in one hand and a sword in the other. The other was a being holding a quietly flickering flame. The flame wasn't wild or flashy, but it contained a discernible power and dignity. There were two in total. Taesan looked around. No matter how I see it, they're not the guides of the 6th hierarchy. Who are they? We killed them all. They had no value whatsoever. The being with the sword spoke calmly. Really? Taesan looked at the two. Then you two are the last ones, the final guardians blocking the path to the deep layers and meeting the higher-ups. The two spoke. I am the great spirit king of fire, Vishnu's shield. I am the great spirit king of fire, Vishnu's spear. A fierce energy surged. A violent torrent swept through the room. Come. Those who dare to oppose the king, meet your death under our power. Chapter 267, The Spear and Shield of the Spirit King. Part 1. Power surged, a fierce and strong force, a will that even Taesan couldn't disregard, a force of those who had reached the peak. The ghost chuckled. Is it you this time, hero? They must have been quite desperate, bringing in you. The spear and shield of the king. Did they really want to kill this guy that much? Do not question us, we merely follow the king's orders. The one who called himself the shield spoke calmly. Barkaza let out a small groan at their momentum. Are you a high-ranking spirit? A peculiar light shone in their eyes as they looked at Barkaza. So even a foolish one aiming to oppose the king has managed to form a connection, contracting with a high-ranking spirit. No less. Be quiet, Barkaza spoke indifferently. Although the spear and shield could be considered higher-ranking spirits, there was no respect evident. Those who abandoned their duty and fled here have no right to speak to me. We merely follow the king's will. The spirit who called himself the spear responded. There is no reason for us to take your advice. I suppose so. Barkaza was ultimately a high-ranking spirit. Whatever he said would not reach the spear and shield. Barkaza swallowed his words. Taesan looked around, no matter how he searched. He couldn't see the adventurers of the 6th rank. They really killed them all. It was unfortunate. Defeating them would have gained him much through soul ascension, making him even stronger than now. They must have killed them to prevent that, though they might not know about soul ascension. They would at least know that killing a fellow adventurer yields the most rewards. Anyway, you are the last ones. Then Taesan drew his sword. They were very powerful beings. There were two of them. The opponent is a difficult one to defeat. As always, the system window appeared, informing him of the situation. Your names? We have no names to answer a lowly being like you, but I suppose we can grant the dying wish of a soon-to-be dead man. I am Hassan. I am Kuya. We are the spirits guarding the great king. The one who called himself the shield was Hassan. The one who called himself the spear was Kuya, according to the will of the great king. We will kill you, human, Taesan laughed. Fine. In the end, what mattered was who won. Taesan raised his sword. I'll leave the other one to you. You have summoned Minerva, the king of the wind spirits. The wind blew. Hassan and Kuya, who were about to rush in, hesitated. This power, could it be? The gathering wind took shape. A woman with blue hair appeared. She waved her hand. Hello. King, yes, so it has come to this. Minerva stepped forward with a bitter expression. The opponents were startled by the sudden appearance of the spirit king. Taesan. Who is my opponent? That one, the one who calls himself the spear. Got it, Barkaza, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Minerva struck the air. The wind turned into a bomb and poured onto Kuya. Kuya panicked and surrounded himself with flames. Boom, arg, Minerva charged at him. Kuya screamed. King, why? Are you asking me why? Minerva smiled and pressured him. Taesan pointed his sword at Hassan. Let's do this. I see, so you are the human contracted with the king. You just realized, but it doesn't matter. Hassan calmly raised his sword. As large as Taesan's body, he struck the ground with his full-body shield. We move according to the king's orders. It doesn't matter who you are contracted with, so die. The battle began at the same time. Skills against formidable enemies were activated in succession. The wind wrapped around his body, and flames filled the area. You have activated Apostle Transformation, Darkness and Chaos. You have activated the Vessel of the King. Taesan focused his mind and stared at the enemy before him. The shield of the Spirit King looked more like a giant armor than a spirit. It was 3 times larger than Taesan. What it wielded was unusual for a spirit. Appearing as both a sword and a shield, Hassan lifted his foot. Boom, with a thunderous sound, Hassan's body accelerated. He charged at Taesan, intending to crush him with the giant shield, though not fast. It was heavy, it was a charge full of intent to smash and destroy everything in its path. Taesan raised his sword toward the charging shield, planning to deflect it using flow. At that moment, his instincts warned him blocking would result in death. Taesan kicked off the ground to avoid the attack. Boom, the charging shield crashed into the wall. The entire floor shook violently from the impact. You've got good instincts. Bang, Hassan charged again. Raising his gigantic sword to strike down, Taesan swung his dual swords. Clang, Taesan's sword was deflected. He grimaced and moved his body, dodging the sword that aimed to tear him apart. Strong, and that wasn't all. There was a peculiar force emanating from his opponent's sword and shield. He raised his sword towards the swinging blade. You have activated flow. Hassan was indeed strong, but not enough to break flow with sheer force. The moment Taesan's sword touched Hassan's, the trajectory should have twisted. But Hassan's sword pierced through flow and clashed with Taesan's sword. Clang, Taesan clicked his tongue and created distance. Hassan quickly closed in, thrusting his shield forward. You have activated random blink. Taesan, now behind Hassan, drove his sword into Hassan's waist. You have activated addition. 403 damage to Hassan. It was a very insignificant amount of damage, despite the effect of titles related to spirits and the Berserk spirit increasing spirit damage by 60%. Only 400 damage was inflicted. Pathetic, Hassan roared, raising his golden sword. Behold the power of the depths. Hassan has activated golden destruction. Kang, golden energy seeped out of the sword, materializing and beginning to engulf everything around it. Rumble, Taesan quickly created distance from the overwhelming destructive power, however. He couldn't completely avoid it. Your first attack nullification has been activated. Time rewound. Both Taesan's and Hassan's bodies returned to their pre-attack states. What? For the first time. Hassan's voice contained bewilderment. Taesan accelerated and struck with his sword. Hassan raised his shield. Clang, your second attack nullification has been activated. Taesan's pupils dilated despite his attack. His attack nullification was activated. He couldn't understand. Flow didn't activate and his attack was reverted as well. Attack nullification, you have a strange skill. But Hassan was also bewildered from the series of battles. He could roughly guess what attack nullification was. It erased the attack itself and also turned back time. It was a skill of an unheard-of level. Now I see why you have survived until now. Hassan raised his sword and Taesan recalled one fact. Lee Taeyeon had a reason for defeating an S-rank with such stats. Taesan muttered. Lee Taeyeon's stats weren't that high, currently. If he reached the depths, his stats could almost reach a similar level, and at that time he could possibly defeat a proper S-rank. But that victory would be a precarious, close call, even with skills far superior to Lee Taeyeon's. It was the same, the reason was simple. Lee Taeyeon had equipment that could overcome such skills, equipment from the depths. Each piece had overwhelming performance that was on a different level. The enemy before him was a being who followed the king of fire spirits and had descended into the labyrinth, and that king had traversed its depths, although it wasn't their own power. They had descended into the depths, thus it wasn't strange if they had 1 or 2 pieces of equipment from the depths. Boom, Hassan charged, Taesan focused and moved his body. Arg, Kuya exerted his power, flames exploded, scattering in all directions. The power seemed somewhat clumsy. Rather than trying to kill the enemy, it seemed to simply push them away. For someone who abandoned their duty and left, you still have a spirit's heart, Minerva muttered. Stirring up the wind, blades of wind swirled around Kuya's body. Hup, Kuya gathered his strength and burst it out. The wind clashed with the flames and disappeared. Minerva clicked her tongue. Strong, annoyingly so, she was the Spirit King. But her power was limited due to her contract with Taesan. On the other hand, Kuya had no such limitations. Moreover, he had grown stronger as he descended into the labyrinth. At this moment, Kuya was stronger than her, however. Kuya was not overwhelming her, but rather was on the defensive. Oh, King. The reason was simple, she was the Spirit King and Kuya was not. Moreover, he was the king's spear and shield, even if Minerva wasn't his king. He couldn't attack someone in the role of protecting a king. After a moment of hesitation, Kuya made a decision. He surrounded himself with flames, then he spread them out wide. Pressuring Minerva and Barkaza, I'm sorry, I will commit a sin only until the battle over there ends. Kang, a barrier of flames formed, encasing Barkaza and Minerva. Minerva touched it with her fingertip, causing a reaction. The king is far stronger than such a one, but due to the contract with a human, you won't be able to escape my power. HMPH, Minerva prodded and asked, do you believe that boy will win against my master? I know he is strong, the king wouldn't contract with a weakling, but still. He cannot win against us, Kuya spoke with confidence. We have stepped into the depths, we gain new power there, those who haven't reached the depths cannot defeat us. Minerva glanced at Taesan and Hassan's battle. The power felt from Hassan's sword and shield was unusual. It wasn't just a tool, it was something complete in itself. Even a strong person recognized by everyone wouldn't be able to handle that equipment properly. It was similar to the ring Taesan had. Minerva was also surprised. Well, we'll see, but Minerva smiled. She placed her hand on the barrier of flames. Kuya stared at her blankly. He didn't think the barrier would break at all. The power of a spirit comes from the contracted human, and a human couldn't possibly be stronger than himself, given that he had descended this far. He must have unique skills, but he had traversed the depths. In terms of pure strength, he was superior, therefore. He believed his barrier couldn't be broken. Kuya believed so. Cracks spread from Minerva's hand across the barrier. She smiled at the startled Kuya. I don't think so, the wind exploded. Engulfing Kuya hastily gathered his power. Boom, the shield filled his vision. Taesan kicked off the ground to avoid it. Hassan stomped his foot with a roar and charged again. Avoiding alone will not win you anything. He rushed in. Golden waves emanated from the sword raised high. Hassan has activated golden destruction. Kang, a golden sphere formed around the sword, crushing everything in its path. You're like a wild boar, Taesan muttered as he created distance. You have activated leap. He touched the ceiling of the labyrinth, escaping the range of the sphere. And then descended. You have activated landing. The effect of the ability sword activated, imbuing his weapon with great power. It's useless. Hassan raised his shield with a roar as the sword was about to touch the shield. Taesan quickly chanted a spell. You have activated frost arrow. You have activated magic acceleration. The materialized frost arrow swiftly flew toward the shield and collided with it, and it bounced back, as if the attack itself was returning. The frost arrow flew toward Taesan. He twisted his head to avoid it and struck with his sword. A loud noise echoed. 103 damage to Hassan. Using the recoil to create distance, Taesan muttered. So, it activates in response to timing. He activated the shield's effect in response to the opponent's attack. Then the next attack was completely reflected back at the opponent. He wasn't sure of the exact effect, but it seemed roughly like that. I get it. The sword and shield, those were Hassan's cards. The effect of the sword was golden destruction. It summoned a sphere of destruction centered around the sword. The activation delay was almost non-existent. The time required for reuse didn't seem that long either, despite that. Its destructive power was just below that of intermediate magic, and the shield that reflected attacks. On top of that, the defense itself barely took any damage. Is the armor also equipment from the depths? The golden armor worn by the spirit. It didn't seem like ordinary equipment. But he hadn't confirmed it yet. You cannot defeat me, Hassan spoke confidently. These are weapons bestowed upon me by the king himself from the depths. You who have not reached that place have no chance of winning, accept your death quietly. Let's see about that. Taesan kicked off the ground. A golden sword appeared in his hand. You have activated Nabarius's golden sword. Hassan momentarily hesitated. The golden sword materializing in Taesan's hand exuded a power not easily seen, even in the depths. But that was all. Hassan raised his shield. Taesan did not back down. You have activated Blade of the Fighting Spirit. You have activated Addition. You have activated Strong Blow. You have activated Continuous Attack. You have activated Acceleration. He charged in even faster and stronger, seeing Taesan about to strike with the golden sword. Hassan sneered, do you think you can break through with force? Foolish. He probably believed there was a limit to the shield's power, but the shield had no such limit, as long as the timing was right. It could even deflect the power of the Spirit King. Destroy yourself, fool. Boom, Hassan struck with his shield, seeing the sword swing down. He activated the shield's effect. You have activated Absolute Judgment. Crack, the sword touched the shield. At that moment, Hassan realized something was wrong. But it was already too late. The intense impact engulfed his entire body. 45,751 damage to Hassan. Chapter 268, The Spear and Shield of the Spirit King, Part 2. Kaya, a tearing scream resounded through the room. It was the first scream Hassan had uttered in hundreds of years. His body flew explosively and crashed into the wall. Rumble, it sounded like the labyrinth was collapsing. Of course. Not a scratch appeared on the labyrinth's walls. The labyrinth's toughness was such that it could only be barely damaged by an attack from Anjar. So it was impossible for Taesan to make any mark. But it was powerful. It was an overwhelmingly powerful force. The ghost let out a hollow laugh. 40,000, even I haven't seen that much damage. Taesan's attack power had already reached a deep level due to the Arak weapon technique. With the addition of the absurd skill addition, it resulted in damage that even the ghost who had reached the depths couldn't achieve, yet Taesan was dissatisfied. It's lower than I thought. Lower this, if it were normal. The damage should have reached 80,000. The base attack power of Nabario's golden sword was around 10,000, with the Blade of Spirit that tripled the damage addition. And then Strong Blow activated. Including additional damage against spirits, it could have reached 100,000. But it stopped at 40,000. The reason was not hard to guess. It's the problem of rank. Absolute judgment only ignored the opponent's defense and defensive skills. Penetrating the rank was the essence of true impact, in the end. To deal perfect damage, one had to learn the true impact as well. Still, it was decent damage. No, it was damage that couldn't be explained as merely decent, judging by the sheer numbers. It meant that this strike could take down even Lee Taeyeon. Kaak cough, and Hassan staggered and slumped to the ground. Taesan was surprised. "You're not dead, 40,000 damage." It wasn't something a player who had only reached the entrance of the deep layers could withstand. Yet, although Hassan seemed to be in a critical state, he was not dead. Because he's a spirit, the labyrinth system also considers race. Their basic health is vastly superior to humans and their growth stats are higher. Plus, that guy is a shield that protects the king from external threats. His health stat must be exceptionally high compared to others. Huff huff, but he was far from fine. He staggered as he tried to get up. Taesan kicked his foot forward. Hassan gritted his teeth and lifted his weapon. Buzz. Hassan activated Golden Demise. A golden orb swallowed up the space. Taesan clicked his tongue and stepped back. As expected. It's tricky, he attacked the shield, but as long as that sword existed, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. System End barely regaining his senses, Hassan trembled. He was terrified. At the moment the strike landed, he felt the fear of death. The overwhelming fear he felt when he first reached the deep layers was brought by the adventurer in front of him. And that fear confirmed one thing for Hassan. This man was dangerous. This man's sword could reach his king. No, he was the shield that protected the king, even if it meant burning his own life. He had to protect the king. The fear that had been shaking his body subsided. Instead, his gaze, filled with determination, turned toward Taesan. Hassan activated Spirit Amplification. Hassan activated Twisted Dragon Armor. Voom, a colossal force descended upon Hassan's body. It was a flame that consumed life, and his armor began to melt. The golden armor started to permeate Hassan's entire body. Becoming a part of him, Hassan grew to about twice his size, and his strength also increased by that much. Hassan put away his shield. Taesan clicked his tongue. He had hoped he would cling to the shield in denial of reality. But it seemed he wasn't that foolish. Spirit Amplification, he definitely wants to kill you. Even the armor was from the deep layers. As the armor melted, its power infused into Hassan, since defense was meaningless against Taesan. He seemed to have decided to engulf him entirely. The amplified power and rank of the spirit were depleting at a rapid rate. It looked like a sort of berserk state. The giant Hassan moved his body. Rumble, just moving, shook the room violently. If it weren't for the absolute protection, it would have nullified the attack just by that. Taesan instinctively swung his sword as he was warned. Clang, Taesan's body was repelled. Hassan moved again. He charged at Taesan at a speed hard to follow with the naked eye, instead of relying on his eyes. Taesan moved his sword according to his instincts. Clang, Hassan activated Golden Demise. A golden orb tried to engulf Taesan. Taesan tried to pull back, but it was too late. The orb swallowed Taesan. As time resumed, Taesan quickly widened the distance. Hassan immediately pursued. "He's faster and stronger than me." A being who had reached the depths was trying to kill Taesan with everything he had, with the armor synchronized to enhance his power. Taesan found it difficult to catch up, and the special power of the sword also made it hard to counter. Speed, power, and the sword, these three cards were being used to kill Taesan. "Is that all?" Taesan laughed. Lee Taeyeon was faster than Hassan, and she was stronger than Hassan. And her equipment was superior to what Hassan was wielding now, and she wore such equipment all over her body. But even Lee Taeyeon, facing his easy mode stats and modest gear, could not hold a definite advantage over him. In the end, battles are about card games. Who had more cards and who had stronger cards, Taesan muttered as he deflected Hassan's attacks, despite being pushed back by the overwhelming force. None of the attacks hit Taesan. Thud, every time Hassan charged, Taesan's instincts warned him. The line of death also activated, all his senses focused. Predicting Hassan's movements, clang, the swords collided. All the opponents Taesan faced in his previous life were fast and strong enough that he couldn't catch up. He had defeated such opponents. Mere speed could not pressure Taesan. You activated Starlight Arrow. Arrows of light materialized and flew, as Hassan dodged with a leap. Taesan triggered a spell. You activated Magic Explosion. Light exploded and spread everywhere. Even Minerva, who was fighting from a distance, was caught in the explosion. She waved her hand with an exasperated expression. "That's impressive." Hassan's voice was filled with pain, no matter how fast he was in this confined space. He couldn't avoid the explosion of the Starlight Arrow. Ignoring the pain, Hassan charged with his sword. Hassan activated Golden Demise. As the golden orb tried to engulf Taesan, he activated a skill. You activated Force Duel. Force Duel was a skill that designates a single target, making both parties able to attack only each other. No outsiders can interfere, so Taesan used Force Duel on the King's Spear fighting Minerva. Although the golden orb engulfed Taesan, he emerged without a scratch. Hasan, bewildered by the situation, hastily swung his sword, but all attacks were deflected due to the effect of forced duel. As soon as the duration of forced duel ended, Taesan slipped under Hasan and placed his hand on him. You activated Branch of Despair. Arg, a torrent of horrible emotions overwhelmed Hasan, the skill given to Taesan by the god of despair, Branch of Despair. Planted despair in the opponent it touched. It was his first time using it, but it was quite effective, as Hasan writhed in pain. His movements noticeably slowed. You activated Ammon's pitch black spike. A black spike materialized in Taesan's hand. He swung it against Hasan's sword. Thud, Hasan's sword was repelled. Hasan was taken aback. Not expecting to be overpowered when he had an overwhelming advantage in strength, Taesan didn't miss the opportunity and thrust his sword. Arg, Hasan was on the verge of madness with each clash. Taesan brought out new techniques. Hasan felt like he had only 5 cards, while his opponent kept drawing an endless number of cards from somewhere. The fear of the unknown made Hasan hesitate. Warily anticipating what Taesan might bring out next, he became passive, which created opportunities for Taesan. Taesan gathered his magic, confirming that Hasan's power and rank had somewhat diminished. You activated Marba's pitch black wave. A black wave engulfed the surroundings. Hasan, suffering from the effects of Branch of Despair, protected himself with golden demise. Meanwhile, Taesan activated invisibility, losing sight of Taesan for a moment. Hasan remained on high alert, and Taesan was now far away. A black portal appeared above his hand, a portal leading to the demon's domain. Hasan sensed he had to stop it, but it was already too late in his overly cautious state. He was excessively wary of the vanished Taesan. You activated Nabario's golden sword. The golden sword materialized, incomparable to anything Taesan had used before. It emitted a bright golden light. Like the sun, a demon, the power of a being beyond mortals was there. Hasan, who was about to retreat, stopped in his tracks. He was here under the king's command. Killing the enemy before him for the king was his duty. He couldn't retreat. Hasan raised his sword. Taesan launched himself forward. Hasan trusted in the power of the deep layers, the place where he first felt fear and believed he could never overcome. Where even their king could not break through. If it was the weapon of that place, it could kill the enemy before him. Hasan activated Golden Demise. The golden orb engulfed the space, and the moment it collided with the golden sword, it shattered like glass. A golden diagonal line swallowed Hasan. It was somewhat enjoyable, Taesan said, plunging his sword into Hasan's fallen body. The opponents he had faced so far were all related to the high gods. So it had been a long time since he fought a proper battle, displaying each skill one by one to defeat his opponent. My king, I am sorry I could not protect you, Hasan spoke gloomily before disappearing. The power he possessed began to infuse into Taesan. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your desire for victory has activated. Your soul ascension has activated, permanently increased health by 52-0, strength by 320, agility by 401, and intelligence by 350. Your soul ascension has activated, gained the special passive skill Guardian's Solidity. Hasan wasn't an easy opponent. If he hadn't learned Absolute Judgment, it would have taken a considerable amount of time to defeat him. The demon god had told Taesan that an enemy would be waiting on the 60th floor when he was on the 58th floor. Taesan had learned Absolute Judgment on the 59th floor. Even the demon god wouldn't have expected him to gain such a game-changing skill in just one floor. Anyway, he won and it wasn't over yet. Should I help? Taesan moved towards Minerva. She smiled. That would be appreciated. The king's spear let out a despairing groan. Taesan gripped his sword from the beginning. Minerva alone couldn't defeat this opponent. As Taesan joined, Quia was overwhelmed by the sheer difference in power. Quia also seemed to have equipment from the deep layers, but it didn't matter much, ignoring it with attack nullification. Taesan slowly killed Quia, and before long, Taesan won again. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your desire for victory has activated. Your soul ascension has activated permanently. Your soul ascension has activated. Gain the special active skill Guardian's Barrier. At that moment, the 60th floor was perfectly cleared. Chapter 269, The Spear and Shield of the Spirit King, Part 3. The process of organizing the rewards began. There were numerous things to confirm. Besides the rewards for defeating the king's spear and shield, the 60th floor clear rewards had yet to be checked. First, the changes in stats. Defeating the spear and shield increased Taesan's level by 5, with the effects of soul ascension and desire for victory. The increase was substantial. Detailed checks would be postponed. The first focus was on skills. Special continuous activation skill Guardian's Fortitude. The power possessed by the Guardian protecting the king reduces all damage received by 20%. This skill activates after defense and defense skills are applied. A 20% reduction. It was a significant number. It now made sense why damage only registered in triple digits when the absolute judgment was not used against Hassan. If it wasn't for absolute judgment, it would have been really difficult. There was a reason it was called the King's Shield and the skill obtained from the spear. Special activation skill Guardian's Barrier. Mana consumption 200. The power possessed by the Guardian protecting the king creates a barrier with one's power to subdue the opponent. It appeared to be the barrier made of flames witnessed during the battle. It seemed that if the opponent had a certain level of strength, they could break the barrier. In other words, it was a skill useful only against weaker opponents. This one is just okay. It wasn't a bad skill if the opponent was weaker than Taesan. It meant avoiding the battle itself. No equipment, the armor Hassan wielded, the sword, the shield, and the mysterious power wielded by the spear, none of it was obtained, although disappointing it was as expected. So he accepted it calmly. The drop rate for equipment was very low, moreover they were equipment from the depths. It was normal for the current Taesan not to obtain them, but soon he would obtain them with his own power. Taesan then began to confirm the rewards he hadn't properly checked due to dealing with the shield and spear. You have reached the 60th floor. You have obtained the title One Who Advances into the Depths. You have perfectly cleared the 60th floor. You have obtained the title One Who Sees New Realms. You have perfectly comprehended and cleared all floors up to the 60th floor. You have obtained the title Impossible Achievement. You have reached the threshold of the deep places. This is a rare achievement in the long history of the labyrinth. The labyrinth commends your achievement and wishes you to achieve what you desire. You have obtained the title One Who Arrived at the Entrance. You have obtained the special activation skill Transformation. Title One Who Advances into the Depths. Aims for the deeper places. Health plus 400, Strength plus 200, Attack power plus 70. Defense power plus 70. Title One Who Sees New Realms. Advances further, has faced the impossible. Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200, Intelligence plus 200, Attack power plus 70, Defense power plus 70. The other two titles were generally similar, although not much different from the titles obtained upon entering the 50th floor. The increases in abilities were noticeably higher. Even with just this, his stats had increased significantly. The labyrinth rewarded those who succeeded in their conquests. And titles were one of those rewards. Status window, Kang Taesan, level 125, shield 4199/4199, health 53,000, 820/53,000, 820, mana 4280/4280, magic 659/659, strength 9651, intelligence 8361, agility 9115, attack power plus 3175, defense power plus 2022. The target is in optimal condition. His health had finally completely surpassed Lee Taeyeon's. Attack power also exceeded the 3,000 mark, slowly but surely. He was catching up, and he had obtained one more skill. It seemed to be a kind of reward granted by the labyrinth itself for reaching the 60th floor. Special activation skill Transformation. Mana consumption 1000. The values of attack and defense can be adjusted. The maximum adjustable value is the sum of attack and defense. This skill can only be used once a week. And the values return to their original state immediately after the attack. Taesan, who was reading the skill description, paused. Taesan, staring blankly, asked, "Is this what I think it is?" "I don't know what you're thinking." "It's probably similar," the ghost replied. "You can change the values of your attack and defense as much as you want. For you now, your attack power could go up to 5197, but your defense would become 0. Ha, Taesan laughed. They even give such a skill? This is the 60th floor. The deep area is right in front of you. It's not strange to give something like this. The ghost replied nonchalantly. Taesan tapped his wrist with his finger. Transformation of attack and defense. The limit was the sum of his attack and defense. It wasn't a skill without restrictions. It consumed 1000 mana, and it couldn't be used again for a week after one use. Furthermore, even if the values could be freely transferred, having defense become 0 was a significant issue. It was practically the same as placing an absolute judgment on oneself. But for Taesan, the story was different. He had absolute nullification and endurance. Lee Taeyeon hadn't mentioned such a skill. The reason was easy to guess. Transformation wouldn't be a significantly meaningful skill for her. She didn't have absolute nullification, moreover. Being timid, she wouldn't have felt a great merit in raising her attack by reducing her defense. It was likely that she didn't consider it important and therefore didn't tell him. But for Taesan, it was an excellent skill. Simply put, 5197, with addition Blade of Will Strong Blow. He could potentially produce damage close to 40,000 without using the golden sword, and that wasn't all. With this, I could obtain it more easily. Transformation of attack power. The best part was that this was an activation skill and would reset with just one attack. This characteristic could greatly help in acquiring specific skills. In obtaining the special activation skill, Multiply, it was still a long way off. Considering the conditions for Multiply, there were still many skills to acquire, but thanks to Transformation, it could be obtained faster than before, even if fast meant it would be after the deep areas. The possibility was visible, that alone was enough, and now it was time for the 60th floor clear reward. Anklet blessed by an unknown god, strength plus 200, agility plus 200, intelligence plus 200, defense plus 200, action speed plus 5%, an anklet blessed by an ancient, now forgotten god who bestowed it upon those who believed in him. It was useful equipment that generally enhanced abilities. Soil of the Black Land, the soil of a land where no sunlight reaches. Feared by all beings, the soil itself contains power, having never seen the light since its creation. Material item. As he thought about taking it to Hafren, the anklet moved, swoosh, it moved like a whip and stirred the soil. The soil touched the anklet, and the power within it was slowly absorbed. An anklet with a killing intent. An anklet that tries to kill everything except its owner, made by the witch's whim. Something hidden still exists. It has devoured red rose thorns, green vine roots, cursed leaves, and the soil of the Black Land. Attack plus 225, defense plus 100. Attack power increased by 100, defense power increased by 90. It was a decent change without having to change the existing equipment. The anklet was equipment created by the witch's whim, and the soil of the Black Land was a reward given on the 60th floor. It devoured such a reward without any issue. It meant the witch's power was quite strong. Is she an immortal? Taesan became curious anew. The rewards were confirmed. Minerva, who had been waiting quietly, raised her hand. Can I go back now? Take a rest. You're at your limit. Right, Minerva nodded. The king's spear was strong. She couldn't save her strength either and had exhausted most of the power needed for her descent. It was time to return to recover her strength. Unfortunately, I am accepting it. They made their choice. I made mine too. Minerva stood up, dusting herself off. And since they are here, it means we will meet their master soon, right? Taesan nodded. The spear and shield, direct subordinates of the king. There was nothing in between, so from now on, it was the king's turn. Indeed, I wonder what will happen. Minerva smiled gently. Still, I'm on your side. Good luck. With those words, Minerva departed. Taesan, who had been gazing at the place where she had been, moved his feet and descended the stairs. This is the entrance leading to the depths of the labyrinth. This place is getting closer to the abyss. Those who have declared themselves as gatekeepers guard this place and intend to test those who come. 61st floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 61st floor and pass through. Reward Emperor's Ring. Secret reward, finally. He had reached this point, not much left. Taesan walked toward the deep and profound place. We lost. The guides of sin, the conference room of the leaders, the light from the two gems in the center of the table vanished. The face of the spirit king of flames contorted. It's unfortunate, old lady. Shut up. Ambratia's words were sharply rebuked by Vishnu. Her fist, placed on the table, tightened. Her spear and shield. They had been with her since she entered the labyrinth. They had sworn unwavering loyalty, risking their lives for her, and had been with her for an immeasurable amount of time. Those two had died. Her flames wavered in anger. The great mage clicked his tongue. This is unexpected for us too. The king's shield, Hassan, had been given 3 pieces of deep equipment. They had asked the demon god for permission, but they weren't sure if it would really be granted. Therefore, they had expected victory. The deep equipment had that much power. They believed that those who had not reached their level would not be able to overcome it, but they had been defeated. Moreover, the time it took for the battle to end was too short. It meant he was much stronger than they had anticipated. Now I understand why she laughed. The demon god had shown a peculiar smile when granting permissions for the deep equipment. They didn't understand it then. But now they did. It was a mocking smile, as if asking if that would be enough. The Lion King spoke. Anyway, he is coming here and we have no more cards left. It was now their turn to step forward. The one who had risen from the bottom had chased them up to their throats. The one fortunate thing is that we are no longer stuck either. 74th floor. How many years had they invested? There were leaders who had died trying to break through. They had finally pierced through that floor. They too now had the possibility of growth. But the best thing would be to kill him before he gets here. It's me, Vishnu spoke roughly. The flames flickered. I will go up and kill that guy. Calm down. Spirit King, we have no choice in the matter. The Lion King spoke. Ultimately, the decision was up to the demon god if she did not grant permission. They could not even fight him. For now, we should start moving our heavy butts. The leaders of the guides, those who could be called the strongest among mortals, they began to take action directly against Taesan. Chapter 270, Floor 61. The Hall of Trials, Part 1. As Taesan entered the 61st floor, the shopkeeper looked at him and grinned. You've overcome it. What will you buy? Nothing. Taesan shook his head. The 61st floor marked the beginning of a new theme. The equipment in the shop must have also upgraded a level, but Taesan had no intention of buying anything. The deeper floors were approaching. And considering the price of the deep floor equipment, he needed to start saving up now. The shopkeeper nodded as if he had expected this. This is the place right before the deep floors. It's a unique place. From here on, the labyrinth starts to change gradually. He gestured with his chin. You'll see when you get there, overcome it and win. See you on the lower floors. Taesan answered with silence and left the shop. He headed towards the passage. Just as he was about to open the door ahead of him, A system window suddenly appeared, stopping him in his tracks. Special quest start, Trial of the Gods. 1 week from now, all adventurers in the labyrinth will move to the Colosseum. There are as many Colosseums as there are countries. And if desired, you can choose and meet in each other's Colosseums. This quest cannot be refused. After moving to the Colosseum, proceed with the quest and receive rewards according to your performance. So it's starting, Taesan muttered as he read through the quest window. Colosseum. It had only one meaning, an arena, battles between players. Taesan opened the community just then. An invitation for a conversation came from Lee Taeyeon. When Taesan accepted, familiar voices were chattering noisily. GM Yoongjun hard, I don't get it. What exactly does this mean? Kim Hweon hard, wait a minute. Yoongjun, my head hurts too, let's think for a bit. People were groaning and holding their heads. There were no people from other countries. Probably everyone was trying to grasp the situation first. Kang Taesan solo, what are you doing? GM Yoongjun hard, Hyung. Lee Taeyeon solo, Taesan, do you know about this? Suddenly, a quest called Trial of the Gods is given, it's so abrupt. They focused on Taesan's words. They seemed to expect Taesan to know since he had shown direct connections with gods before, but Taesan responded with a denial. Kang Taesan solo, I don't know, I do know a few gods. But there's no reason for them to do this without explaining anything to me. Kang Junhyuk solo, not even you Hyung, then who the heck is this? Of course, Taesan knew what it was, how it would proceed, who he would meet, and what kind of quest he would receive, but that was because he had turned back time, he couldn't talk about it. Lee Taeyeon solo, is it just a trial from the gods to the entire labyrinth? Kang Junhyuk solo, that's possible, predicting the actions of gods is one of the most meaningless things. GM Yoongjun hard anyway, let's check it out, they began to discuss. GM Yoongjun hard, it's a forced quest. Kim Hweon hard, and since it's called the Colosseum, does that mean we have to fight someone? Kang Junhyuk solo, it's highly likely, the problem is who will be fighting. A moment of silence followed those words. Lee Taeyeon posted an ambiguous message. Lee Taeyeon solo, maybe we'll have to fight among ourselves. Kim Hweon solo, but there's no mention of separating by mode in this quest, it's too one-sided. Isn't it? Lee Taeyeon solo, I don't know either, logically it should be separated by mode. Kang Junhyuk solo, gods aren't beings that pursue logic, having experienced gods in their trials. Kang Junhyuk and Lee Taeyeon knew. Gods held no value for the weak, they only paid attention to those they favored. In the end, there was no answer. In a week when the quest started, they would find out it was more productive to talk about things that could be confirmed immediately. Lee Taeyeon solo, what does it mean that you can choose and meet in each other's Colosseums? Kim Hweon hard, doesn't it mean exactly what it says? You can meet with the countries you want and proceed with the quest together. GM Yoongjun hard, then we should talk, it would be good to meet if possible. They could meet people from other countries. The fact that they weren't the only survivors swayed their emotions positively. Knowing it and seeing it directly were different matters. Kim Hweon hard, I'll contact them first, let's confirm the details after talking to them. Kang Junhyuk solo, okay. The discussion was slowly getting organized, just as Taesan was about to turn off the community. Lee Taeyeon called him. Lee Taeyeon solo, Taesan, nothing special happened after that. Kang Taesan solo in the labyrinth. Lee Taeyeon solo, no. I mean that Amelia woman. Kang Taesan solo, she made some noise, I ignored it all. She had sent several conversation invitations. He had turned off notifications because it was distracting. But now he saw dozens of invitations piled up. Lee Taeyeon solo, she kept asking about you. So I gave her a proper answer, maybe that's why she's fixated on you. Kang Taesan solo, will meet soon anyway, just focus on getting down here. Lee Taeyeon solo, yep. Taesan turned off the community, from what he remembered. The countries that would meet in this Colosseum were Korea, the USA, France, and Japan. Other countries either refused to communicate or only met among themselves. I wonder how it will turn out. The result would be entirely different from his past life. He was very much looking forward to it. After finishing his thoughts, Taesan opened the door. It was very spacious. It was the size of about 4 gymnasiums put together. Beyond that, stairs leading downward could be seen. This one room was the entire 61st floor, Taesan instinctively realized. He turned his gaze in the corner of the room. A man was sleeping against the wall, just as expected. Taesan approached the man. Sensing his presence, the man slowly opened his eyes. A new face. The man stood up sluggishly, wearing a tattered robe and a wizard's hat. He was about a head shorter than Taesan. His whole body was so frail that he looked like he would collapse with a push. Are you an adventurer? Taesan nodded. The man opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. I am an adventurer who once reached the deep floors, and now I test adventurers here. The man pulled out a staff. It was a dried-up wooden staff. I am a wizard who couldn't fulfill his duty. I am Veldentia. I look forward to working with you. You have encountered the wizard who failed to save the princess. The wizard who failed to save the princess. Veldentia. Taesan looked at Veldentia. Veldentia, sensing a ghostly presence, noticed it belatedly. The hero. It's been a while, Veldentia. I see. The one who was betrayed and killed made a deal with the wizard. Right, so you're attached to this adventurer now. No need to explain. You're right, I'm bound to the labyrinth to take revenge on those wretched ones. How unfortunate. I thought you would reach the end of the labyrinth, even if it was a meaningless clear. At least you could regain some honor. Veldentia laughed. It was a hollow laugh tinged with a hint of madness. He clapped his hands. Then he looked at Taesan. You want to move forward from here, don't you? Yes, good. What's your name? Taesan, Kang Taesan. Then Kang Taesan, when you entered here, you checked the system window. What was written there? It said this place is guarded by gatekeepers. The labyrinth changes its theme every 10 floors. The theme for floors 61 to 70 was gatekeepers. Exactly, Veldentia tapped the floor with his staff. I am a gatekeeper. I test whether the adventurers who reach this place can proceed or if they should stop here. Veldentia smiled. Don't you think it's better to prevent futile dreams if they are going to despair and sit down anyway? Does that mean I have to fight you? Taesan looked at Veldentia quietly. I don't want to waste my strength on futile things. Oh, a small light flashed in Veldentia's eyes. Impressive, you realized it right away despite me holding back my power. Even the hero next to you didn't notice and charged at me. Quiet, the ghost grumbled. Taesan shook his head. Why is an adventurer like you volunteering as a gatekeeper here? Veldentia was a monster. He could feel it even from his restrained power. The wizard in front of him was strong. Neither the Lion King nor the Fire Spirit King would be a match for the wizard, even if they all came at him. He would crush and trample them, perhaps. He could be an adventurer on par with Ainjar. The reason is simple, I am a wizard who couldn't fulfill his duty and achieve his desire, Veldentia said with a smile. That's why I made a contract with the labyrinth's wizard. Think of it as a simple pastime. He raised his staff, his robe fluttered. This is a story you don't need to know yet, anyway. You want to go down, right? Yes, Taesan nodded. Veldentia looked at him for a moment and then spoke. I won't stop you, it's your choice after all. He tapped the floor with his staff. Then let's begin the trial. Subquest start. Gatekeeper of the 61st floor. The wizard Veldentia tests those who come to this place. If you pass his test, you will receive a reward. I will explain the contents of the trial now. Taesan waited quietly for the explanation. He had heard roughly from Lee Taeyeon, but she hadn't told him everything. Those who are weak have no reason to go down from here. Below this is a harsher and scarier place, rather than facing a futile death. It is better to stop and settle here. I am the examiner for that. Veldentia pointed his staff at Taesan. So I will test you. It doesn't matter how long it takes. You just need to pass my test once. What is the content of the trial? You have gained many things while descending the labyrinth. Veldentia began. It could be swordsmanship or skills. What I will test is the variety of powers you possess. Veldentia continued. I will test how perfectly you can handle those powers. How far you have reached if you pass. That will be it. You can pass me and go down. Veldentia's trial. You can choose one power. All other powers and stats except for the chosen power will be sealed. You must pass Veldentia's trial in this state. The trial has stages. If you clear the trial, you will receive a suitable reward. You can challenge the trial as many times as you want. You can continue to challenge by selecting different powers. And the value of the reward increases the more you succeed. The trial can only be challenged once a day. Chapter 271, Floor 61. The Hall of Trials, Part 2. You don't deserve to go further down if you're weak, Veldentia said. My trial is a kind of minimum threshold. If you can't surpass it, you'll only meet your death further down. Deep floors, the first obstacle to get there, that was the 61st floor. How long did Lee Taeyeon say it took? She said it took her 3 months, when she barely passed. Veldentia looked at her with an incredulous gaze. Passing is passing, but how could someone pass like this? Veldentia, who had faced countless adventurers for an immeasurable amount of time, let out a snort when seeing Lee Taeyeon. She didn't say how she managed to pass. So Taesan didn't know. He only knew that a coward like her wouldn't have passed in a normal way. Will you accept? Yes, Taesan answered. Then I'll explain the general rules. Veldentia fidgeted with his hat. As you've seen through the system, you can choose one power. This power can be something you obtained in the labyrinth or something you acquired outside. Veldentia tapped the ground with his staff. Magic spread across the floor, and a magic circle began to engrave itself. Swordsmanship, labyrinth skills. Magic, choose one of the powers you have. I'll seal all the other powers. Overcome it with one ability. That's right, it's a test to see how you use that ability and how proficient you are with it. Numerous geometric patterns were engraved on the magic circle in front of Veldentia. You can challenge the trial once a day. And it has levels of difficulty, if you measure it in stages. It's from 1 to 10, 1 being the easiest and 10 the hardest. How difficult is it? Did you meet those strange things called guides of sin while coming here? Taesan nodded. Veldentia spoke. Level 1 is about the level of the boss monster on the 60th floor. The level of the 60th floor boss monster. That wasn't an easy opponent. Adventurers who reached the 61st floor had all defeated the boss. But they had used everything they had. If you fought with only one ability, you would lose every time. It was understandable why Lee Taeyeon took over 3 months. Can I die in the trial? You can get close to death. But you won't die. I told you it's a trial. If you die, it defeats the purpose. It meant you could challenge infinitely without dying. What about level 10? Don't even think about that. It's not a difficulty intended to be cleared in the first place. Will you accept? Yes. Then wait a moment. Veldentia's staff pointed towards Taesan. Veldentia has activated the Labyrinth Authority target identification. It's a skill I gain by being bound to this place. It allows me to identify what kind of power an adventurer has when they come. Veldentia said as he examined Taesan, soon. His face distorted. What? Why do you look like that? Magic, that's fine. Black magic, how does a human like you have that? I received it from the demon god. The demon god, Veldentia was very confused. He barely opened his mouth. You can challenge with swordsmanship. Magic, black magic, and spirit arts. Alchemy is still lacking, so you can't challenge with that. After a brief thought, Taesan spoke, then I'll start with swordsmanship. Good. Veldentia lightly tapped the completed magic circle. The magic circle lit up. For swordsmanship, this guy seems suitable. What difficulty will you choose? Please make it level 10. At Taesan's words, Veldentia calmly manifested his power. Experiencing reality and then giving up isn't a bad idea. Veldentia activated realization. The magic circle was realized. A knight in crimson armor holding a lance appeared. Clank. All abilities except swordsmanship have been sealed. It was strong. It was at the level of the Spirit King's shield. It wasn't an opponent you would expect to face on the 61st floor. I told you. Didn't I? You can't clear it. Veldentia raised his staff. First, getting beaten and realizing it isn't bad. Let's begin. Thud, the knight stomped the ground. The air burst as the lance aimed to pierce Taesan's head. Taesan stood still, unable to follow the knight's movement. Veldentia watched the scene calmly. Many had chosen the same path as Taesan. Those who risked their lives and overcame all adversities to descend to this point had immense confidence in themselves. The first thing they did after hearing Veldentia's explanation was to attempt the 10th level of the trial. The only adventurer who didn't choose the 10th level and started from the first was Lee Taeyeon in her previous life. In other words, every adventurer Veldentia had seen up until now had chosen the 10th level, and they all got destroyed in an instant. This one would be no different. He wasn't weak, considering he had the hero's ghost by his side. But the 10th level possessed power beyond the 61st floor. After challenging the 10th level and being crushed miserably, they would gradually lower the level. Ultimately, they would barely clear the first level while struggling, and they would go down. Feeling satisfied and pleased with their meager achievement, nothing ever changed. It was always the same. It was detestable, their weakness, the fact that they could feel confident with such paltry power. When will I ever? There was nothing more to expect. Veldentia sighed and raised his staff to heal the soon-to-be shattered Taesan. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Veldentia's pupils widened. Taesan had deflected the knight's charge with his sword. Taesan's sword moved, as afterimages were drawn. The knight's lance wobbled roughly. Clang, sparks flew. Movements faster than sound collided. Taesan's sword came down. The knight swung his lance to deflect it. Clang, Taesan created distance. He looked at the knight with a calm gaze, and Veldentia watched the scene blankly. What? As expected. It's fast, the level of the Spirit King's shield. Judging coldly, it surpassed the 70th floor, but without the equipment from the deep floors, it wasn't a big problem for Taesan. Currently, he had higher stats due to soul ascension. However, Veldentia, who didn't know this, couldn't understand the scene before his eyes. Is he overpowering with strength? Veldentia was a mage. He was someone who judged the principles and laws of things and tried to understand their nature. He had learned and observed many things as he descended the labyrinth. The stats of a knight at level 10 were beyond the reach of anyone who perfectly obtained everything up to the 60th floor. It was an existence beyond the norm, in other words. The 10th level was never meant to be cleared. The only possibility was to perfectly understand and strategize against the knight's actions after countless challenges, but no one had succeeded so far. It was easier said than done. It required almost years of investment, and even then, it was uncertain whether it would succeed. So everyone lowered their expectations after a few attempts, realizing it was impossible. But this, clang, the lance and sword clashed, both weapons were repelled. The difference in power was barely noticeable. It was an unreasonable sight that even Veldentia, who had overcome numerous hardships and adversities, couldn't accept, and it didn't stop there. Thud, Taesan stomped the ground. You activated acceleration. What? Veldentia was even more astonished. It was clearly a swordsmanship trial, but a skill incomprehensible. Veldentia hastily checked, but the trial was proceeding normally. What the hell? He was bewildered. It was the first time in hundreds of years that he felt such confusion. Meanwhile, the fight continued. Taesan's rapid attack was belatedly blocked by the knight. However, as the response was delayed, its body was pushed back. You activated strong blow. Clang, the sword swung with power. The knight's body was gradually pushed back. Thud, the knight didn't just take it. He braced himself with his back foot and thrust his lance. Taesan moved his sword to deflect the lance, aiming for his head. You activated flow. The trajectory of the lance twisted. Taesan plunged his sword deep into the exposed body of the knight. The knight's body shook violently. He swung his lance like a whip in all directions. Taesan dug in deeper. You activated leap. Thud. The knight's body was lifted into the air. Taesan stomped the ground again. It was a one-sided fight. Taesan's stats had increased after passing the 60th floor, even if the level of the opponent was at the 70th floor. It couldn't overwhelm Taesan now. Moreover, Taesan possessed the top-tier swordsmanship ability sword. With superior swordsmanship and stats, the opponent was not challenging. Veldentia watched the scene blankly. Thud, 10 minutes later. The knight with a sword in his chest turned to dust and disappeared. Your proficiency with ability sword increased by 1%. It was a good experience. Recently. Other abilities had been so overwhelming that he hadn't used ability sword often. Using it as a main skill like this helped him get a feel for it. Is this the end? Yes, Veldentia nodded slowly. His gaze on Taesan was peculiar, astonishment, disbelief, and anticipation. After staring at Taesan for a while, Veldentia spoke, "Congratulations, you've passed the trial, you." Veldentia seemed to want to ask something, probably about how Taesan used skills in the swordsmanship trial, before he could ask. Taesan answered, "This is my swordsmanship. Swordsmanship that uses skills. Yes, it's a swordsmanship I created in the labyrinth. Unique to me? That's unique." Veldentia's face showed intense curiosity, but he didn't ask and changed the topic. "Are you going down now?" Passing the trial allowed one to descend to the 62nd floor, but Taesan shook his head. "No, I'll take all the trials I can." The more trials one cleared, the greater the rewards. He had no intention of being satisfied with just this. Veldentia groaned. "Of course, then there's a problem. You can't do anything for a day. Can't I take the trial immediately? It's a rule of the labyrinth, and so far, it hasn't been an issue. The trials were never easy. Even the easiest first level required most adventurers to sustain hours of combat to barely achieve victory. As such, time was needed to recover the stamina and mental strength consumed in battle. No matter how much Veldentia helped, rest was necessary unless one leveled up. Therefore, there was a day's respite, however. That respite was useless for Taesan. The only thing consumed during the swordsmanship trial was a small amount of mana, just one. His stamina and mental strength were intact, while Taesan was contemplating what to do. Veldentia sat down and asked, "Then why not have a chat?" "A chat? Yes, a chat," Veldentia smiled. "You have to rest for a day anyway, spending it idly is pointless." "So let's talk," Veldentia continued. "I'm a creature bound to this place. The 61st floor. Adventurers who reach here are extremely rare, maybe 1 in 100 years. The occasional guide of sin that passes by is too foolish to talk to, so I'm very lonely." A century of solitude, Veldentia looked at the ghost. "What about you?" "Hero, I'm only aware when someone comes near my tomb. I never felt loneliness like you." "Damn, am I the only one feeling lonely?" Veldentia grumbled. "Anjar, that old man, unlike me, can move freely instead of being bound to one place. I should have made such a contract too." Veldentia straightened his back. "I'm extremely bored. I have to live alone in a place with nothing, so tell me some stories." Veldentia's gaze turned to Taesan. "Let's share some trivial stories. That's fine, right?" "Huh," the ghost was puzzled. "When you met me, you didn't talk at all. You just frowned and got annoyed when I tried to talk. So why now?" "Shut up, hero," Veldentia said with a smile. "So, what do you think?" Veldentia's gaze was on Taesan. There was a flickering flame in his eyes, unlike when they first met. He was now very proactive. The labyrinth NPCs, they all had their own desires and were bound to this place, and most of those desires were ones they couldn't solve on their own. Taesan nodded. "That's fine with me." "Good." Veldentia clapped his hands. He sat down in front of Taesan and asked, "Then let's have an enjoyable chat. Let's talk about our experiences." Chapter 272, Floor 61. The Hall of Trials, Part 3, First. The reward: you have passed the first trial. Veldentia threw a potion to Taesan. "You have obtained the Superior Strength Enhancement Potion. Superior Strength Enhancement Potion permanently increases strength by 200. Strength 200, it was quite a decent reward, unlike equipment. The fact that it was permanent once used was a significant advantage. Not bad. It's a reward for the 10th stage. You deserve at least this much. The more trials you pass, the better the rewards you will receive." Veldentia tapped the floor with his staff. A small magic circle was drawn, and a bottle of alcohol and dried snacks popped out. "First of all, I'm curious about you," Veldentia asked while sipping from the bottle. "The adventurer who came here after 100 years, what are you hoping for and how did you get here?" Taesan's background, since there was nothing to hide. Taesan spoke frankly about Earth, about the high gods who invaded it, and about how they were invited to the labyrinth. Of course, he hid the fact that the labyrinth was separated and that he had returned to the past. Even so, Veldentia found it quite interesting that the entire Earth was invited, listening with a serious expression. It was a rather long story. Every time Taesan talked about the trial of the gods, Veldentia asked various questions. Taesan answered what he could and did not answer what he couldn't. By the time the story ended, a whole day had passed. "So the high gods did such a thing," Veldentia muttered, shaking the empty bottle. "I didn't know what was happening outside, but such things were happening. Interesting. Are they really trying to trample the world?" "It's not really your concern." Is it? Well, that's true. Veldentia smiled wryly. He was an existence bound to the labyrinth, no matter what happened outside. It had nothing to do with him now. The most interesting thing is that all the beings of one world entered the labyrinth. Fascinating. Is there any chance they will reach here? I suppose not. Some might reach it. There's a big possibility. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were the ones showing potential to clear it. They were currently stuck around the 20th floor. But with consistent effort, they might reach it someday. But the rest were the problem. Most solo mode players had not yet broken through the 10th floor, even if Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk made it. Could the rest survive and break through solo mode? It was difficult even with Taesan's help. What should they do to survive? Seeing Taesan contemplating. Veldentia laughed. You're different from me, very kind, just like her. Her, instead of answering. Veldentia stood up. A day has passed, ready for the next trial. Yes, Taesan nodded. Veldentia asked with a deep smile. What will you use this time? Black magic. Difficulty level 10. Of course, yes, good. All abilities except black magic have been sealed. Veldentia drew a magic circle from there. A gigantic monster sprang out. Grrh. It was the size of a mythological giant. The giant swung its enormous arm. The strength contained in it was stronger than Taesan's. Taesan kicked off the ground. Thud, he dodged the swinging arm. Veldentia, watching, was quietly astonished, even in a state where he could only use black magic. Taesan was not being overpowered by stats alone, and the following scene astonished Veldentia even more. You have activated Mephisto's black lightning. Rumble, lightning pierced through the giant. Not missing the moment the giant's movement slightly halted. Taesan linked his black magic. You have activated Oligo's rose thorn. The rose thorns entangled and restrained the giant's movements. You have activated Marba's pitch black wave. Then the black wave surged ravenously. The giant punched to shatter it. But the wave giggled and swept over him, while the giant staggered, unable to get up. Taesan opened a passage. Veldentia's pupils dilated as he watched. No way, you have activated Nabarius' golden sword. The golden sword manifested. What is this? Veldentia let out a hollow laugh at the descending power. He knew Taesan possessed black magic. But he didn't know its level. He did not think it was high. Black magic required the permission of a demon god to obtain. It seemed that Taesan, as a human, had somehow acquired it, but compared to the demons, it was thought to be insignificant. But this, Veldentia realized, this was a power comparable to mid-level magic, a power not easily bestowed even upon the favored demons by the demon god. In other words, the human before him was more favored by the demon god than the demons. Thud, the light collided with the giant. The giant flew away hideously. Veldentia laughed. It was a smile of satisfaction. If it's someone with this power, it might be possible to achieve his wish. The nails of his clenched fist dug into his flesh. He watched the battle. The giant continued to resist but fell before long. Thud, Taesan landed on the ground. There wasn't a single wound on his body. Veldentia greeted him with a smile. The proficiency of Nabarius' golden sword has increased by 1%. The proficiency of Mephisto's black lightning has increased by 1%. The proficiency of Oligo's rose thorn has increased by 1%. You have passed the second trial. You have obtained the Superior Magic Power Enhancement Potion. Superior Magic Power Enhancement Potion permanently increases magic power by 100, an increase in magic power. And by 100 at that, considering his magic power was only 600. It was a significant boost. Good, Taesan was satisfied and used the potion. Veldentia sat down again. He tapped the floor and alcohol and dried snacks appeared. Then let's talk once more. But this time, the conversation ended quickly. Taesan had already said everything he could. Hero, do you want to speak? Why should I? The hero refused. Veldentia laughed as if he had been waiting for this. Then shall I tell my story? Weren't you aiming for that all along? Since Veldentia suggested talking, he probably wanted to share his own story. Veldentia chuckled. You figured it out, sorry, but for my purpose you need to listen to my story. I'm curious as well. So go ahead. NPCs residing in the labyrinth each had their own reasons for being there. Lilies sought the secret of magic, and the hero sought revenge. What did Veldentia want? Veldentia spoke as he drank. What I want is similar to the one in charge of the labyrinth shop, that dwarf deep inside. With your ability. Shouldn't it be possible? Although Taesan didn't know Veldentia's exact level, he could easily surpass the 80th floor. He might even reach the 90th floor. It would be faster for Veldentia to do it himself rather than asking Taesan for help. No, but Veldentia denied it. I can't do it. It's impossible for me. He laughed as if sobbing. That's why I need you. His laughter abruptly stopped, with a vacant expression. He began to speak. Hemrodia, a world that was once beautifully shining with magic. This was the story of Veldentia before entering the labyrinth, a past from thousands of years ago. Barely remembered, but it was a world that was slowly dying. Plants withered and springs dried up. The sun lost its light. And black clouds covered the sky. No one knew the reason. Their world was dying just like that. I was the greatest magician there, although I was young. Even those who had devoted decades to magic knelt before my talent. No one could catch up to me. They said I could save the world, but how could that be possible? The destruction of the world. no matter how great. Veldentia was just a mortal who couldn't solve it, and Veldentia himself had no intention of solving it. Though the world was dying, it wouldn't happen before I died, so it had nothing to do with me. Right? I just did whatever I wanted. Researching and experimenting with magic, recognized for his outstanding talent, he lacked nothing in support, he lived as he pleased. It wasn't just me, the world was clearly dying. But their generation could survive. Extravagance and pleasure filled the streets and no one stopped it. They were the end of the world, there would be no descendants, that fact drove people to madness. Their world was like a city from myth, filled with greed, but only the princess was different. The only royal bloodline of the empire, the only royalty who could continue the dying world. She dragged me out from my room where I was holed up researching. Do you know what the princess said? Let's go save the world. You decadent genius magician. She said that with her brilliantly shining golden hair, eyes more radiant than anyone's. And a bright smile, it was as vivid as yesterday, Veldentia chuckled. Isn't it a funny story? Though she was strong as a princess, she was still human. And so was I, but she said we'd save the world. Just the two of us, she was serious. Thinking back, she was a foolish woman. Veldentia's eyes were filled with longing and memories. At least, it seemed the events of that time were not entirely bad for Veldentia. Of course. I refused, but she followed me around all day, nagging me to join her, so I got annoyed and told her I'd help if she found a way. And she brought information about the labyrinth. A labyrinth created by magicians and gods if they conquered it. One wish would be granted. If it were the gods, solving the world's destruction wouldn't be difficult, so they entered the labyrinth. I was already annoyed at being dragged in. And the princess told me to protect her, that we could fulfill our wish. I was annoyed. I didn't come here willingly, I was dragged. Why should I care about a wish? I didn't care if the world was destroyed, but since I was here. I did my best, Veldentia laughed hollowly, for about 200 years. He lived a life in the labyrinth much longer than outside, and he was not alone, he was always with the princess. The annoying girl eventually became the meaning of my life. I thought I could die for her, but I couldn't. Veldentia clenched his hand. The dried snacks in his hand turned to dust under the pressure. Mana, responding to his emotions, began to oppress the surroundings. I'm a coward, in front of an overwhelming presence. I could do nothing, I begged for my life with my head on the ground. I can't, Veldentia laughed. So please, with a sorrowful but desperate face. He spoke to Taesan, save the princess who is suffering in the depths. Sub-quest start. A magician who failed to save the princess. Veldentia hopes to rescue the princess whose soul is trapped by the gods. Condition, encounter the god of descent, make a deal with him. Reward determined by Veldentia and the god of descent based on your performance. Chapter 273, Floor 61. The Hall of Trials, Part 4. Taesan stared blankly at the quest window, the ghost reading along with him. Spoke up, are you kidding? No, I'm serious. Then you must have lost your mind, they gave you this as a quest. The ghost spoke sharply. There was a clear sense of caution and hostility directed towards Veldentia. The condition is to encounter and trade with essence. Are you insane? Do you know what that means? Veldentia remained silent. The ghost spat out harshly. Do you plan to kill him? You're requesting a deal with a god. Sitsum and Taesan had made deals and received quests from gods before. But this was different. Previously, the gods had shown favor to Taesan first. They were fond of Taesan and wanted to give him a lot. Thus, deals with Taesan were made, but the god of descent was different. It was unknown whether he liked or disliked Taesan. Asking for a deal with a god who might hate you was a suicidal act in itself. Moreover, if it's the god of descent, I can roughly understand the situation. Do you know how insane it is to ask to return a god's possession? No, Veldentia denied it. It's not like I'm asking without any plan. Kang Taesan, you are favored by the demon god. It's not an ordinary favor. They might be favoring you enough to make you an apostle. Handling demonic power as a human, not stopping there. He freely wielded intermediate black magic, a power even demons could hardly obtain. The demon god had a deep interest in Taesan. The demon god's authority is high among many gods, even if it's the god of descent. He can't easily touch someone favored by the demon god. Do you really think so? But the ghost sneered at Veldentia's words. The opponent is a god, they don't act according to the plans of mortals. What if the god of descent decides to kill him and confronts the demon god? Veldentia fell silent again. He lowered his head with a troubled face. He knew it too. This plan was full of problems. There were countless issues to resolve. But Veldentia clenched his fist fiercely. What do you want me to do? I tried my best too. I did everything to save the princess and change the god of descent's mind, he shouted with bloodshot eyes. I prepared offerings to exchange for the princess's soul. I descended into the labyrinth. Risking my life, I tried for hundreds of years, but nothing worked. That damn god never returned the princess. I even tried to offer myself. But the god of descent didn't even respond, he sobbed. Despair was evident in his voice. I can't give up, I have to save the princess. For that one reason. He made a contract with the magician of the labyrinth. For countless years, he settled on the 61st floor. Quietly waiting for someone who could save the princess. The ghost clicked his tongue. Well, I understand, I was the same. If not for Taesan, he would have been similar. He might have waited buried in a tomb for hundreds. Maybe thousands of years, even if he finally met a worthy adventurer. The top leadership of the guides might have already been dead by then. Most of those bound here were similar. They made a contract with the magician for what they couldn't achieve on their own. All they could do was pray for a strong adventurer to come. To Veldentia. Taesan would seem like his first and last chance. He wouldn't let go easily. For now, that's the risk of the quest. The decision is yours. The ghost stepped back. Taesan, who had been quietly watching the conversation, spoke. Veldentia. Why yes, Veldentia quickly raised his head. His gaze at Taesan was filled with anxiety. I have one question. How did the god of descent approach you? We were descending the labyrinth. It was tough and difficult at first, but we slowly made progress together. Veldentia was the greatest magician in his world, and the princess was the best swordsman in the empire. Unlike Taesan, who came from Earth, they had power from the beginning, although it was challenging. They didn't find the labyrinth too difficult to break through. When we reached about the mid-10 floors, the god of descent descended directly before the princess. The descent of the god of descent, it was exactly like Amelia Aaron. Taesan's eyes darkened. Veldentia continued. He praised the princess, saying she was an excellent and outstanding human and provided all kinds of support. Thanks to that, the princess was able to descend the labyrinth more easily. Until then, both the princess and I were deeply grateful to the god of descent. Veldentia bit his lip. And then, we reached the place where the god of descent resided. Floor 83. That was around the time Amelia's contact was cut off. I can't tell you more than that now, but the princess's journey ended there. Veldentia muttered gloomily. Taesan closed his eyes in thought, opposing a god, confronting an existence that could disrupt and collapse the world itself. The princess's soul was in the hands of the god of descent. Rescuing it would never be easy. It wasn't a decision that could be made lightly. Veldentia waited with an anxious face. A few minutes later, Taesan opened his eyes. All right, sub-quest accepted. Are really? Veldentia's eyes widened as if he hadn't expected Taesan to accept it. Are you sure? It's a god we're likely to confront anyway. Taesan answered the ghost's question. Amelia Aaron was probably in the same situation as Veldentia's princess. The god of descent approached her, praised her, and ended it when she reached him. And Taesan intended to crush Amelia Aaron's pride. The god of descent wouldn't like that. The chances of them confronting each other were high. And I knew this day would come someday. It's just sooner than expected. From the beginning, he knew not all relationships with transcendence would go smoothly. Some transcendents would definitely oppose and try to crush him. The god of descent was likely one of them, if it was something that would happen eventually. It was better to accept it now when there was something to gain. Well, that's true, really. Even after checking the system window indicating acceptance, Veldentia asked in disbelief. Really? You're accepting? I wouldn't deny it after coming this far, but the reward must be sufficient. Ha 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 ha. Veldentia burst into laughter. His face, twisted with emotion, was filled with joy. Don't worry, even I. Veldentia, though I've stepped into the higher ranks, I couldn't save the princess. He slammed his staff on the ground. Mana took the form of a contract and pierced into Veldentia's heart. This cursed life of mine holds no meaning. Once you complete the quest, I will leave everything to you. The quest was accepted. They chose to confront the god of descent, but nothing changed immediately. We need to go deeper first. Since the god of descent resides there, unless the god directly appears, we can't solve this immediately. And that was impossible, Veldentia added. The god of descent is a god who shows himself to those he's interested in from the beginning of the labyrinth, but since he hasn't appeared before you, you'll have to enter the deeper layers and find the altar yourself. We'll see, Taesan replied doubtfully. There was also the possibility of encountering him before that. He would soon meet Amelia anyway, for now. What he had to do was the same as always, get stronger. The next day, Taesan challenged the trial again. This time it's a trial of magic. A magic circle was drawn and a lick-like being appeared when it gestured. Dark magic manifested and scattered in all directions. You activated the frozen world. You activated the starlight arrow, and the dark magic shattered into pieces due to light and ice. Intermediate magic, Veldentia was once again impressed, although magic was easier to obtain than black magic. It was still relative. Intermediate magic was a power that those who reached the deeper layers barely acquired. Yet an adventurer on the 61st floor possessed such power, moreover, judging by his proficiency. It seemed he had acquired it long before. This indicated that the god of magic also favored Taesan. Veldentia's certainty and expectations grew even more. Boom, Starlight Arrow proficiency increased by 1%. Frozen World proficiency increased by 1%. You passed the third trial. You obtained the Elixir of Supreme Mana Enhancement. Elixir of Supreme Mana Enhancement increases mana by 1,000 permanently. From the third trial onward, the rewards seemed to have increased significantly, with an elixir that raised mana by 1,000. Now, unless he used intermediate magic dozens of times in a row, he wouldn't feel the mana consumption. Though he wanted to move on to the next trial immediately, there was a one-day restriction. With nothing else to do, Taesan continued his conversation with Veldentia. So, The princess felt sorry for the mad spirit on the 21st floor. She wanted to help it, but unfortunately she couldn't. She couldn't deal with the golem. Yes, we tried magic and the princess aimed for its weak points. But it was all in vain, so while she confronted it, I quickly fetched the spring water. Lee Tion took advantage of the golem's inactive time and Taesan took down the golem itself, since they had two people. They could employ such methods. The conversation wasn't bad. It provided an opportunity to learn how other adventurers descended the labyrinth. Veldentia's stories made Taesan think of methods he hadn't considered. It was tough, but it was very enjoyable. Veldentia murmured quietly. His eyes were filled with memories. The 21st floor, for Veldentia, it must have been something from hundreds of years ago. Yet he remembered, that meant the memories with the princess were precious to him. Taesan, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. There's something I'm curious about. What is it? Ask anything, I'll answer. You said you wanted to save the princess. Yes, that's my wish. Which binds me here. Then why did you give up the conquest and make a contract with the magician? Taesan asked. The ghost, finding it curious as well, opened its mouth. Come to think of it, unlike me, you're not dead. Right? And it's not like you lack the ability to conquer the deeper layers. Taesan still remembered the system window that appeared before him when he entered the labyrinth. This place was created by a great magician long ago. It is said that those who conquer it will have one wish granted, fulfillment of a wish. It certainly wasn't of trivial value. That's quite close to the answer, Veldentia nodded. If you conquer the labyrinth, the magician of the labyrinth will grant you one wish. Since it's stated in the system, even the god residing in the labyrinth can't refuse that wish. Then you could save the princess's soul with that, right? Though you'd have to risk your life. That's always a given, yes, at first. I thought so too, to conquer the labyrinth and save the princess. But Veldentia shook his head with a bitter smile. But it was impossible. The conquest. No, it's a problem before that. Even if I reached the end of the labyrinth, I wouldn't be able to make a wish. What do you mean? Are you saying it's a lie? It's not a lie, it's just that we all misunderstood. Veldentia spoke softly. The system said conquest of the labyrinth, simply reaching the end, and conquering are very different matters. He smiled bitterly. Chapter 274, Floor 61. The Hall of Trials, Part 5. Conquering and reaching are different issues, so even if you reached it, you wouldn't have achieved your wish. I don't know either. I never reached the end of the labyrinth, but I'm sure, Veldentia spoke in a calm tone, even if I had cleared the labyrinth, I wouldn't have achieved my wish because I didn't conquer the labyrinth. Conquering and breaking through, the ghost began to understand that concept belatedly, so simply breaking through isn't enough. Right, hero. You're remarkable, you might even clear the labyrinth, but you would have been the same as me. The ghost crossed its arms, seemingly deep in thought, but there was no confusion or denial in its voice. So that's how it is. Were you expecting it, to some extent, if it's about achieving a wish? The gods would have to grant it directly. I thought they wouldn't grant such an enormous reward just for breaking through. A wish wasn't a simple matter, especially if it was granted directly by a god. If a god granted a wish, it could impact the universe itself depending on the conditions. The labyrinth was undoubtedly difficult and life-threatening, but the risk for such a wish was too light. Nevertheless, the hero descended into the labyrinth with a faint hope and the belief that if he could clear it, he would gain the power to save the world. Then what is the standard for conquering? That I don't know. Whether you have to solve everything in the labyrinth or fulfill specific conditions, one thing is certain. It's now impossible for me. In that case, the ghost's gaze turned to Taesan. What about you? Taesan had identified and solved everything in the labyrinth so far. He was closest to the meaning of the word conquer. Well, it might be possible given what he had accomplished. But he couldn't say for sure because he didn't know the exact conditions. Talking about wishes naturally made him think of Lee Tion. She succeeded in breaking through the labyrinth. She never said she achieved her wish. In hindsight, it was strange. If a cowardly person like her could have achieved her wish, she would have asked for monsters not to invade Earth. But she returned, left a legacy to Taesan, and died. Either she didn't achieve her wish, or she did it in a way Taesan didn't know. Taesan couldn't tell. Lee Tion never mentioned it. Who knows? Taesan thought quietly. Another day passed as he pondered various thoughts. Now it was time for the final trial. Summon the spirit. Got it. All abilities except for the spirit have been sealed. You have summoned the highest level spirit. Barkaza with diverse colors. You have summoned Minerva, the king of the wind spirits. Wucha, Minerva landed on the ground. Veldentia chuckled at the sight of her. A spirit king, really. This is absurd, a contract with a king. Even Veldentia, who had seen numerous spiritists, had never witnessed such a sight. Veldentia struck the magic circle with a roar. A golem emerged. Yuwang, the golem charged. Taesan gave the order, defeat it. Engaging in battle as soon as I'm summoned, not bad. What a hassle, unlike the delighted Barkaza. Minerva grumbled about the sudden battle. Both charged at the golem. Boom! As the battle began, the golem was relentlessly pushed back. The stronger Taesan became, the stronger Minerva also became. It was sufficient without him stepping in. So Taesan simply observed the fight, clearing the 10th stage with just a spirit without the master's assistance. Veldentia smiled with satisfaction. The more power Taesan displayed, the more he enjoyed it, and soon. The golem collapsed. You have passed the 4th trial. You have obtained the water of harmony with the spirit. Water of harmony with the spirit. Increases affinity with the spirit, significantly extends the summoning duration, and raises the maximum power the spirit can manifest in the world. What is this? I feel a very familiar power. Minerva's eyes sparkled as she looked at the water in the bottle. Taesan drank the water. Wuong. Then Taesan's body began to change. A mysterious power spread throughout his body. Oh, Taesan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. He could feel the vitality of the weeds scattered on the labyrinth floor. He could smell the breeze softly flowing from Minerva. The world became closer. Minerva also widened her eyes. Sensing the change, oh, what do you feel? I feel a strong aura of nature from the master, and the power required to maintain the summoning has decreased. Minerva swung her arm. The wind gathered into a small hurricane and swirled. The power consumption has decreased by more than half. That's good. Minerva was undoubtedly powerful. But there was a restriction on her summoning duration. Because of this restriction, she couldn't achieve significant results despite having power comparable to Taesan's. Since that restriction was reduced, it was a very useful reward that would greatly help in the future. However, Minerva couldn't accept it as calmly as Taesan. Master, this isn't something that can be simply resolved like this. She was a spirit king. The power consumed when she was summoned was something that even hundreds of excellent spiritists couldn't handle. Originally, she couldn't descend due to the power consumption, but the spirit god directly lifted the restriction, allowing her to barely descend. Such a restriction was reduced by half just by drinking a bottle of water. This is the 61st floor. It's a fairly deep layer even within the labyrinth, and what he accomplished was an impossible feat. Veldentia spoke as if it were obvious. It's only natural to give such a reward, and this isn't the end. Veldentia raised his staff. Originally, I would give you the final reward here, a reward that sums up everything you've done so far. This is where my role ends. Mana spread from the staff. A massive amount of mana began to swirl in the room like gentle waves, but the merciful magician has granted one exception. Veldentia smiled faintly. Veldentia has challenged Taesan to a duel. In this duel, both parties can use everything. At the sudden duel challenge, Taesan glanced at the system window. I believe in you. With the power you've shown so far, I believe you can achieve my wish. Risking his life would undoubtedly be dangerous. But there was a chance that one possibility was enough. But this is me putting everything on the line in my own way. What would happen to Veldentia if Taesan failed? There were very few merciful gods who would let a mortal opposing them go unpunished. And of course, the god of descent wasn't among them. Of course, Veldentia might be untouchable due to being bound by a contract. But that didn't apply to the princess. I want to see your true strength without any restrictions. Use everything you have and fight me. Wuong, mana waves surged. Hidden quest, the 5th trial begins. A trial only available to those who receive Veldentia's quest. Something others couldn't obtain. What should I do by fighting you? Winning was impossible. Even the top brass of the guides would lose 100 out of 100 times if they fought Taesan now, let alone the stronger Veldentia. Veldentia shook his head. I'm not telling you to win, just reach a satisfactory level in my eyes. In that case, Taesan drew his sword. In a fight against an overwhelmingly strong opponent, there was always something to gain. Come, adventurer, prove your strength. Veldentia activated the frozen world. A frigid cold surged. It was intermediate magic handled by Taesan, but that cold couldn't compare. The air froze, and coldness surged in all directions. You activated apostle transformation, darkness and chaos. You activated the vessel of the king. You activated the ember of calamity. Flames that could destroy the world burst forth. Flames flickered in the world frozen by the extreme cold. Damn, Taesan clicked his tongue. Even so, the cold did not disappear. The walls of the labyrinth were entirely frozen. Veldentia activated starlight arrows. Veldentia activated magic separation. Starlight arrows formed. Then the arrows split into dozens, hundreds, and fired all at once. Damn, Taesan clicked his tongue. Judging that he couldn't dodge, Taesan instead rushed toward Veldentia. The arrows struck Taesan. An attack nullification activated. Your first attack nullification activated. What? Veldentia, who was staring blankly at Taesan, was shocked. Not only did his attack disappear, but the magic he had materialized vanished as well. But he was a mage who had traversed the depths. His hands moved faster than his surprise. Veldentia activated resonating mana wave. An invisible mana wave surged, pushing Taesan away. Even though it was simply the manifestation of mana, it contained power Taesan couldn't withstand. Minerva, oh no, this is tough even for me. Minerva broke out in a cold sweat and gathered all her strength to unleash a burst of wind. Boom, it was her full power. She used all the extended summoning time granted by the spring water, leaving no energy to maintain the summoning. Even so, she couldn't block all the resonating waves. Minerva was astonished. What kind of power is this? Even if she fought with the full power of the Spirit King herself, she had no chance of winning. It was hard to believe this was the power of a mortal. Barkaza also provided support, but eventually the wind was pushed back. However, it reduced the mana wave to some extent. At this level, it could be blocked with absolute protection. Taesan strengthened his stance. You activated acceleration, he charged. The surging mana wave was blocked by absolute protection. Veldentia swung his staff with admiration. What exactly do you possess? Veldentia activated the Guardian of the Blue World. A bluish barrier surrounded Veldentia. It was intermediate magic. The power contained in it was nearly absolute. Something even the leader of the guides couldn't easily penetrate. How will he break through this? Veldentia watched with expectation. He believed Taesan could break through this level of protection, and Taesan met his expectation in an entirely different way. You activated absolute judgment the moment his sword touched it. The barrier vanished. Veldentia's eyes widened to their limit. Taesan seized the opportunity and stormed in like a hurricane. You activated Nabarios's golden sword. He swung his sword fiercely. The moment the sword was about to strike Veldentia, his body disappeared. Veldentia activated Blink. Veldentia panted heavily from a distance. I almost got hit by a single strike. Even the guides wouldn't be able to get close to him. But an adventurer who hadn't even reached the depths yet almost landed a hit. Damn, Taesan clicked his tongue and activated black magic. You activated Mephisto's black lightning. Veldentia activated Pillars of the Earth. Pillars rose. The black lightning struck the pillars and dispersed into the ground. Black lightning is unavoidable. But it's not without countermeasures. Veldentia's face was full of delight as he spoke. At this level, he could truly fulfill his wish. He released his power with anticipation. Let's continue. The battle went on after more than an hour of fighting. It finally ended. Of course, Taesan lost, but Taesan's face was calm. It was a battle where he gained a lot. He learned much about how to respond to a high-level mage. This is good. When he first entered solo mode, Taesan couldn't even block a light attack from Anjar, but now he fought a mage who seemed on par with Anjar and held his own. Haha, good, very good, Kang Taesan. Veldentia was also satisfied, of course. If he had tried to kill him for real, Taesan wouldn't have survived. A barrage of dozens of intermediate spells would have ended it, but he didn't go easy. Even while responding to the opponent's attacks, he tried to seize victory. And Taesan endured. If it's you now the guides, even those fools wouldn't let their guard down. Yes, with such power. It's possible, Veldentia waved his hand. I'm fully satisfied. You have obtained the potion of superior attack increase. You have obtained the potion of superior defense increase. And this is an additional reward from me. You have obtained the singing jewel and the echoing steel ring. You have obtained the magician's music box. Chapter 275, Floor 61. The Hall of Trials, Part 6. Special attack power increase potion. Permanently increases attack power by 200. Special defense power increase potion. Permanently increases defense power by 400. Taesan's lips curled into a smile. The increase in attack and defense was overwhelmingly high for Taesan. With his Arak weapon technique, the effect was slightly diminished, but for other adventurers, the attack power increase would be significant. Even for Taesan, although the effect was slightly reduced, the potion was still far superior to most equipment. Other equipment needed to be replaced over time, but this potion's effect was permanent, once used. It required no further attention, and then there was the ring. Taesan caressed the steel ring inlaid with a blue gem, singing gem and echoing steel ring. Health plus 300, mana plus 300, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, intelligence plus 100, magic plus 30, attack power plus 80, defense power plus 80. The gem sings. And the steel echoes. The harmony between the gem and the steel amplifies and strengthens each other. When using basic or beginner magic, there is a 50% chance of activating it twice consecutively. Taesan's expression grew even more satisfied. Rings could be worn on 10 fingers, therefore. The abilities of each ring were relatively lower than other equipment. While there were excellent rings, most were specialized in enhancing only one attribute. The pair of rings created by Hafren was an exception. They could be used even beyond the depths. In contrast, this ring excelled in all attributes. It was on par with equipment from other parts. Additionally, the special effect of having a 50% chance to activate beginner magic twice was included. Although Taesan now used intermediate magic for attacks, it was different for auxiliary magic, since there were no restrictions on magic. It was possible to use mobility spells like random blink or air leap consecutively. This was a significant advantage. You can use this for quite a while. Even in the deeper levels, I used it up to the 85th floor myself, Veldentia said, since rings were changed slowly. Such performance could be useful until then. You have obtained the wizard's music box, a music box made with the emotions of a wizard who couldn't save a princess. It now contains the song of a destroyed world. It brings peace to the soul. Simple explanation. Taesan looked at Veldentia. who opened his mouth with a bitter expression. I made it. The princess is probably not in her right mind, so if you meet her, play it for her, understood. Taesan used the potion. He wore the ring and stored the music box. Veldentia looked at Taesan with a wistful face. You're leaving now, please. Don't die and go down the labyrinth and help the princess. No, but Taesan denied it. Veldentia's face hardened for a moment. What? I'm not saying I won't save the princess. I'm saying I have no intention of leaving immediately. This place was extremely beneficial. The monsters in the labyrinth were no longer a match for Taesan. The labyrinth system required opponents to be somewhat equal for proficiency to rise smoothly. Naturally, Taesan's proficiency growth had slightly stalled, but the 61st floor was different. The 10 stages of trials were not something Taesan could take lightly. In other words, it was optimized for increasing proficiency. You can challenge the trials multiple times, that's what it said. Yeah, that's true, but there are restrictions too. You said some overstepping was possible, didn't you? Well, that's true. Realizing what Taesan wanted, Veldentia stammered. Taesan spoke. I'll be in your care for a bit longer. Taesan continued to challenge the trials every day, since he focused on raising proficiency rather than defeating them. It took quite some time, but he gained a lot as well. First, he began by increasing his magic proficiency. Using all kinds of magic, he passed the trials. After investing about 3 days, his magic proficiency reached 60%. Magic proficiency 60%. You can handle magic confidently. You can control fire, ice, and wind, and adjust their power to achieve the desired result. It's finally increased. It had been stuck in the high 50s for a while, but it finally reached 60%. Veldentia couldn't hide his amazement. You're not even a mage who focuses on magic, and you've already reached 60%. That's impossible. I had several opportunities to increase my proficiency. Returning to Earth, the points gained there were usable during the first return. He invested many points in magic. Although he didn't invest much after proficiency increased because of the low trade ratio, it helped significantly initially. As soon as it reached 60%, the manifestation of magic became freer, the implementation speed became faster, and the power noticeably increased. You have activated Frost Arrow. Crack. The manifested Frost Arrow flew towards the lick. Staggering from the barrage of magic couldn't block the Frost Arrow. Crack. 1,332 damage to the lick. The damage increased by about 30% compared to before. The speed was also remarkably faster, considering Taesan could deal tens of thousands of damage at once. It was relatively modest, but the advantage of Frost Arrow was its low consumption and fast implementation speed. If dozens were created and fired simultaneously, it would be difficult for the opponent to counter, and with proficiency at 60%, he gained new magic-related skills. Magic separation. Proficiency 1%, you can separate magic. Magic concentration. Proficiency 1%, you can focus magic that affects a wide area in a specific direction. The magic separation skill was similar to what Veldentia had used. Taesan activated Star Arrow and then magic separation. The arrows split into dozens of fragments, while not as diverse as Veldentia's. There were plenty. Boom, the split arrows were fired simultaneously. Although the lick deployed a magical barrier, it shattered instantly. The power of the magic weakened due to the separation. However, it covered a wide range, giving an advantage in terms of spatial control. The effects of consecutive magic were very simple. You have activated Frozen World. You have activated magic concentration. Frozen World was activated. The cold spread forward. Crack, a wave of ice surged, filling the area in front with ice. Taesan confirmed the effect and concluded, it's good. Frozen World was a spell that spread in all directions. While that wasn't bad, it was difficult to see significant effects in a one-on-one situation. The skill somewhat resolved that drawback. The cold concentrated in the front was noticeably stronger than before. Not only did his overall magic proficiency rise, but the proficiency of each individual magic also increased significantly. There was a noticeable change of about 3 to 4%, and considering how difficult it was to raise the proficiency of magic-related skills, it was no small amount, and Veldentia watched that scene with a peculiar look. This is what makes him different from me. If it were him, would he have tried to raise his proficiency repeatedly like this? No, to him, the labyrinth was just something to break through. As a wizard, he tried to analyze and understand it to some extent, but he had never gone this far. Whether one saw it merely as a place to conquer or analyzed and understood the whole thing, aiming to gain everything one could. The difference was clear even to Veldentia. Then, Taesan wrapped things up. He drank a potion to replenish all the mana he had consumed. Will you go now? Can I do more than this? No, you can't. Veldentia shook his head firmly. Allowing more trials to raise your magic proficiency was already an overstep. This is the last favor I can do because I am a wizard. I can't allow any more. I see. He had hoped to raise his proficiency in black magic or swordsmanship as well. But that didn't seem possible. He expected as much. If it were possible, he could continue raising the proficiency of all his skills on the 61st floor. It's time to go down, but before that, I need to leave the labyrinth. Leave? Is it a trial? Something similar. Taesan looked into the air. The community was extremely noisy. Expectation, anxiety, excitement, and other emotions mixed. And posts were rapidly increasing. A week ago, they announced that a coliseum would be opened, and a week had passed. I'll be away for a while. The space split open. Creating a passage, Taesan stepped into it. What he saw was a vast space. It wasn't outside, as it was enclosed by enormous walls and a ceiling. But it was incredibly wide and high. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see the end. The height of the ceiling was immense. Considering it had to accommodate tens of thousands of people, Taesan looked around. Others started appearing one by one. Whoa. Whoa, it's the first time I'm in a place other than the labyrinth and Earth. Where is this? They began to gather and murmur. Some recognized Taesan and brightened up. Taesan, as they hurried to bow their heads. Taesan stopped them. The call drew people's attention to Taesan. Whoa, it's Taesan. They gazed at Taesan with awe and reverence. But unlike before, they didn't try to grab or rush at him, although the attention was burdensome. It was more comfortable than before. Your proficiency in divine power has increased by 1%. He brushed off the proficiency increase and moved. Before long, he spotted Kim Hweon. Ah. Taesan, people are less aggressive now. Did you say something? Yes, I told them it would be a nuisance to Taesan if they were too aggressive. I didn't expect them to follow so well, though overshadowed by Taesan. She fought for her life, and thanks to her leadership, many people survived, earning her a lot of respect. Taesan, do you have any idea how this will proceed? I don't know, since it's a coliseum. It will probably involve duels. How did the nations decide to meet? France, Japan, the USA, and us. Other countries ignored it or met among themselves. As soon as Kim Hweon finished speaking, a system window appeared. The quest will begin in 1 hour. I've always wondered, can't they fix this informal tone? It annoys me every time I see it. When we return to Earth, it's informal language. But why is it like this here? Kim Hweon grumbled as she began gathering people. Taesan moved to find Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. Hyung, you're here? Yes, Taesan nodded and asked, how far have you gone down? We're around the 23rd floor. You progressed quickly. Since the Coliseum was opening. We put in some effort beforehand. Which floor are you on? Hyung, 61st floor. They were at a loss for words. You're almost clearing it. I doubt it. It might take longer to clear the deeper levels than reaching the 70th floor. Lee Taeyeon experienced that herself from afar. Kim Hweon, who was distributing something to people, approached them. Taesan, please tie this around your arm. You too. She handed them yellow cloths. What is this? To distinguish levels by difficulty, since we don't know what will happen. Green is easy, blue is normal, red is hard. And yellow is solo, honestly. Taesan doesn't need this. There was no one who didn't know Taesan, at least in Korea. But we might meet people from other countries. I've already talked to the representatives of each country about pre-tying the cloths by mode. Taesan took the cloth. She resumed distributing the cloths an hour later. A system window appeared. Special quest start. This is the Coliseum. Prove your abilities and show your strength. Various quests will be carried out here. Points are awarded for clearing quests, with the amount varying based on performance. Points. Everyone's eyes lit up at the word. Points to increase stats and proficiency were extremely valuable. First quest start. Participating countries: USA, France, Japan. Korea. During this quest, if your health reaches 0, you will become incapacitated instead of dying. Players from all countries are randomly separated into specific spaces. A certain number of players are assigned to each space. The assigned space shrinks at regular intervals until a final winner emerges. The more enemies you defeat and the longer you survive, the more points you receive. The final winners will be assigned to new spaces to determine the ultimate winner. This quest repeats until a certain number of players remain. Chapter 276, Coliseum, Part 1. Wasn't there a similar game? It's been so long. I barely remember. People who saw the system window started talking. Kim Hweon, who read the explanation, muttered, determine the last survivor. The players assigned are random. Luck is important. Kim Hweon quickly made her judgment. It was unclear how many random players there were, but it wouldn't be a small number, at least over 100, and only the last survivor among them could receive the next quest. The strongest person among the 100 would likely advance, and strength was relative. Unless I'm incredibly unlucky, I should be able to rack up quite a few points. Kim Hweon was strong, especially in Korea thanks to Taesan's help. They had descended deeper than other countries. She hardly ever lost in one-on-one battles with hard-mode players from other countries. So unless she unluckily encountered someone as strong as Taesan or Lee Taeyeon, or got overwhelmed by numbers, her chances of continuously earning points were high. How many people are there in total? About 16 million. That's a lot. Most of them are from the United States. Though the number of survivors from the United States was overwhelming. Most likely, if they were assigned to space, they would mostly encounter Americans. But the balance is completely broken. Is it usually like this, in easy and normal mode? It was nearly impossible to win unless you were extremely lucky. All they could do was survive as long as possible to earn some insignificant points. Taesan answered, "Do you think the guy who made this place cares about that?" "True, that's right." Kim Hweo nodded in agreement and gave Taesan a peculiar look. "In the end, you'll be the one to win." Taesan, it was a given. Taesan's defense was at such an exceptional level that their attacks didn't even affect him. That wouldn't be different even for Amelia. There was no chance of victory if she couldn't deal any damage at all. As Kim Hweon prayed not to meet Taesan, a new system window appeared, special rules added. 1. Health is fixed at 100, and defense is fixed at 0. 2. Additional points are awarded to the country with the most players remaining when the quest ends. 3. Additional rewards are given to the last survivor. 4. All health recovery skills are sealed. Kim Hweon, who saw the belatedly appearing system window, nodded. These rules make it somewhat fair, with health fixed at 100 and defense at 0. Even easy or normal mode players had a chance. If they worked together or caught their opponent off guard, they could win with just 2 or 3 successful attacks. But isn't the second condition too favorable for the United States, though the guy who made this probably doesn't care? Kim Hweon grumbled. Taesan squinted his eyes instead of answering. Such special rules didn't exist in his previous life. The reason was simple. The Colosseum was originally a place designed solely for Amelia. There was no reason to allow a possibility where she could lose, therefore. Special rules didn't exist and Amelia won with overwhelming power alone. But this time, special rules existed. It wasn't hard to guess why. They must really want to take me down, Taesan smirked. Special rules were more disadvantageous the stronger you were, and the most disadvantaged, of course. Was Taesan what a petty god? It wouldn't just end with this, there would be more tricks to come. Wuong, the quest begins. Random players are assigned to the space. Oh, people murmured, light began to envelop them. See you later, Taesan said briefly and closed his eyes as the space leaped. He opened his eyes to find himself on a vast plain. Looking around, it was quite spacious. At least he couldn't see the end from his perspective. This is a space created by a god, though it will collapse soon. Creating thousands of such spaces in an instant, a god is truly a god. The ghost murmured in admiration. Taesan gathered demonic energy and opened a passage, feeling the gaze of the demon. He gathered his strength. You activated Larage's territory detection. The demonic energy spread out in all directions. The number of people moving, their strength, information about the terrain, all the information flowed into Taesan. He closed his eyes and calmly organized the information. Soon, the detection reached the edge of the space. It's not that wide. The total number of assigned players was 100 if he moved decisively. He could end it all in a few minutes. Taesan decided to deal with the closest one first. He moved his feet as he ran at high speed. He soon saw the face of a startled man. Taesan stood in front of him. What the man who spotted Taesan stepped back in fright. Taesan looked at the man's forearm, a red cloth, hard mode. The man cautiously asked while observing Taesan. Japanese, Korean? Sorry, it's hard to tell East Asians apart. The man apologized. Raising his hand, distinct features, blonde hair and blue eyes, Taesan spoke. You're American. Right? Yes, my name is Gustar. I'm a proud American hard mode player. Gustar spoke proudly and then curiously observed Taesan. Even though you're not speaking English, I can understand you. It's not just the community. Then Gustar smiled contentedly. No need to bother studying languages. Very good. What's your name? Taesan. Gustar's eyes sparkled. Are you the one Amelia talked about? Yes, you've confirmed it. Right? Taesan stepped forward. Gustar's expression changed. With a serious face, he grasped his sword and charged. Gustar activates Strength and Strike. Gustar activates Focus. Watching Gustar charge at him at high speed. Taesan moved. Gustar's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Gustar takes 40-32 damage. Gustar is incapacitated. The fallen Gustar let out a hollow laugh. Unbelievable. Not bad. Realizing he couldn't win against Taesan the moment they met, Gustar diverted attention by making small talk, trying to gather the information he wanted before starting the battle. Then he quickly changed the atmosphere to catch Taesan off guard. His judgment was quick, and his actions were precise. He had the skills to survive in hard mode, but that was all. Let's finish this quickly. Taesan stomped his foot. His figure disappeared. Gustar thought of himself as strong. It wasn't that he was delusional or overestimating himself. Objectively, he was a powerful person. Among the many hard mode players in the labyrinth, he was in the upper ranks. When he first received the quest, he was confident he could make it, even if he couldn't reach the end. He thought he could win 2 or 3 times, but that thought was shattered. When he opened his eyes, he was back where he had started. Oh, Gustar scratched his head. A few minutes later, a man with a dazed expression was summoned. He looked around and spotted Gustar. What the? Gustar, you're back already? Sieves was an easy mode player, quite different from the hard mode Gustar, but the two were very close. The reason was simple, they had been friends even before the labyrinth opened. Gustar asked Sieves, what happened to you? Of course. I lost, even without defense it didn't work out. Sieves shrugged. Even without defense, if you couldn't land a hit it was meaningless. Moreover, easy mode's attack power was so low that it couldn't even reduce 100 health in one go, making victory nearly impossible. You made it through, right? You're the pride of our village. After all, no, Gustar shook his head. Sieves looked surprised. You lost. Sieves, you know the guy named Taesan, right? The solo mode player from Korea, of course. I know, Sieves nodded. Amelia, that woman pretends not to care but keeps paying attention to him. Amelia was the strongest solo mode player in the United States. Everyone who survived had witnessed her monstrous strength, so they all knew about the player Taesan, whom Amelia was concerned about, but they didn't pay much attention. Isn't he weaker than Amelia? I can't believe there's anyone stronger than her. Amelia was literally a monster. She could crush the sea with a single strike and make the earth scream with a stomp. Her power was more like a natural disaster than a human. They couldn't believe another human had such power. So even though Koreans kept praising Taesan in the community, they filtered most of it out, thinking it was an exaggeration. I thought so too. But Gustar closed his mouth. He was particularly strong even among hard mode players. He had fought many times beside Amelia and sparred with her several times. Each time, he felt an insurmountable wall, but this. The power of Taesan he encountered. Moreover, he didn't use any skills, yet it was 4,000 damage. Gustar didn't often read the community, but from what he heard, Taesan had quite a few damage-increasing skills. If that's the case, how high could Taesan's damage go? Gustar imagined for a moment and let out a hollow laugh. Just imagining it was absurd. Should I be happy about this? Gustar was puzzled. Having a strong human was beneficial for their survival. So it was certainly good, but he couldn't be purely happy because he didn't know how Amelia would react. Amelia, whom he had seen, was obsessed with being the strongest. What are you talking about? I'll tell you when people gather. It's important, very important. Right? Sieves seemed to remember something. Oliver mentioned something like that too. Oliver Kahn, was Oliver in your space? Yes, he told me to think of it as bad luck. Really unlucky. Oliver was stronger than Gustar, except for Amelia. He was probably the strongest in the United States. Sieves opened his mouth. Oliver said he had a good idea that could benefit us. So don't be too disheartened. Quest complete. You are the winner. Calculating, you earned 20 points, returning to the winner's place. Taesan arrived in a vast space, 20 points. It was probably the maximum he could earn. Taesan looked at the system window and reminisced in his previous life. He had entered the Colosseum too, and he had lost in the first battle. He only started gaining proper skills after surpassing the 60th floor in easy mode. Back then, he was strong for easy mode but still an easy mode player. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win against normal or hard mode players. Taesan looked around, as he was the first to win. There was no one else around. As time passed, other winners began to appear one by one. Phew, that was tough. Kim Hweon appeared wiping sweat, without defense and with health fixed at 100. She couldn't let her guard down. She fought and won against an American hard mode player at the end. She wasn't the only one who won. Kim Hweon, Jeom Youngjun, Kang Junhyuk, and other top players from Korea began to appear. And soon the system window showed up. All winners have been decided, moving to the next battlefield in 1 hour. 1 hour, there was time. During that time, Kim Hweon began gathering people to organize information. There were 39 hard mode players from Korea, right? How many survived? She counted the survivors, after confirming. She murmured with a surprised face. 3343, how did so many survive? Chapter 277, Colosseum, Part 2. It was more than she had expected. Kim Hweon had thought it would be fortunate if even half of the players survived, if there were 100 people. It wouldn't be strange if 2 or 3 of them were hard mode players. This meant that the hard mode players of Korea had defeated and won against them. I was also surprised. Players from other countries are strong too, but it wasn't that difficult. Those who had won were equally bewildered. They had thought the hard mode players from other countries were on par with them in terms of strength, but after actually fighting, it wasn't the case. There was a clear difference in strength between them and the Korean players. Kim Hweon realized it late. Oh, right, we had Taesan's help. The grace of the gods, each one of those was never a small thing. Immediately, the grace of struggle and death increased talent for struggle, and the focus in battle itself changed. Due to that, Korea was about 2 or 3 layers ahead of players from other countries. In hard mode, that kind of difference was very noticeable, not bad. Looking around at the people, she asked, just to make sure, "Has anyone met Amelia?" There was no answer. As expected, Kim Hweon was not surprised. For someone to be here after meeting her meant they had defeated her, which was close to impossible. How strong could she be? Amelia Aaron, the woman descending the solo mode. They were also very curious about her strength. They would find out once they reached the end. Kim Hweon changed the topic. How was the ratio of countries? America was overwhelming. I barely saw anyone from other countries. Yeah. That's expected. America had 1.5 million hard mode players. The difference in numbers was on another level. Kim Hweon made a vague expression. The special rule, the second one. Why Nuna? No. It's nothing, there's no point in talking about it, and it might not be. She shook her head. Taesan could tell what she was thinking. With a quick mind and judgment, it was easy to guess. And her guess was correct, but as she said, there was no need to say it. Even if they knew, they couldn't do anything about it. Kim Hweon looked at the faces of those remaining one by one and asked, more importantly, what about the ones who dropped out? Minsu, where did he go? Oh, I met him. He was panting after fighting another hard mode player. So I knocked him out immediately. He'll try to kill you when we get back. They spent time talking about random things. And soon it was time. The light began to envelop them. Their faces became serious again. See you at the next place. Yes, Taesan moved to the vast plain again. He opened his magic. You have activated Larage territory detection. The magic spread out in waves in all directions. Information began to enter his mind. There were 100 people again after this battle. Only 16,000 out of 16 million would remain. Taesan didn't move right away. He walked leisurely through the plain. He could feel the presence of those moving around him, and their movements were clearly different from the first battle. They were systematic. They began to group together and eliminate those who were alone. Before long, dozens of people were moving in groups, and Taesan was the only one left alone. And they started approaching Taesan. Sensing the movement, Taesan sat on a rock soon. He waved at those who appeared. Nice to meet you. They surrounded Taesan. Taesan checked their faces one by one. You're all Americans. Right? Yes, the muscular man at the front nodded. We're using the best method for our victory, don't blame us. The man said that and drew his sword. Dozens of people behind him also took out their weapons. Taesan smirked and looked at them. Of course, there's no way Oliver would miss this opportunity. Special rule. The second one. Additional points were given to the country with the most players remaining when the quest ends. In other words, the more they eliminated players from other countries, the more beneficial it was. And America had the most players in the world, even if they were randomly assigned. It was natural for most of the battlefield to be filled with American players, and the majority of Americans joined forces to eliminate players from other countries first. You're really smart. There's a reason you survived until the end. What happened after the rift? Did Oliver survive? Taesan didn't know. After clearing the labyrinth, he couldn't know about other countries' situations. Surviving the present was hard enough. Sitting on the rock and mumbling indifferently, the muscular man Liam frowned, too calm. The players from other countries they had met so far were either dumbfounded by their cooperation or yelled with red faces. They said it was unfair, that this couldn't be allowed. All those who had survived the first battle were hard mode players. Dozens of such hard mode players joined forces, no matter how much one struggled. It was impossible to win. Liam had no particular thoughts about it. Numerical superiority was also a clear strength. There was no problem in using it to win if they had complaints. They should have survived with more people too, after dealing with everyone. They planned to fight among themselves to determine the final winner. The man in front of them was the last to be defeated, but something was strange. Only then did Liam see the yellow cloth hanging on Taesan's shoulder. Who are you? What are you talking about? Just kill him. 3 men who had been holding back rushed at Taesan simultaneously. They shouted with bloodshot eyes. Be a stepping stone for the great America. 3 hard mode players attacks, fast and precise. With his current health at 100, even one hit would mean instant elimination. But Taesan did not move from his sitting position. Watching his approaching opponents, at the moment their swords were about to strike his head. His hand moved, quagic. The 3 who charged were crushed in an instant. Liam's pupils widened as he watched silently. He couldn't see the movement of the fist at all, and then the damage windows appeared. Jackson took 43.55 damage. Lucas took 53.32 damage. Grayson took 41.23 damage. You are? I am Kang Taesan. Taesan smiled and stood up. His answer caused a ripple of murmurs. Show me what you're proud of. Your numerical violence. Taesan stomped his foot at that moment. They lost sight of Taesan's movement. Quackshig. Taesan descended from the sky and stomped on the head of a hard mode player. The player whose head was stomped disappeared. It was a defeat from being incapacitated. Liam shouted belatedly. Everyone. Move, Pababak. They all distanced themselves from Taesan at once. The woman next to Taesan hastily turned to flee. But her head was caught by Taesan. Where are you going? Taesan slammed her into the ground. The woman's movement stopped. Taesan did not stop, clenching his fist. He pierced through the backs of those trying to distance themselves. In an instant, more than 10 players disappeared. What the? Liam was shocked to see more than 10 people fall with just one move, and each one of them was a hard mode player. Taesan dusted off his hands. He could have knocked them all down the moment they tried to distance themselves. Taesan had the speed and power to do so. He didn't do it to gauge their level. They gritted their teeth, moving in all directions. They started pressing Taesan. Not bad, Taesan murmured, nearly 80 of them, all hard mode players. Their level was lower than that of Korean hard mode players. But it wasn't bad, but that was it. There was no need to draw his sword. There was even less reason to use a skill, just with overwhelming strength and speed. He brushed aside the charging man's spear, unable to withstand the force. The man's hand bent, and the spear flew far away. Quackshig, Taesan's fist pierced the man. He then turned and kicked. The man aiming for his back rolled across the plain in a defensive posture. Kuang Taesan stomped his foot. The ground exploded. Those charging lost their footing momentarily and staggered. And then a gale arose, unable to withstand the wind. They were blown away. Logan took 934 damage. Liam was dumbfounded. What is this? It wasn't even a direct hit from a fist. It was a simple gale, yet the damage was 1,000. A number he couldn't even imagine. It was happening despite being something he couldn't accept. Taesan was knocking them down one by one as they were bewildered. Just once, Liam shouted desperately. If we succeed in attacking just once, even if it was just the tip of a sword or a graze from a fist, they were hard mode players, using a skill. They could easily draw out 100 attack power. Their confused faces showed calmness. Their movements changed. Even if they became incapacitated, they moved to kill Taesan. It's useless though, even if an attack landed. The nullification would activate. There was no possibility for them to defeat Taesan. He parried and kicked away the swinging swords. He countered the fists flying toward his face. Dozens attacked Taesan simultaneously, but not a single attack landed on him. Experience, stats, everything was overwhelming, even with dozens of hard mode players gathered. They couldn't do anything against Taesan without him using a single skill. I have roughly gauged your level. Taesan spread his hand. A chilling cold began to form. Sensing the ominousness, Liam shouted urgently, "Everyone, back off, you have activated Frozen World." Jjojajak, the cold swept through. The players responded to Taesan's power. Some tried to protect themselves with skills, some called forth flames with their staves to melt the ice. And others tried to distance themselves and escape, but it was futile. The cold froze them all equally. Liam was the only one left. Liam looked at Taesan with a dazed expression. Liam thought Taesan was strong, but still within reason. He believed Taesan could never reach Amelia, but this was beyond the norm. He continuously drew out ridiculous damage in the thousands. It meant that this was really Taesan's normal damage, stronger than Amelia by far. Liam realized this. "Are you really human?" Those were his last words. Taesan's fist aimed for his head when he came to his senses. He was summoned to the plaza of the defeated. Quest complete. You are the winner. Calculating. You have earned 380 points. Returning to the winner's place. 380 points, unlike the first area. The opponents were all hard mode players, so the points were quite high. Looking around, there was still no one. Taesan waited quietly. After a long time, Lee Taeyeon appeared. She was panting and catching her breath. "Hugh, I barely won," following her. Kang Junhyuk appeared. He looked as exhausted as Lee Taeyeon. "All winners have been determined, moving to the next battlefield in 1 hour." Taesan SSI, something strange, the American guys seem out of their minds. Lee Taeyeon murmured and then looked around. Her eyes widening. Why are we the only ones here? They all got knocked out," Taesan replied, realizing the meaning. Lee Taeyeon's face twisted. "Really? Look around and see." "Damn it," Lee Taeyeon muttered blankly. She knew why this happened. Damn special rule, why did they even make that? "The reason is obvious," Taesan smiled. Why were there special rules that didn't exist in his past life? The reason was simple. The god of descent didn't want Taesan and Amelia to meet. He probably wanted to take Taesan down somehow before that, so he made his health 100 and removed his defense. He added the rule that gave extra rewards to the country with the most remaining players to make the American players team up to eliminate Taesan. But it's a bit disappointing. Do they think they can stop me with just this? Trying to catch Taesan off guard with hard mode players. It was a clumsy plan for something orchestrated by a god. Are they aiming for something else? There was a possibility they were aiming for the time when he met Amelia directly, if Amelia took him down herself. She would become even more arrogant, but it wasn't a bad story for Taesan either. If a god directly did something, it also meant he could gain a lot. It was the first time an exalted being tried to crush him like this, so he was looking forward to it, the time to meet Amelia. Chapter 278, Colosseum, Part 3. The god of descent would choose one talented adventurer and bestow favor upon them. Taesan didn't know the details. But if a god showed up in person, it certainly wasn't a minor support. Perhaps the adventurer received a reward comparable to his own. And when that supported adventurer arrived before him, the god would reveal his true nature. He made them believe they were the chosen one of the god, only to shatter their expectations. It was fitting for a god whose domain was descent, and being such a god, he would choose adventurers based not only on talent but also on character, a heart that believed oneself to be the strongest. He would choose an adventurer with arrogance. Amelia would be no different so. Taesan planned to break Amelia's belief first. Those Americans are too much, can't they take it easy? Well, they're desperate too, they can't guarantee they'll survive the next return. Kang Junhyuk answered Lee Taeyeon's grumbling. Their conversation broke Taesan's reverie. It's not really a problem, there's no rule against teaming up. Taesan didn't think the Americans' method was wrong. They were in a situation where they might not be alive tomorrow. It was natural for them to prioritize themselves over others. This means next time it'll be all Americans. This is going to be tough. Stop whining. Kang Junhyuk laughed at Lee Taeyeon's distressed look, and soon they were summoned back to the battlefield. Lee Taeyeon, who arrived in a vast, empty plane, walked gloomily. She spotted a player walking across the plane, a big nose and sunken eyes. They were Americans when they saw Lee Taeyeon. They were startled. I don't know any Asian player in hard mode who looks like you. Are you from another country? Lee Taeyeon nodded. They started whispering among themselves. What, didn't we eliminate them all? Did one luckily survive? It's hard to find someone who's determinedly hiding using invisibility. Isn't it? Or is it that guy, Kang Taesan? That guy's a man. Does she look like a man to you? Hey, I can hear you. Lee Taeyeon grumbled. The American's expressions darkened. Should we eliminate her now? We were told to wait until everyone gathered. Remember, she's just one person. As long as she's not Kang Taesan, we can handle her. Right, that is true. They drew their weapons against Lee Taeyeon. She sighed deeply and drew her sword. One American laughed. Unlucky for you. They rushed at her. One aimed at her head, another at her stomach, and the last one at her legs. Lee Taeyeon moved her sword with an annoyed expression. The sword aiming at her head was deflected, the spear aiming at her stomach was repelled, and the double-edged sword aiming at her legs was stomped down into the ground. Lee Taeyeon swung her sword. One hard mode player vanished instantly. Wow, what? The Americans were shocked, although they had teamed up to eliminate other countries' players. The final victor was decided purely by skill. The three who made it through were among the top hard mode players, even if Oliver joined in. He would have struggled to defend against their simultaneous attack, yet not only did she block all their attacks but she also counterattacked, and they couldn't even see her move. While the two were flustered, Lee Taeyeon quickly slipped between them. The American players tried to respond hastily, but she didn't allow it. Lee Taeyeon activated flow skill. The trajectory of the American player's sword was skewed. Lee Taeyeon brushed past them, and they collapsed. I've never heard of something like this. Damn it, have we been forgotten too much? Lee Taeyeon grumbled at their last words filled with shock. She and Kang Junhyuk had entered the mid-20s floors. Their strength now far surpassed hard mode, currently. She felt confident she could win even if 100 hard mode players attacked her. However, the presence of Kang Taesan meant she received relatively less attention. Even after days of monitoring the community, there was hardly any talk about her. Ironically, in her previous life, she had felt burdened by the attention she received, but now with Taesan around, all expectations were focused on him. Thus, Lee Taeyeon found herself wanting recognition more than in her previous life. If I stay till the end, maybe I'll get some recognition, she murmured. She had confidence, as long as it wasn't Amelia or Taesan. She could win against anyone, she thought so and moved, although she was strong. It would be difficult if all of hard mode gathered. She planned to find and eliminate them one by one before that happened, but her steps halted, her pupils shook as she looked ahead. Taesan? Hello, Taesan waved leisurely. Just my luck, understanding the situation. Lee Taeyeon muttered gloomily. Out of 16-0 people. I had to meet Taesan. What is this? Don't worry, you're not the only one. Oh, Nuna, nice to see you. Junhyuk, you're here too. Lee Taeyeon let out a dry laugh. This is too unlucky. Her confidence for victory had vanished without a trace. Amelia isn't here too. Right? Probably not, Taesan replied. According to his domain detection, there were a total of 50 players in this space. Out of 16-0 people, 50 were selected, and among them were Kang Taesan, Lee Taeyeon, and Kang Junhyuk. It might have been just bad luck, but Taesan didn't think so. It's crude, but it's certain. From the beginning, it was never said to be assigned randomly. It was stated to be arbitrarily assigned by the system. It meant that the god of descent could divide the space as he pleased, and Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were ones who could potentially reach Amelia, although it was nearly impossible given the more than 10-floor difference. It wasn't entirely out of reach. In the current situation where health was at 100 and defense was gone, there was a slight chance of victory, so Taesan decided to take them down. As his thoughts concluded, several presences approached them. Dozens of American hard mode players had gathered. What? There are 3 of you. Didn't we eliminate everyone except that guy Taesan? Sorry, but we don't have time to play with you. Taesan raised his hand. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated Magic Separation. Arrows of light split and rained down on the hard mode players. They panicked and tried to flee, but the arrows of light flew faster. Boom. Lee Taeyeon covered herself in shock. Each exploding arrow of light contained unimaginable power when the light subsided. No one was left. Dozens of hard mode players had all vanished in one strike. Perfect timing this time. You two have a chance to defeat me. Taesan smiled and drew his sword. Come at me together. Oh, no way we'll win, despite their grumbling. Determination was etched on their faces. They began to strategize seriously to defeat Taesan. Taesan was satisfied with their attitude, facing an overwhelming enemy, believing it was impossible to win. Yet not giving up and striving for victory, it was an essential mindset in solo mode. They've met the standard. Taesan walked toward Lee Taeyeon. She lowered her stance and charged at Taesan. Lee Taeyeon activated acceleration. Kang Junhyuk didn't stay idle either. He quickly moved to Taesan's back, one from the front, and the other targeting the rear's gap. It was textbook. Taesan raised his sword against the charging Lee Taeyeon. She gritted her teeth and tried to defend. Lee Taeyeon activated flow skill. The sword came down, as Taesan's sword clashed with Lee Taeyeon's. It was diverted. Lee Taeyeon tried to exploit the gap and Kang Junhyuk kicked off the ground. Taesan applied strength to his hand. The sword, diverted by flow, was forcibly corrected by his strength. Lee Taeyeon rolled on the ground in shock. Taesan pulled his sword back. The charging Kang Junhyuk hastily blocked with his sword. Crack. He was shocked by the difference in power. He barely managed to block without taking damage. But his hands were trembling. A few more clashes and he might lose grip of his sword. It wasn't even Taesan's full strength. He was moving his sword very slowly. Flow of the ability sword is indeed strong, but it's not omnipotent. If the opponent's strength is significantly higher, it can be overcome. Taesan raised his sword. Come again. Taesan taught Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk how to deal with an overwhelming enemy through physical demonstration. As a result, although they were overwhelmingly pushed back, their expressions were bright. Well then, Taesan, please take care of the rest. Hayoung. Teach them a lesson. I'm too angry to stand it. Taesan waved and finished off. Quest complete. You have become the winner. Calculating results. You gained 760 points, moving to the final location. This time, the location he was summoned to was different from before. Taesan was summoned to a room painted blue. It wasn't very large at most. It was the size of a school field. Taesan looked around the interior. There were several Americans gathered. All winners have been determined, moving to the next battlefield in 1 hour. Taesan took quite a long time training Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. Because of this, Taesan was the last one to arrive. Counting them one by one, there were a total of 31. Including Taesan, there were 32 among them. A blond man approached Taesan. Nice to meet you. Hello, Taesan responded. He recognized the man in front of him, blonde hair and blue eyes, a stereotypical Westerner, always steadfast and confident. When Kim Hweon died, this man gathered and led the Korean players, and he survived to the end. Oliver Kahn, the leader of the Americans and the leader of the world. Oliver spoke. Your name must be Kang Taesan. Taesan nodded. Oliver groaned. I heard rumors. But you're really strong, but it seems it took you quite a while. There were 2 particularly strong ones here. The solo mode players of Korea, you mean those 2? Oliver's eyes gleamed. He seemed to have a misunderstanding. But that didn't matter to Taesan. He felt gazes boring into him. Taesan turned his gaze. He saw blue hair. Brown eyes were staring at Taesan. A beautiful woman resembling a fierce cat was gazing intently at him. She said nothing, but her entire aura was revealing herself. I am the strongest. No one can surpass me. It was an aura that made such a claim. Amelia Aaron, the strongest solo mode player, and probably the player buried in the labyrinth by the god of descent. Taesan smiled and spoke to her. Hello, her gaze, full of many emotions, acted at him. She finally spoke. Is it true? What is? That you cleared over 50 floors? Taesan smiled. What do you think? Amelia's face twisted at his non-answer. Her aura responded to her emotions. Oliver's face hardened. She had reached a level where she could control people with just her emotional outburst. But that was all. Taesan couldn't help but laugh at the aura directed at him. Amelia Aaron, the strongest solo mode player, the player he once believed he could never surpass. But not anymore. Chapter 279, Amelia Aaron, Part 1. Taesan opened his mouth. You'll find out soon. Yeah, I will find out soon. Amelia controlled her emotions, the ghost. Curious approached her. This is fascinating, strong. But something artificial, should I say manufactured strength. You, Amelia's pupils shook as she saw the ghost. Why are you here? You know me. Didn't you end at the 10th floor? Amelia seemed to know the ghost, seeing the ghost still sticking by Taesan. She looked flustered. Seeing her reaction, Taesan realized something. Amelia also received the ghost's quest. If one thought about it, it was only natural. The ghost wouldn't have let go of Amelia, who possessed talents acknowledged by the gods. They must have given her the quest first. But the fact that they parted ways on the 10th floor meant that Amelia hadn't received the quests beyond that point. Defeating the ogre sage, obtaining information, and confronting the guide's leadership were quests she missed. The ghost seemed to realize this too and spoke in an amused voice. Oh, I roughly guessed it, but this is interesting. So, the me from that side parted ways at the 10th floor. I understand the reason. The ghost smiled broadly. It seems the me from that side judged you couldn't reach the guide's leaders, so they ended it there to avoid a meaningless death. You, Amelia's face twisted, ignoring her. The ghost flew to Taesan. Interesting, the aura of the gods is very strong, they support her in such a way. The ghost said that the other him judged Amelia couldn't reach the leadership. But that probably wasn't it. Amelia had enough talent to reach the depths. More likely, the ghost, who knew the essence of the god of descent, was wary because she was too close to that deity. Fine, she turned her body. Her movement was like a cat throwing a tantrum. Let's talk after the battle. She closed her eyes with sharp words. Amelia had a very strong sense of pride, but that pride wouldn't be perfect. It looked solid but would crumble like a sandcastle. That's why the god of descent chose her. Taesan planned to break that. Oliver, who had been quietly listening, tilted his head. Why is Amelia talking to herself? He was in hard mode. He couldn't see the ghost. To Oliver, it looked like Amelia was muttering to herself and then suddenly twisted her face. Don't worry about it. Solo mode has many secrets. Anyway, nice to meet you. I'm Oliver Kahn, the leader from the USA. He extended his hand for a handshake. Taesan reached out. The grip was firm. Oliver asked with a stern face. Do you think we're cowards? Taesan understood what Oliver was asking. The method of winning by overwhelming numbers with only Americans. It could certainly be seen as cowardly, but Taesan shook his head. Many might think that way. I don't. Anyone would be desperate to survive. It was only natural for Oliver, the leader of America, to use methods advantageous for their survival. Oliver's face relaxed slightly at Taesan's answer. That's a relief. It's really reassuring to hear one of the strongest humans say that. Hearing this, Amelia, who had been closing her eyes, opened them. She briefly looked at Oliver with a betrayed expression and then quickly turned her gaze when Taesan looked at her. Taesan, Oliver spoke calmly, you said we weren't cowardly, so you won't think that way about what's going to happen. Right, whatever you do. I don't care, it didn't matter anyway. Oliver smiled broadly at Taesan's words. Good, I'm relieved to hear that answer. Amelia, do as you please, it doesn't matter anyway. Amelia spoke bluntly. Taesan looked at the remaining players. They were filled with vigilance and curiosity towards Taesan, and among them, the only one with a yellow cloth on their arm was Amelia. There's no other solo mode. Not everyone is as strong as Amelia, of course. They are stronger than most hard mode players, but they haven't reached our level yet. The growth potential of solo mode was certainly great, but that was a story for after reaching a certain point. In the beginning, hard mode players who could collaborate and clear quickly had the upper hand. While talking with Oliver, it became time. They all started to be summoned to the battlefield, a vast plain. Taesan, summoned in the middle of it, sat on a rock. One by one, presences began to gather from afar. Except for one presence, all of them gathered and surrounded Taesan. Seeing the faces of the people who appeared, Taesan murmured, Amelia isn't here. She said she would rather withdraw than fight together. She's a very proud woman. This isn't the time to worry about such things. Oliver spoke bitterly. They were fighting for their survival. Pride had no value. Taesan, you said we weren't cowardly. Oliver gave a signal with his eyes. 30 players simultaneously took out a potion from their arms, clink, and threw them to the ground. Thick poison began to spread. Oliver has been poisoned. System messages notifying of poison appeared in a row. Oliver, his face turning purple, drew his weapon. Considering how far you've come, you must be very strong, but you've surely exhausted a lot. Taesan was a solo mode player from Korea. He fought and came up against Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. It wasn't clear exactly how strong they were. They were overshadowed by Taesan's presence, so accurate information couldn't be obtained, but from the occasional information, it was clear they were far stronger than hard mode players. Taesan fought against such people. Oliver assumed that Taesan must have used considerable power. His assumption was based on the fact that Taesan appeared the latest. He thought Taesan must have exhausted some health or mana after fighting them for over an hour. So, they used poison to deplete the little remaining health. The poison they used wasn't that strong, depleting 1 health every 5 seconds, but right now his health was fixed at 100. In such a situation, it was extremely threatening. Poison Taesan and escape as much as possible, slowly whittle away his health, and when his health reached 0 due to the poison, or if he fought Amelia with barely any health left and lost, either way, Amelia could win. The poison touched Taesan. It was the moment Oliver was sure of his victory. Poison judgment in progress. Judgment succeeded. Poison resistance activated. What? Oliver's pupils dilated, despite being buried in the poison. Taesan's face didn't turn purple. Is that how the judgment works? This is something new. Against continuous damage like poison, did absolute protection activate first? Or did poison resistance activate first? The answer was the latter. It seemed that resistance judgment was attempted first, and if it failed, absolute protection would activate. Could be useful. Taesan stored the information in a corner of his mind. Let's finish this quickly. Wait, you have activated Marba's pitch-black wave, the last remaining presence. Taesan walked toward it soon. Amelia's figure came into view. As she looked at Taesan, she opened her mouth. I'm strong, Amelia said. I'm the strongest. Even if you went deeper than me, my skills are superior. Really? Taesan smiled. If that's what you think. Fine. Taesan took a step closer to Amelia. At that moment, a tremendous force crushed the battlefield. At the same time, the system window appeared crazily. Forced rules are added. 1. Kang Taesan's shield becomes 1. 2. Kang Taesan's health becomes 1. 3. Kang Taesan's mana becomes 1. 4. Kang Taesan's magic becomes 1. At that moment, the system window distorted. It felt like a clash and offsetting of great powers. Taesan opened his status window. From health to magic, everything was 1. But strength, agility, intelligence, and attack power were at their original values. Taesan, who had been looking up at the sky for a moment, spoke briefly, "Thank you," after leaving a word of thanks to the being who helped him from afar. Taesan approached Amelia again. "Amelia Aaron, I declare here," Taesan said, as if stating an absolute truth. "As if it would surely come true. I won't use any skills, and I will defeat you in one strike." Amelia's face crumpled. She gritted her teeth and drew her sword. "Try it." Amelia has activated Rage. Amelia has activated Honorable Duel. Amelia has activated higher than anyone else. Amelia has activated the weak god's blessing. Numerous powers enveloped Amelia. Some of them were skills Taesan had not obtained, skills directly given to her by the god of descent. Skills only Amelia could receive. Taesan nodded. Not bad. She was certainly much stronger than Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk, but that was all. Taesan took another step closer to Amelia. Amelia, raising her fighting spirit, tried to respond to Taesan's movement. She had confidence. She was strong. Even if her opponent was stronger, she could respond and win. In fact, the losers of the labyrinth, called the Guides of Sin, couldn't block her attacks despite being on higher floors. Taesan was no different. He seemed to have gone deeper. But the difference wasn't that big. She was strong enough to skip floors. She believed so, and she had enough skills to support that belief. Amelia has activated the Path to Victory. The Path to Victory, a skill she obtained after passing the trials of the God of Descent. This skill found possibilities of victory even in the most desperate situations, even in extreme situations where no one thought she could win. The Path to Victory always brought her triumph. Amelia, who activated the skill, focused on Taesan, and she realized Taesan was walking toward her in an ordinary manner. There were plenty of openings to attack, but her mind warned her. Attacking those openings would lead to her own defeat. A near prophetic certainty, Amelia's eyes shook. "Will you stay still?" Taesan had already reached right in front of her. Sweat trickled down her cheek. No answer came, despite seeming leisurely and full of openings. She couldn't exploit them. Taesan raised his fist. "Block this." His fist moved. The movement was very slow. Even an ordinary person could easily dodge it. Amelia's line of death has activated. She had to dodge and counterattack to win, as she had always done, but it was impossible. The Path to Victory, which always brought her certainty, didn't activate. As if, no matter what means she used, no matter how many times she fought, she couldn't win. Dozens of strategies flashed through Amelia's mind, but all she could envision was their destruction. Move, just before the fist touched her. Amelia barely moved. She shifted her entire body to roughly dodge the fist and lowered her posture to dive at Taesan like a wave. The sword drew dozens of afterimages, a movement above her own level, something she had never achieved. In an extreme situation, she surpassed her limits, but Taesan casually adjusted the trajectory of his fist. All the sword's afterimages were destroyed by the approaching fist. Amelia, shocked, raised her sword. The fist collided with the sword. Crack. The sword bent. The fist broke through her defense and touched Amelia's face. "Lie down for now." Her consciousness was cut off there.